Desperado.
I don't suffer, no be small. But say I get sense. Poverty no good at all. Now it make I join this business. For one night, no be cheap. It's once again, everybody can pay up. If anybody follow move, my brother, I go chop back. National airport, National stadium, President, my sister, brother, we be the Mogo, I be the master. Oyibo man, I go chop your dollar, I go take your money, disappear. For one time in love, refinery, the contract, now you wife. But you won't pay me some more money, make I bring up. You really move, I really master. I don't see them fire. That's why when they run enter my mouth, I will show them fire. National airport, National stadium, President, my sister, brother, you be the Mogo, I be the master. Refinery, the contract that you want, but you won't pay me some more money than I bring up. I be the master. Let me be the master.
Well, here's a video of Bola Ahmed Tinubu muttering those unintelligible words which have since gone viral. Let's take a look.
You see the innovation. If we lend ourselves to innovation, we can create wonders. Yeah, it's a successful again, a town hall, different from Blue Bulaba.
Okay now.
To person between my pen.
I see.
I see Panamata, the wedding forget me.
Okay.
Papa, you look at you. And then you get out. Mama said, I want to go. I got no Jelumba. Oh, where would he get? I got no put in a one more. I don't know what they are doing. I don't know. I would.
Ẹ̀jẹ̀ mi ni ẹ kí n gbọ́, àkànbí ewé ayò, ewé tún méje, ìtún ló ní ọ̀tún ẹ̀ ṣe, ìfà ló ní kan fà ẹ̀ mọ́ra, àìbínú gbogbo àtàrẹ, gbogbo méjì ọkà bàbà, gbogbo mẹ́ta ọkà wáṣẹ́, orí ló túmọ̀ ẹ̀dùn, gbogbo ọ̀nà ní túmọ̀ ẹsẹ̀. Akọni ìmọ̀ tú ìmọ̀ ọjọ́, ìmọ̀ èmi ni wọn kì í dálẹ̀. Wọ́n bá lọ mẹ́lẹ́mọ́, wọ́n á fi jó ẹlẹ́mọ́. Akọni wọ́n bá lọ bèbèrè, wọ́n á fi jó ẹlòkò. Bọ́wọ́ wọn bá tẹ̀ mí, wọ́n á fi jó aláre. Àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta parapọ̀. Wọ́n wá jọ ń pẹ́ mọ́, ẹ̀ẹ́mọ́ olóko jẹ. Wọ́n pa Akíntọ́lá ọmọ Ògún. Wọ́n pàdé Ìyọ̀dà ọmọ Àtàràbọ̀bà. Àkànbí wọ́n pàdé Ṣàtàdàdẹ ọmọ ọba Ìjẹ̀bú Mèrè. Aṣíwájú odò gbólùkẹrẹ, Ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run. Tó o bá ṣe pé tìyẹ, tó o bá ṣe pé tìyẹ, náà bá ń darí jọ wí. Àgbèrò ni kò ń gbọ́wọ́, ọ̀gọ́ ti ṣìgìdì máa gbé, àgétì ló máa ń gbé, àyàn ti ìlàyàn ewúrẹ́. Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ, kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́. Aṣíwájú Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ. Àkànbí Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ. Ọkọ̀ olúrẹ́.
See this guy with the dance, play with the leather jacket. No be yori yori, but I dey bust your bracket. What's up, buy the beat? This time when you got the shake. You dey feel like man, you know say me, I know the rig. See the guy got the dance. You dey feel the way me say I come here to the yarn. Show them say you sabi, show them say you self you man. Hey, no be lie, see the boy with the man. Hey, I see my guy normally I come to drop out, something with the top notch. I don't dey shake the guy, he self on a shop floor. Everybody they feel I'm the way and they drop some. The guy don't they smile, feel like say your head is on bump. He self he dey feel the way I just dey go, the flow is dope. He self he don't they feel I'm on the low. I savage on the beat, you know say me self on a bad. Who be this your fight baby like this waiting for your band. Fine girl, what's up? If I come now, make we talk now. I know say you self you play with man, but make it no come be like say me self go for your hand. Make we interact one on one, you dey get am out. Or this your get you fine, be like say you pack it down. But everybody don't they feel am, they know say you bad. Everybody don't they see them, know say yes you do. Collect the fight, my guy, you self God, you know you choke. Collect the fight, make it no come they make me hanging. It's not like they don't know that yeah the thing is banging. I like the.
And there it is right there. Pardon me. There it is right there. Desperado Medimeli. It's not coherent in any, it's not any language known to man, but I suppose music is not really meant to be any language known to man. But so long as the rhythm rhymes, I think that's all that matters. Desperado, Medimeli, Skita Skata, and then it goes to number one. How do you even begin to figure that out? There it is right there. So Desperado, Meli, and all that. So Desperado, Meli. Good day to you and all that. So we start off with copyright music. So that tells you then that the revenue of this particular stream is gone. But who cares? You know, I actually just came across that clip, and I thought the guy that put it together did an excellent job. You know, usually when they do these overlay clips, they don't often manage to sequence the mouth movement to match with the music. But in this particular instance, this guy did. And I thought he did an excellent job. Let me play it one more time. It's only 30 seconds. Tell me what you think. I think he sequenced it quite so there it is right there. Desperado Meli, track called La Ho, if I'm not mistaken, by an artist called Shirley Poppy, or what's it called? Shirley Poppy. Correct me if I'm wrong in the comment section. I'm not quite as down with the keys as I like to imagine that I am, but my recollection is an artist called Shirley Poppy and a track called La Ho. Desperado Meli. So that's how we're starting it, Desperado Meli. Good day to you, good to be your company and all that. Good day to you, good to be your company. Apologies for yesterday. I just actually yesterday I wasn't even tired. I didn't even fall asleep. There was not just sufficient enough in the news for me to hang the session around. So I could have opened it up and then just have a gisting session, but I just it was just the Kemi building up storyline, and I thought that wasn't sufficient enough to carry the whole session. But there it is. We're back again with the band. Good day to you. Good to be your company. I know that the protocol remains the same. Click on the like button. Just at the sound of my invitation to do so, click on the like button. Not already subscribed, fulfill that righteousness by turning the subscription button on your screen from red to gray. So the word then changes from subscribe to subscribed. So it changes from a present and continuous tense to a past tense, which indicates then a completed activity. So click on that red subscription button, turn it from red to gray. And it's a one-off click, by the way. Once you've done it, you don't ever have to touch that button again. So click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard if you want to come and join me on the screen. We need new voices actually. If you've never been on, then please come on. We want to expand the narrative. We want to expand the scope of the contributions that we get in order to push the conversations even further. So we're forever and a day in search of new voices. And we're forever and a day in search of northern voices as well. We have a smattering of northern voices on the platform, but we don't have near sufficient enough for us to say we're fully representative of the texture and the tempo of the country. So if we're a northerner, you listen all the time, please hop on, just come share your thoughts. You can disagree with whatever is being said, and you have, of course, if you've listened sufficient enough,
is a broad house that accommodates virtually all views. The only thing we insist on is civility. So long as you're civil, then that's all that's required. You can be as outlandish, as far out there with your thoughts as you'd like to be, so long as the language is elegant. That we're connoisseurs of language here. So if you have the capacity to craft in a particular sort of way at the presentation, then this will be your home. So all that, so click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. Share the links as well there. So you can tell me in the comment section that you have shared the links. You have shared the link. So share the link and then let me know in the comment section that you have done that. Super chat, of course, towards the stream. The example there always been said by Ayo. So that's Ayo right there. Starting the section of just exactly how a section should be started with the handsome little super chat right there. So match or exceed the figure that Ayo has put on the screen in terms of super chats. So let's do that. We have the anticipation of 5 minimum super chats. Often instances we hit it. In recent instances, we've not been. So let's correct that immediately. So all that. So just a quick recap again. Like, share, subscribe. Click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard if you want to come and join me on the screen. Hold on. Yes, like, share, subscribe. Click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard if you want to come and join me on the screen. Super chat towards the stream and all that. So all those. So let's just get started. Let's get started, shall we? Let's just get started. And we kick it off with the headline piece. So you know that the politics is afoot then. When you see all these acerbic remarks coming from unusual quarters aimed at the central space, your behavior is disturbing. Sanwo Olu blasts Peter Obi for demarketing Nigeria in the United States. So this is the sort of anybody that follows this platform knows that I have no time for Peter Obi anyway. I just think it's just completely unfit for anything. In fact, I think he should be arrested for what he did in Anambra State and all that. But what doubles down on my disdain for the guy is how he goes around the world demarketing and rubbishing the country just for reasons that he lost an election. So what would he do then when he loses in 2027? He will go and pour kerosene around Aso Rock and burn it down or something. What is he going to do after that? Your behavior is disturbing. Sanwo Olu blasts Peter Obi for demarketing Nigeria in the United States. Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu of Lagos State has tackled Peter Obi over the perceived disparaging comment he made about Nigeria at Johns Hopkins University in the United States. So, pardon me. Actually, let's take that from the beginning. Your behavior is disturbing. Sanwo Olu blasts Peter Obi for demarketing Nigeria in the United States. Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu of Lagos State has tackled Peter Obi over the perceived disparaging comment he made about Nigeria at Johns Hopkins University in the United States. The Lagos State governor said Peter Obi lacks the moral right to talk about poverty in Nigeria. So Peter Obi actually left Anambra State a lot poorer. You know, during Peter Obi's tenure, Anambra, and this is according to the National Bureau of Statistics, by the way, Anambra State was the most impoverished state in Nigeria for a good period of his tenure. And we have states like Sokoto, Yobe, Nigeria, like Bauchi, etc. And Anambra ranked at bottom 10% of the poorest state in Nigeria. So, and this guy, he talks about democracy all the time. He didn't condone. Anyway, let's not start on that footing. You know, it just gets me mad anytime I come across this guy's name. Your behavior is disturbing. Sanwo Olu blasts Peter Obi for demarketing Nigeria in the United States. Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu of Lagos State has tackled Peter Obi over the perceived disparaging comment he made about Nigeria at Johns Hopkins University in the United States. The Lagos State governor said Obi lacks the moral right to talk about poverty in Nigeria. During his recent engagement at Johns Hopkins University, the 2023 Labour Party presidential candidate painted a picture of how Nigeria fell off economically within 25 years, leading to an astronomical increase in the poverty rate. Using I think somebody actually sent me something. Hold on. Yes, I have something. Oh, all right, I have that. So yes, let me move that close to yes. So we can build the story up then. Oh, all right. One more time for luck. Your behavior is disturbing. Sanwo Olu blasts Peter Obi for demarketing Nigeria in the United States. Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu of Lagos State has tackled Peter Obi over the perceived disparaging comments he made about Nigeria at Johns Hopkins University in the United States. The Lagos State governor said Obi lacks the moral right to talk about poverty in Nigeria. During his recent engagement at Johns Hopkins University, the 2023 Labour Party presidential candidate painted a picture of how Nigeria fell off economically within 25 years, leading to an astronomical increase in the poverty rate. Using the poverty index, Obi compared Nigeria, China, Indonesia, and Vietnam to analyze Nigeria's rising poverty rate. He explained that in 1990, when the Human Development Index HDI measurement started, Nigeria, China, Vietnam, and Indonesia were all classified under the medium category of the HDI measurement. According to him, Nigeria had the fewest people in poverty in 1990, and 35 years later, it has more poor people than China, Indonesia, and Vietnam combined. In the area of poverty, Nigeria, with about 50 million poor people, had the least number of people in poverty in 1990 than any of these three countries. While China had about 750 million people living in poverty, Indonesia and Vietnam had 85 and 60 million poor people respectively. China alone had about 15 times the number of poor people than Nigeria. Today, however, Nigeria has more poor people than these three countries combined, Obi argued. And by the way, Obi is quite is always fast and loose with statistics, of course. If you bother to look at the figures, you'll find that it's just totally made up. You know, it tries to roll out all these figures, but it has no concept of figures. For reasons of his low education, he has no concept of figures. In the area of poverty, Nigeria, with about 50 million people, had the least number of people in poverty in 1990 than any of these three countries. While China had about 750 million people living in poverty, Indonesia and Vietnam had 85 million and 60 million poor people, respectively. China alone had about 15 times the number of poor people than Nigeria. Today, however, Nigeria has more poor people than these three countries combined, to be argued. Reacting, Governor Sanwo Olu, in a statement titled "Factually Addressing Mr. Obi's Criticism of Nigeria" at Johns Hopkins University, accused Obi of making disparaging comments about Nigeria. He said he finds Obi's pattern of behavior disturbing, indicating that his comments about Nigeria on the global stage don't project the country positively. He made the unflattering remarks not just about the incumbent Nigerian government, but also about Nigeria. I also find Mr. Obi's pattern of behavior disturbing. When prominent Nigerians go overseas, they ought to project Nigeria positively. They do not have to do that for the government. but we all owe a duty to market Nigeria on the global stage rather than the market her. That is what true patriotism is about. Sanwo Olu, who predicated his reaction on poverty, which Obi focused on in his analysis, said any leader could fight poverty generationally by promoting education, improving healthcare, providing credit, and granting access to land. According to him, it is ironic that the former governor of Anambra State, who did not build a single school or a standalone hospital throughout his tenure, is criticizing the federal government. Sanwo Olu said, I find it somewhat ironic that a man like Mr. Obi, who did not build a single school or a standalone hospital throughout his 8-year tenure as governor of Anambra, or sustainably provide credit facilities, would criticize the government of Nigeria, which is actively doing that. I say this because the president of Nigeria, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, is my predecessor, and as governor of Lagos and now president of Nigeria, has built over 200 schools and provided students loan to more than 200,000 undergraduates of Nigerian tertiary institutions. In less than 2 years, he has provided over $500 million in credit facilities to small and medium-scale enterprises, explaining how Obi contributed to the poverty problem he criticized. The Lagos State governor highlighted how poverty increased during Obi's administration from 41.4% to 53.7% in 2 years. So you think we say all these things all the time, and a lot of people feel is Obi hating, which they then try to transmute into some ethnic thing. But Obi, the problem with Obi is that the problem with Obi is that his time in administration is documented and his antecedents are known. So you cannot now rebrand what is known into something that it is not. So everybody knows the history of this guy. So one day, and he started to believe his own lies as well, going around the world like there was a halo on his head, like it was some saint or something. It's just a crook. It's just a crook. And a crude crook as well. Do you remember when he tried to steal 250 million naira in cash? Who does that? They all steal. It doesn't even have the sophistry to steal in an elegant manner. You know, this guy did nothing in Anambra State. Now, there is no legacy in Anambra State attributable to Obi today as we speak. You know, there's no abiding, there's no marquee anything. He told us that he had sorry, I didn't even whenever that guy's name comes up, it just annoys me. It's just a fraud, just a real criminal. Anyway, I didn't even want to start on that note, but it's just annoying what these people are doing. We know this guy, he's a crook. You know that, I know that. You know, so forget it. Anyway, carry on through to 2027, and then we'll end it there. The whole nonsense ends in February 2027 anyway, so we'll take it up to that spot, and then we end it there. So sorry, I have to do it again, just to speed through this time. You know, when I break the stream, then yes, I know one man. Me and my people, I cannot abide the guy. That's just the thing. Maybe I should stop discussing him because it gets a bit repetitive. But his name would not leave the news cycle. It's just the thing, and they are trying to present as though the guy. He has a very low IQ. You know, it's clear. It clearly carries some sort of retardation from. I'm not trying to use personal attributes to diminish him, but it clearly carries some form of retardation from its speech pattern. So there's an element of autism in play. Everybody can. You don't even have to be an expert to see that their residual autism, sort of latent autism it's all embedded in the speech pattern. And if you are able to decipher what his speech pattern to understand what he has to say, you instantly regret it because it neither coheres with reason or logic or sense. He's just a rubbish guy, just a totally useless pond life is what they used to call people like him back in the day. Your behavior is disturbing. Sanwo Olu blasts Peter Obi for the market in Nigeria in the United States. Sorry, guys, but let me just take it one more time. This time I speak. Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu of Lagos State has tackled Peter Obi over the perceived disparaging comment he made about Nigeria at Johns Hopkins University in the United States. The Lagos State governor said Obi lacks the moral right to talk about poverty in Nigeria. During his recent engagement at Johns Hopkins University, the 2023 Labour Party presidential candidate painted a picture of how Nigeria fell off economically within 25 years, leading to an astronomical increase in the poverty rate. Using the poverty index, Obi compared Nigeria, China, Indonesia, and Vietnam to analyze Nigeria's rising poverty rate. He explained that in 1990, when the Human Development Index HDI measurement started, Nigeria, China, Vietnam, and Indonesia were all classified under the medium category of the HDI measurement. According to him, Nigeria had the fewest people in poverty in 1990, and 35 years later, it has more poor people than China, Indonesia, and Vietnam combined. It is impossible. I wonder what is describing as poor, because poor in China is relative to, there's a relativity to poor. Is it using a dollar measurement, or is it using a metric of standard of life measurement vis-a-vis what obtains in those countries? Because if you are looking at the metrics of our standard of living measurement in individual countries, it is near impossible for there to be more poor people in numerical terms in Nigeria than China. Because China must have, what's the population of China? It must be something billion, and Nigeria is 200 billion. So it's impossible for Nigeria. It's statistically anomalous. It doesn't cohere with logical sense. It's a stupid thing to even suggest. But then of course that will be for you. According to him, Nigeria has the fewest people in poverty in 1990, and 35 years later, it has more poor people than China, Indonesia, and Vietnam combined. In the area of poverty, Nigeria, with about 50 million poor people, had the least number of people in poverty in 1990 than any of these three countries, whilst China had about 750 million people living in poverty. Indonesia and Vietnam had 85 and 60 million respectively. China alone had about 15 times the number of poor people than Nigeria. Today, however, Nigeria has more poor people than these three countries combined, to be argued. Reacting, Governor Sanwo Olu, in a statement titled "Factually Addressing Mr. Obi's Criticism of Nigeria at Johns Hopkins University," accused Obi of making disparaging comments about Nigeria. He said he finds Obi's pattern of behavior disturbing, indicating that his comments about Nigeria on the global stage don't project the country positively. He made unflattering remarks, not just about the incumbent Nigerian government, but also about Nigeria. I also find Mr. Obi's pattern of behavior disturbing. When prominent Nigerians go overseas, they ought to project Nigeria positively. They do not have to do that for the government, but we all owe a duty to market Nigeria on the global stage rather than demarket her. That is what true patriotism is all about. Sanwo Olu, who predicated his reaction on poverty, which Obi focused on in his analysis, said any leader could fight poverty generationally by promoting education, improving healthcare, providing credit, and granting access to land. According to him, it is ironic that the former governor of Anambra State, who did not build a single school or a stand-alone hospital throughout his tenure, is criticizing the federal government. Sanwo Olu said, I find it somewhat ironic that a man like Mr. Obi, who did not build a single school or a standalone hospital throughout his 8 year tenure as governor of Anambra, or sustainably provide credit facilities, will criticize the government of Nigeria, which is actively doing that. I say this because the president of Nigeria, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, is my predecessor, and as governor of Lagos and now president of Nigeria, has built over 200 schools and provided students loan to more than 200,000 undergraduates of Nigerian tertiary institutions. In less than 2 years, he has provided over $500 million in credit facilities to small and medium-scale enterprises. Explaining how Obi contributed to the poverty problem he criticized, the Lagos State governor highlighted how poverty increased during Obi's administration from 41.4% to 53.7% in 2 years. He said, under Peter Obi, a 2-term Anambra governor, poverty in Anambra increased. It did not reduce. Before Peter Obi became governor, on Thursday, June 14, 2007, the poverty rate in Anambra was 41.4%. But after only 2 years in office, the poverty rate, and by the way, we've said it countless times here that Obi was one of the worst governors that Anambra has ever experienced. The internally generated revenue, insecurity, everything, they were improved, they were better placed under Ngige, who was his predecessor, and Obi'S, who was his successor. The IGR in Anambra State was going up under Ngige, who was Obi's predecessor. It fell sharply under Obi for his 8 years and spiked up again under Obi'S when he took over after Obi. So I'm not quite sure what they are predicating this hoopla that surrounds this guy on. He said, under Obi, a 2-term Anambra governor, poverty in Anambra increased. It did not reduce. Before Peter Obi became the Anambra governor, on Thursday, June 14, 2007, the poverty rate in Anambra was 41.4%. But after only 2 years in office, the poverty rate in Anambra jumped to 53.7%. But the interesting thing is that 5 years after Peter Obi left office, his successor, Willie Obi'S, reduced the poverty rate in Anambra from almost 60% to 14%. So it destroyed that state, stole everything, and destroyed that state. As such, I am not sure that Mr. Obi is morally well placed to make the alarming claims he made about Nigeria at Johns Hopkins. Mr. Obi contributed to the increase in poverty in Nigeria. So there it is right there. So the gloves are now off. People, it's because they're so immersed in their own, in the echoes of the sound of their own voice. They do not see the subtle pivoting now away from this narrative. You can see it online. A lot of these so-called young people that Obi claims that there is demography, they are now coming back to push against this narrative. We've been playing clips of them over the last few weeks, few months. So there's a sharp turn away from Peter Obi, which is not noticing, or his face is not noticing, because they're so subsumed, they're so hoisted by their own petard or however, they're so up their own arse, they can't really see the wood for the trees. But that's Sanwo Olu using facts to debunk. They don't like facts in that space. They only like noise. So this is so somebody went to dig this out and sent it to me. The poverty increased during Peter Obi's tenure as Anambra governor. Well, the data said of that. So this is meant to be a fact-checking something. It says that on April the 19th, 2023, a Twitter user with the handle XYZ claimed that the poverty rate increased while Peter Obi was governor of Anambra State. The tweet had garnered over 91,000 views as of the time of filing this report. On wait list, we divide claims into three categories. A valid claim is a fresh banana, a misleading claim is a cold zobo, whilst an outrightly false claim is burnt dodo. So, how valid is this claim? So, some background. Peter Obi, the Labour Party presidential candidate, had a staggered time in office as governor of Anambra State. In 2003, he contested for governor under the All Progressive Grand Alliance APGA. Chris Ngige was declared the winner, but in a lengthy court battle, the victory was overturned at the Supreme Court. Obi was reinstated as the election winner and assumed office March 2006. Obi was impeached in November 2006 and reclaimed his mandate following another court ruling. He returned to office February 2007. He was removed again after 2007 election, but was reinstated by the Supreme Court. This is the same court, of course, that Obi said is totally useless, has no purpose. They are the ones that gave him governorship. Obi won re-election and served as a two-term governor from March 2006 to March 2014. Obi's performance as governor has come under intense scrutiny since he declared his intention to run for president, particularly as his campaign promises hinged on combating poverty. The Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) announced him third in the presidential election with 6 million votes. Poverty is more than just a number. It's a complex issue that affects, just tell us whether it's true or not, if poverty rose sharply under him and it decreased sharply after him. Poverty is more than a number. It is a complex issue that affects many aspects of a person's life. OECD data shows that poverty rates are measured by income level falling below the poverty line, but poverty is not a one-dimensional problem that can be summed up with a single indicator. The National Bureau of Statistics is the go-to agency in Nigeria for collecting, analyzing, and disseminating crucial statistical information that helps understand the socio-economic realities of the country's citizens. So, just tell us, right? It says our partners fact check elections looked into the claim, and here is what they found. Findings by fact check election revealed that the NBS, which is the National Bureau of Statistics, national poverty rate for Nigeria 2003-2004 revised and 2009 to 10 abridged. The report shows that Anambra had 41.4% state level head count per capita poverty measure in 2003 to 2004, and then 53.7% 2009 to 2010. So so it's factually correct that Obi increased the poverty rate quite sharply, by the way, in Anambra State. The national poverty rate in Nigeria 2003, captures the poverty rate across Nigeria with the absolute poverty approach. So what is the basis of the recommendation of this guy? He mismanaged the economy, he stole a lot of money, and he impoverished the people. So what are we meant to be looking at that comments or record? It's just the Sakama J. I think we need to play the Wole Soyinka clip right here. It's sacrilegious if we don't play it. We need to play this Wole Soyinka clip. It's astonishing what these people are up to. Yes, let's play this.
These recent elections. It's unfortunate that because the two things happened. First of all, one party took over the labor movement, which is one of my favorite movements also. And then it became a regional party more than whereas it was a marvelous breach into the established two camps. Peter Obi achieved something remarkable there, that he broke that mold. Yes, however, he did not win the election. In addition, my own organization has a monitoring unit. You know the one I'm talking about. And so I could say categorically that Peter Obi's party came third, not even second. And that the leadership knew it. But they wanted to do what we call in Yoruba, Bajue.
So there it is right there, a feeble, cark-handed attempt at Bajue. But apologies, by the way. Somebody was saying they've known me for 3 years, and there was never a time that I'm not rabbiting on about Peter Obi. It's just that the guy refuses to leave the headlines, and the lies, the lies cannot, it grates on people's nerves, the level of lies that's just coming out of that. The guy that was a categorical criminal, in fact, one of his champion voices tells us that he's a criminal, and the guy has totally changed his voice to something different. Let me play you this, actually. Let me not play you anymore, but the guy is a criminal. And the evidence is there to tell us that he's a criminal, but I think you all know he's a criminal anyway. But who succeeds, Tinubu, is more really where real politics is. Also, Tinubu not to be succeeded in 2027, but in 2031. So who are the runners and riders? We had conversations around this, I think a couple of sessions ago, and the two names that are straggling forward in the lead are Nuhu Ribadu and Kashim Shettima. So I would rather it goes to Nuhu Ribadu, but these preacher men have started with their predictions already, and this Prime Mate Oyedele, he predicts that Ribadu will succeed Tinubu after the second term. I'm not sure that I object to Ribadu here. The only thing that the only objection I have to him is that it's Fulani, and I think we need a real long cooling off period from these Fulani type people. We've had enough of them for a good while. So, and we don't mind the northerner. Hausa, give us Hausa, no pay whatever, but sadly not a Fulani. They're just, they're just too devious in their ways. Maybe a couple of paragraphs on this. The leader of the INRI Evangelical Spiritual Church, Primate Babatunde Elijah Oyedele, has predicted that National Security Advisor NSA Malam Nuhu Ribadu will emerge as the next president of Nigeria after the 2 term of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. How old is Ribadu actually? Because he has such a youngish face, people don't actually. How old is Nuhu Ribadu? It's 64. Can you imagine? Nuhu Ribadu is 64. You wouldn't think it, but he is actually 60. That's it. But according to Google, so there it is. Yes, the leader of the XYZ Church has predicted that Nuhu Ribadu will emerge after Tinubu. Speaking in an interview with correspondents, so Yedede forecasted that Ribadu would take over after Tinubu completes his second term in office. After Tinubu, Nuhu Ribadu will take over, declared. He further asserted that the majority of the governors elected on the platform of the PDP would abandon their party's presidential candidate and work for Tinubu 2027. The majority of these PDP governors are not going to be with their presidential candidate. So it doesn't really matter who that president, because what are the choices that PDP have? They have Bala Mohammed, who told us that Nigeria belongs to the Fulanis globally, and they have Atiku Abubakar, who is just is a shadow of a politician now. All he's now doing is just wobbling his belly all over the place, taking photos with Buhari, telling us he's forming a coalition. So whoever they present, I don't see quite how they would inspire confidence in anybody. The majority of these PDP governors are not going to be with their presidential candidate, he said. Turning to political development in various states, Oyedele predicted that the All Progressive Congress APC would not win Anambra State in this year's governorship election, emphasizing the continued popularity of Soludo. So You don't need to be a soothsayer to say that. Everybody knows that Soludo will be returned. APC will not lose Anambra. They will not lose Anambra because they don't have it's just this misuse of English, isn't it? How can you lose what you don't own? You say APC would not win Anambra, not they would lose Anambra. So Anambra is Soludo's to lose and for others to win. APC will lose Anambra because the people will still vote for Soludo, he stated. He also issued a warning to the Senate President Akpabio, advising him to pray against another scandal that could rock his surface. On former Lagos State Governor Ambode, Oyedele said Ambode will relaunch his political career if he plays well. In matters of national security, Oyedele advised Tinubu to overhaul the security apparatus, alleging that it has been compromised. He raised an alarm about foreign military activity in Nigeria's waters. American submarines are in Nigeria. Okay, I don't know. It's just talking nonsense, isn't it? So let's go on from that to another one quickly. So we start to go at speed now. So this is the rebuttal to the idea of that indigenship thing that what's his name was proposing, Ben Kalu. Lagos is a no man's land. How Deputy Speaker called out over indigenization law. So maybe a couple of paragraphs from this. Benjamin Kalu, the Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives, has been called out over his proposed constitutional amendment bill seeking to indigenize individuals who have stayed in a state for 10 years or married or married within the state, that should say. Barrister Oladotun Hassan, the President General of Yoruba Council Worldwide, in an exclusive interview with correspondents, called out the federal lawmaker to immediately withdraw the proposal and urged the House to outrightly reject it. So yes, a lot of people feel that bill is actually targeted at Lagos. Everybody's after Lagos. I don't quite know. Though the bill promotes a progressive move for the country's national unity, it poses a major threat to Nigeria's federal structure, peace, and inter-ethnic coexistence. Hassan explained how the bill reopened past ideological wounds, citing the Lagos is no man's land belief. He also explained that it threatened ancestral sovereignty and could ignite political and ethnic conflict under the guise of inclusion. So let me give you what he said. There's a rebuttal to this, actually, which I'll play you in a moment. The issue of indigenization should be cautiously guided against. Let no law attach you to that state and say because you have stayed 10 years in that state, then you can claim to be an indigene of that state. I beg to disagree. I want to call Benjamin Kalu, who is the Deputy Speaker of the Federal House of Representatives, to stop the law forthwith. That law will invoke a crisis, a monumental war. That law is alien to natural justice, equity, and good conscience. That law will set the country ablaze. That law will never envision the oath of allegiance of our citizenship to Nigeria. So I'm not quite sure what is meaning by all that. But let me play you this clip to that space. So I think this clip comes in now, just round about where the conversation is now. Yes, let me play you this clip.
Do you as a Lagosian feel that people who are not from Lagos should not assume political positions in Lagos? And I'm even referring to people from the Southwest as well.
It's a daydreaming. Anybody that is thinking like that is not facing the reality. I was born in Lagos Island, number 8 Okoya Street. I went to St. Patrick's Primary School. I know the composition of the community. I know when everybody started to come to Lagos, and I know what it is now. Even now, we have 4 houses in Lagos Island. All of them have been taken over by non-Yoruba speaking people, and they are predominant. An election is about number. How was it possible for an Obama, who is from Kenya, to be the president of America? Or the present mayor of England, who is a Muslim? If the character of the demography of a community changes, there is hardly anything you can do. They will take over from you. It is just a matter of time. No matter the struggle, we can strategize and give them a portion. But they say they are going to be zero. It's a waste of time. And I'm an advocate of this thing for the past 30 years. Because I grew up with them. I went to school with them. I know their capability. I know their tendencies. I know their unity of purpose more than us. I know their focus. And I know they can defeat us if you are not careful. I am very sure. I don't have any doubt at all. What I can say, where they are predominant, let us leave it for them. You cannot defeat them. Even if you harass them, they are a lot more aggressive than us. I just saw some touts disturbing them. If they attack you, you are gone. Don't push them to the wall, because they are not like us. Their own upbringing is fight to finish. They've gone through it before. So don't push them to the wall. My people, I am part and parcel of you, but we have allowed them, which is normal.
So please clarify them. Please clarify.
Non-Yoruba speaking, non-Indigenous, South people, okay. We grew up with them. Southeast people, we grew up with them. Arewa people, North Central, Northwest, Kwara. How can you not talk about the demography of Lagos? Even our food. How do we come about Tuwo? They grew up with us, with Kwara people. How do you talk about, all the Igbo food? They brought them. We grew up with them. We are part and parcel of them. There should be no discrimination in whatever form. And I'm appealing to our people, don't push this thing too much.
But PDP has been blamed for some of these tensions.
We are part of, how is it possible? 5 of our candidates are Igbos. House of Assembly, 6 local government, 6 wards in Agege are predominant Arewa people. There's no way you can bring an Arewa person and you not win the election in Agege there.
What is the language? Fielding the candidates is not the argument, I don't feel. The argument is with the rhetoric, with the it's us against them rhetoric. That divisive rhetoric is what PDP is doing.
No, it is because you don't want them, and we want them.
I want them.
So that is the argument. How can you talk about Ajegule and you are talking about Yoruba people? How can you talk about Ojo, Alaba Ragu, and you are talking? I can talk about Festac. These are accidents of history. When there was Festac, who was the honorable, minister then? How were they predominant in Festac to get the allocation and buy all, even the one Yorubas had? We bought them. Lagos Island now, 80% of the properties are owned by Igbo people, including my own father's property. They don't own them, or they rent them, but they occupy them because we cannot live there anymore. We have moved out to Victoria Island, to Lekki, to Ogudu. But they are there. So, and if you vote today, there's no way you can defeat them. Even if you harass them, they will harass you. They are more aggressive than us.
So where is this language coming from? This language that is stoking this
It is competition. Yeah, anywhere there is competition, there must be differences. But the reality must prevail. Somebody
is this language coming from your party?
No. You see, if you grew up in Lagos, you know what I'm talking about. Our cooks, we are from South, Calabar people, the entire Projegule, the composition of the demography, by accident, it doesn't favor us. And there's nothing you can do to change it now. It's too late. So let us concede a portion for them. There is no way you can take everything.
So you're saying that let's create a space, not integration? I'm just trying to understand.
No. I'm talking about election now.
Yes.
We are in England, where Muslims are predominant. They bring out Muslim parliamentarians and they will win. So why do you think it is different from in Lagos? In Kano, an Igbo person became a councillor. Why is it not possible in Ibadan? There's an area, I have a friend who is an Hausa person. He became a counselor. These are realities. There is nothing you can do. And it's all over Nigeria. People congregate according to ethnic background in every state. And when they decide to do something in that community, there's hardly anything what you can do. They will win.
So there it is right there. So that's the realities of the times that we live in. And that is exactly right. You know that I don't even have the statistics, so but just from the optics, numerically, it's almost certainly the case that the Yorubas will be a minority in Lagos. Numerically, they are a minority. Ethnically, they may just be marginally a majority, but numerically, if you take the composition of the entirety and you say the non-Yorubas, there are more non-Yorubas than there are Yorubas in Lagos State. But in terms of the ethnic breakdowns, there might still be marginally more Yorubas than there are other ethnic compositions. But that guy is exactly right. You know, the space is no longer there for you to hold steadfast. You know, so you have to navigate these people or legislate it to continue to hold on to that space. I think they should very, very quickly institutionalize indigenization within the rulership of Lagos. Otherwise, once Lagos is gone, it's gone. It's just as simple as that. And there's very little you can do. Like that guy said, they are more aggressive than you. You know, Yorubas, they are notoriously Egbamio and all that. So there it is right there. So that's the reality of politics as it is. So this now next headline, this one would delight Zita, and this one especially delights me. 37 cattle shot dead in Plateau community. So I've always recommended this, by the way, that rather than go for these people, go for what they hold on to the dearest, which is their cattle. Once they roll those cattle onto your farm, take out your AK, just slaughter the cattle, all of them. And if they roll it out on a major high street, slaughter all of them and leave the bodies of the cattle right there on the street. They will fight back also. After you've done that about 4 or 5 times, then the message will get through. And it looks as though that penny has finally dropped in Plateau State. 37 cattle shot dead in Plateau community. Do I even need to read this? I think the headline tells us all we need. I think 37 cattle were shot dead at the Atashik community of Riyom, local government area of Plateau State. According to the state chapter of Métis Allah Cattle Breeders Association, their president, the incident happened 1 p.m. Sunday, April the 27th. The latest attack comes barely a week after a similar incident in the Tanjo community within the same locality, where government opened fire on herders, leaving 2 herders injured and 5 cattle dead. The chairman said the attack was unprovoked and added that it was a deliberate move by the perpetrators to achieve a hidden goal. But I think it's pretty clear why they are doing it. You know, you cannot say you don't know why it's been done. So this was the headline piece for yesterday's session. The language of enough is enough. It's what they're saying to Kemi Badenoch in the United Kingdom. UK Tories, which is the Conservative parties, that's the nickname for the Conservative parties. United Kingdom Tories consider replace Kemi Badenoch as party leader after poor ratings. So this comes as no surprise to anyone. 6 months after Kemi Badenoch was elected leader of the United Kingdom Conservative Party, internal discussions have already shifted towards the possibility of replacing her. With local elections in England approaching, many Conservative MPs, so those are members of parliament, and officials are increasingly dissatisfied with Badenoch's leadership and have expressed concerns that she's not the right person to lead the party into the next general election scheduled for 2029. According to more than 24 sources who spoke to Bloomberg on condition of anonymity, there is growing support within the party to replace Badenoch with Robert Jenrick, the right-wing shadow justice secretary. The discontent comes amid low polling numbers for the Tories and the perception that Badenoch, who became leader on November 2nd, 2024, has failed to address key issues, leaving the party vulnerable to challenges from Nigel Farage's Reform Party. Badenoch's spokesperson declined to comment on the situation, whilst Jenrick's spokesperson pointed to an interview in which he expressed support for Badenoch's leadership, suggesting people should give her time. The situation is expected to worsen with the upcoming local elections, where the Conservatives are predicted to lose a significant number of seats. The Tories' performance in these elections is crucial, as they are seen as an early indicator of the party standing ahead of the general election. In the last local election in 2021, the Conservatives won nearly half the races, bolstered by then Prime Minister Boris Johnson's successful COVID vaccine rollout. However, since then, the party's popularity has plummeted, and they are now facing their worst ever performance. Our political analysts predict a total wipeout for the Conservatives in the upcoming elections, with Rob Ford, a professor of political science at the University of Manchester, calling it a total and unmitigated disaster. After briefly overtaking Labour in the polls late last year, the Conservatives have fallen more than 5% points behind both the Labour and Reform parties, with the latter now emerging as a strong challenger on the right. There had been an assumption that Badenoch would have until summer 2026 to prove herself, but some in the party now believe her leadership may be challenged sooner. A senior party figure described her as having entered the political death zone, while with her future becoming a major topic of discussion amongst MPs and donors. Badenoch inherited a difficult task when she succeeded Rishi Sunak in November 2023 following the Tories' defeat in the general election, which saw Labour secure a historic landslide victory. While some defend Badenoch, arguing that rebuilding the party after such a heavy loss takes time, frustration is growing. Critics claim she has focused on issues like net zero policies and transgender rights, which they argue do not resonate with voters' priorities like crime and immigration. So I think Badenoch is toast, is what we're saying. Badenoch's performance at the Prime Minister's questions have also drawn criticisms. Her attempts to challenge Labour leader Keir Starmer have been seen as ineffective, with Starmer often turning her attacks back on the Conservatives' own record. Meanwhile, Farage's Reform Party has been steadily gaining the ground, further complicating Badenoch's position. Some MPs argue that she's too right-wing to appeal to centrist voters, but not right-wing enough to compete with Farage's populist appeal. Jenrick, who has built a strong following in the conservative right, is increasingly seen as a potential replacement. Okay, let me just give you all of it. Two more paragraphs. Pardon me. Jenrick, who has a strong following on the conservative right, is increasingly seen as a potential replacement. He has gained attention for his high-profile campaigns on crime and national sovereignty, and a recent poll found that he had a much higher satisfaction rating amongst conservative members than Badenoch. However, some centrist Tories are concerned that JAMB will push the party further to the right, potentially alienating voters in the center. The situation remains fluid, with party figures divided on whether a leadership challenge would help the Conservatives recover or further alienate voters. Ultimately, the local elections results is pivotal in determining Badenoch's future, with political analysts suggesting that if the media narrative shifts towards varieties rise rather than the Tories collapse, she may be able to maintain her leadership. So that's Kemi Badenoch. I don't see her being the candidate for the general election. She may hold. I think close to the elections, they'll pull the levers under her. I think that's what will happen. Let me play you this clip.
Brilliant, utterly brilliant at publicising herself. She's in the newspapers all the time. She must have everybody working overtime to promote her cause, and it's really a shame because she's a scam artist, first degree, in my opinion.
So that is right there. That's what the Conservatives still think about Kemi Badenoch, a con artist by their reckoning. So let's go on from there to another one. There's this fight between JAMB and Peter Obi. No exams held at 6 a.m. JAMB response to Peter Obi's criticism. The Joint Admission Matriculation Board JAMB has responded to Peter Obi's claim that the exam body forced admission-seeking teenagers to travel in the dark to write exams. In a statement posted on his verified X account on Sunday, Obi accused JAMB of compelling students to attend a public examination by 6:30 a.m. at unfamiliar locations despite widespread insecurity. Describing the situation as reckless, the former governor of Anambra State said some students were reportedly missing, others in accidents, and many subjected to unnecessary trauma. Obi wrote, teenagers, mostly 15 to 17, were forced to travel in the dark across dangerous and unfamiliar locations just to access their right to education and sit for JAMB examination. Setting exams for vulnerable teenagers as early as 6 a.m. is reckless. Reports are already emerging of accidents, missing students, and needless trauma. Who takes responsibility when a child disappears or is harmed whilst trying to get an education? Obi further criticized the exam body and the government, calling the situation a sign of deeper systemic failure. In a brief counter statement, JAMB debunked Obi's claim, stating that no exam was scheduled to start at 6 a.m. The body clarified that the 2025 UTME exams are scheduled to commence 8 a.m. with verification and clearance processes beginning 6:30 a.m. So I have to say I agree with Obi on this one. No, why can't they write the exams at their place of location? Why did they have to travel right across the country to write exams? JAMB explained that the early verification was intended to ensure candidates were settled and ready before the exam started. Our examination is scheduled to commence 8 a.m., not 6 a.m. Verification and clearance begins at 6:30 to afford candidates adequate time to settle in. However, many Nigerians faulted JAMB's explanation, questioning why teenagers were required to arrive at centers as early as 6 a.m. It's ungodly, actually. That's I cannot say I disagree with Obi on that one, actually. I mean, Why do they even? Because I know a girl that is traveling to Indonesia from Lagos just to go and write WAEC and JAMB. Why is that? Why is that? But this one now, this is shameful. Financial instructors say after seeing half slice of bread being sold in supermarkets due to economic hardship. So this is how they are portioning bread now in Nigeria. So Nigerians have this indomitable adapt and adjust sort of mentality. There is no situation that they cannot adjust to, and this is how they are adjusting to the now new economic reality. Financial instructor Kalu Aja has expressed concern over the economic hardship in Nigeria after seeing loaves of bread being sold in halves in a store to allow poor consumers to buy. He shared a photo showing half a loaf of sliced bread on the shelf of the store. He called it shameful and painful as he addressed the poverty in the country. He wrote, this sachet bread sold in 234. This is shameful and painful at the same time. I commend the bakery for thinking outside the box. I weep for the eviscerated middle class. If bread is sold in slices and spaghetti in bundles, then the poverty smells like a 2-week dead goat in a beautiful mansion. So that's it. I somewhat agree with him, but I more applaud the ingenuity that's led them to the thought. So those are the readouts. Now, let me just play you the few clips I do have. I'll send the link again. If anybody wants to come in. Nobody in the studio at the moment. If you want the conversation, then you have to. Like I often say, it is a participatory sport. So if you want the conversation, you have to hop on. And we want to be seeing the super chats light up that space as well. Only Ayu and AY so far. 3 more people need to be joining them. Let me play you the clips that we do have. So still speaking on poverty, by the way, this is Gospel Akpabio in Rome telling us that poverty is a blessing from God. Watch this.
Nigerians.
Well, if you it's not just a great event to the world, but I think it was an event that shook the world. When you look at the Catholic Church is not just a church. The Vatican is also regarded as a state. So you have a head of state that died and was buried today. You also have the pontiff that headed this flock all over the world, well over 1.5 billion in number. And you have a man who died as a man today, the Pope, who was worth only $100, showing that yes, we cannot worship God in splendor, and that the best way to worship God is to worship God through self-sacrifice for others. So the message is very clear that Nigerians should love one another, and that poverty is not a crime, and that poverty could sometimes be a virtue of God, and that whatever you have, you should be able to share with your brothers and sisters. And above all, in this period of that Easter just ended, we coincided with the Salah. It's all about God. That yes, indeed, that love should transcend everything, because God so loved the world that he sent his only begotten Son to come and die in order to redeem mankind. And that is the period that you see the pontiff departing back to paradise, back to heaven to go and join his Father.
So there it is right there. That's Gospel Akpabio in Rome telling you that poverty is a blessing from God. So embrace it. It's unbelievable stuff. So unbelievable stuff. But when I saw this next clip, it made me wonder, there's a lot of death that surrounds the Davido name. A lot of people die in his, including his own children, by the way, but there's a lot of death that surrounds the Davido name. And it looks as though the police are now starting to pay attention to him. Watch this.
The deceased was in company of Davido and friends when he died, and she suspects foul play. I was forced to call all parties involved to my conference room as a kind of pre-investigation fact-finding. And Davido was there with his family and friends. The victim with the family and friends were there. Caroline Danjuma was there. Everybody was there. And I asked questions. I was told they had drinks at a bar on the island. And thereafter, the deceased obviously was tipsy, drunk. And they moved on from there to other bars and other nightclubs. But I asked Davido on that day, I said, when you left that bar, did you have anything again to do with the deceased? And what he said was that he was only informed by mutual friends in some other bar that the deceased had died. And I took his word for it. I remember even telling Caroline Danjuma that, look, you don't go on your Instagram page without verifying facts, because a person's reputation is concerned. But I called for further investigation. I pulled the CCTV cameras from the General Hospital only to discover that it was Davido's escort van, Hilux van, his driver, his friends that brought in the deceased dead and dumped in the hospital and fled the scene. That raised curiosity. And of course that is...
So that's the video right there. A lot of deaths surround this name. That's just what it is. And I think the police are starting not to... they're starting to pay him attention. Let's just put it like that. So they're starting to pay him attention. Here is Tubaba and Natasha still doing their Romeo and Juliet thing all over the country.
See the guy, and this is your two. Hey, wait. What do you want? Oh, okay. Hello. I didn't send you yesterday's videos. So let's Hello. Hello. Get him, Papi.
So that Tubaba and Natasha, that's actually Tubaba taking Natasha to go and meet his family. It will all end in tears. I think we all know that. It will all end in tears. Nigeria is a big deal, and this guy explains why. Watch this.
You can't reconcile the fact that our soldiers are being chased around by bandits. Yes, this same Nigerian army restored peace in Sierra Leone, disbanded a rebel group and arrested their leader for the Sanko and imprisoned him in Nigerian police station. You will say
the same.
Or this same army went to Liberia under a command and brought peace and democracy and disbanded all the rebel. How do you reconcile that? How do you reconcile the fact that this country gave financial aid to Dubai in 1973? How do you reconcile that? Now, but I'm telling you practical things that this country has done. In 1985, when there was a Chinoboy leak, Babangida gave $100 million donation to Russia as solidarity. So this country is not a country. Nigeria is a serious country. But we have a generation of political leaders who have made us a laughing stock. But we can fix it.
Nigeria actually finally fell under the Buhari administration. It was very difficult for us to recover from what that guy did to us. Very, very difficult for us to recover. But you know, this narrative of Tinubu built Lagos, a lot of people don't quite understand it. But maybe this clip that I'm about to play you now will point you somewhat in the direction of what people mean when they say Tinubu built Lagos.
Look at Agege Motor Road. Yeah. This is Ijoro. I see. This is what Ashwaju inherited. Aye.
You know, the younger generation don't have a clue where we are coming from.
Isn't this what some people say in the news business? They say news displaces memory.
Absolutely.
This is Agege. That's what happens here.
This is Idioro. I grew up in this area, so I know this very well.
A lot of young people are not.
No, they don't understand. They don't know.
They woke up seeing Better Lagos. I said, what has it done?
What has it done?
Look at this.
This is Dumagbo.
Is it Dumagbo?
This is Dumagbo. Okay. There is another picture of Oshodi. If you go to, this is what Asiwaju inherited in Lagos. This was before Loma. Asiwaju created Loma.
Yes.
The third point is, let's take last man out of Lagos for 2 days.
There'll be disaster.
This was, that is Moise Bannerede as the commissioner for works. This was the day Loma was inaugurated. Right? Let's take Loma off Lagos roads for 2 days. He said they will know they will know what Asiwaju has done. Then number 4,
this
Wale Edun commissioner. And guess what? This is Oshodi. This is Oshodi.
Whoa.
This is Oshodi. So for me,
so it's a whole day's project if you're going to Oshodi those days.
So there it is right there. For those who know, they know that was pre-Tinubu Lagos. That was Lagos. That was what everybody now going to do 30 December. This is what this guy did. Let me just leave the clips there. There's still quite a few more clips, but let me leave the clips there. I'll send the link again. If anybody wants the conversation, hop on. I'll play you the Kegite music and then we'll see what happens after that. But first, we'll come to the Kegites in a moment after we listen to this.
Only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ide sodi ya kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Chief Failati kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòdò jàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìlé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosonama ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dìlé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And it is right there. You couldn't right, which we don't have nothing to do with us. Joining us, Baba, the ever steady of the platform. So obviously, thank you, Baba. That King Emeka right there, one of the champion voices of the platform, and here is a Choma as well in the house. So good to have you, lady and gentlemen. Still plenty of spaces. Anybody that wants to hop on. Baba, you sound ready.
Yeah, woman. But let the lady go quickly first because I want to really engage Emeka today. I'm glad he's available. So let the lady quickly run through the gamut of the topic, and I come with Emeka.
All right, Peter. All right, well said, Baba. So floor is yours, Choma. Good to see you, Choma. So the floor is yours. Where do you want to pick it up from?
Well, I want to start by saying good evening, everyone on the platform. Please make sure you click the like button, and send us money. I mean, super chat. So, one man, I wanted to start with I sent you something on WhatsApp, right? Mr. What's his name? That guy that was on Arise News.
Wait, is that Jesus Tege or something? Jesus Tege.
Yeah.
Is it the one that was fighting?
Yeah. I think his name Mr. Ndaposo or something like that.
No, it's Jesus Tege is his name, I think. Yeah.
Oh, that's his name.
Yes.
That guy is hilarious. But I wanted you to play the clip of him now.
Is it the one that he battled with Rufai Husseini, or you sent
Yeah.
it to?
Yeah, just you can play like 2 seconds of the Rufai one and then play the second one, the current one. Because it's really funny how times have changed,
Are you talking about the way his politics has changed from being a Tinubu defender with all of his muscles to now being a Tinubu hater with all of his muscles?
It's just that, Nigeria happened to him, unfortunately, and he lost so much weight. I feel bad. I don't know what he's going through, God forgive me, but it's just like he looks really, really bad. And now he's totally against Tinubu. How ironic, right? In such a short period. So could you please play?
Yes, I'm just trying to line them up as we speak.
Okay, no problem. Yeah, I mean he was arguing down with Rufai,
It was quite right to slam Rufai the way he did, but because a lot of people will tell you that Rufai had that coming,
but now he has no energy. He's condemning Tinubu and his policies. It's quite shocking. I'm really shocked to see him in this condition. He looks terrible, to say the least. I mean, it's unfortunate.
What do you mean he looks terrible? He's a multi-millionaire now. Yeah?
I mean, he looks like he's going through it. I mean, he's struggling.
No, I think maybe he lost weight. Maybe he was sick or something.
Something bad happened.
Or he could have lost weight by choice.
Obviously, I think it's better now.
Listen to the current his current interview. He's speaking bad about Tinubu. Like, I think he was abandoned. I don't know what happened, but it's not just his weight loss. I mean, I think he's really struggling.
Chuma, the guy was looking for apartment, couldn't get. That was why he was ranting.
That's it.
That was why he was ranting. He doesn't have integrity. It's not even something that I'm supposed to be discussing.
No, but that's how
the same question that they are posting to him that is now saying it's bad now. It's the same thing that he has defended that was good before. So what are we talking about?
So what
are we going to be discussing about him? He's not somebody that's supposed to be talking about.
Well, yeah, because I remember when he was, defending Tinubu and his policies. I mean, you guys were all for him, and now you don't even want us to, show this video.
He called Rufai a badly brought up boy or something like that.
Yeah, and I mean, you enjoyed that interview. Remember, you enjoyed it.
No, I enjoyed it only because I thought it was a long time coming because the way Rufai overwrites and just rough shots over guests on that is not very professional. So I was glad to see somebody bring it back to him.
Yeah,
I don't even know why people go there. One man. I don't know why people go there.
It's for public engagement now.
Sincerely, I won't go there.
The guy is just too rude. That's just the thing. He's laughing at guests.
You know what provokes me? He said, "Can you prove to me? Who are you?" Can you prove to me?
And empirical evidence actually.
Can you prove to me with empirical evidence?
Oh God.
Who are you? I should prove to you.
They say little education is a dangerous thing. That's a classic example right there.
So you didn't even get any. You didn't even get any education. Not little. You didn't get the little self.
So
if you contrast him with somebody like Maupe Ogun, then that's a journalist, right? Or Chewun. Yeah.
So Wame, can you play the video now?
I'm just waiting for it to load up.
Victoria, what do you want to tell us about the video? Just continue until when you find the video. So
the video is funny.
Oh, you just want to make him mock. You want to mock the guy, or just just want to catch fun?
I don't want to mock the guy. It's just he said that Tinubu is not going to win in 2027. That's what he's saying now.
Yeah, but it's not his determination though. That
well, I'm just saying he was just hailing Tinubu just like a few months ago. Isn't it funny? So let's watch and see.
All right. I've got the one. I wanted to play the one from Rufai first because that's the sequence of it. I've got the one with Ruben Abati, which is his latest outing now. But the one with Rufai sets the scene. It gives the explanation to. I think the one with. Okay, I've got it now.
Since President Tinubu came in, the economy has tanked. It's at an all-time low as we speak.
It has not. It has not.
Let me finish my question, Mr. Onokpasa. Let me finish my question.
You are a liar,
Mr. Onokpasa. Moderate yourself. All right. Moderate yourself.
Do you know what you are doing?
Good.
Listen to me. You're
Secondly,
do you know what you are doing?
Since President Tinubu came in, the economy has tanked.
You are pretending to be a journalist.
The indicators are there.
What is the matter with you?
Since he came in, the indicators are there. Number one, the cost of the dollar to the naira.
What is the matter with you?
The cost of the dollar to the naira has tanked tremendously as a result of the fluctuation of the currency. All right, that's one.
Is that Tinubu's fault? Don't you know why naira tanked?
I'm still asking my question. Secondly, it's been an
because of your friends.
Because it's all right for you to bail out if you don't want to answer it.
I'm not evading your question. Listen,
please answer it if you can.
You listen to me. This is not animal psychology. It is law. Okay? If you want to be a journalist, you can be a journalist. And you should learn the ropes for those ahead of you.
Mr. Onokpasa, answer my question.
You can never.
Mr. Onokpasa, answer the question. Dignify yourself. Mr. Jacob says that dignify yourself and answer the question. Dignify yourself.
Please, can we have peace?
Dignify yourself and answer the question.
Can we have peace in the studio?
My God.
Can we have peace?
What's wrong with this badly brought up little boy?
Mr. Onokpasa, please calm down.
Mr. Onokpasa, I didn't disrespect you for the last. I just asked the question.
Please, Mr. Onokpasa.
Dr. Bati, let him answer the question.
Okay, do we end this program now? Both of you will not answer.
He just my.
So that was Jesu Mr. Olakpata or whatever his name is versus the badly brought up boy. So here is now Mr. Olakpata versus Ruben Abati.
Ruben. First of all, Ruben, you know me. You know I'm not a hungry man. I stay in the Transcorp Hilton. It's not Bola Tinubu that pays my bills. Whenever I'm in Nigeria, I stay here. It's not Bola Tinubu that pays my children's school fees. It's not Bola Tinubu that does anything for me. So it's not as if I'm a hungry man or a poor man. Yet, to be fair, how do people work for you to get into power, and you use and dump them, and you start empowering other people who never belong to our party, who never worked with us at the campaign council, who just... I don't understand this Bola Tinubu of a man. I don't know what his game plan is. But he's wasting his time because we are the ones that put him in power. We know our calculations, how we put him in power. And we are going to get him out of that power. That's for sure. He's wasting his time. All these people, they will stab him in the back at the last time. Now, whatever he thinks he's doing,
He forgets that just because of the hunger in the land, it is very easy to campaign against. Very easy to campaign against. And those of us who campaigned for him, a lot of us, we campaign against him. And we will get him out of that power. He's a one.
All right, there it is. Floyd yours.
Yeah, that's all I wanted you guys to see, so that, whatever happened to him will not happen to you, and Nigeria will not happen to any of us in Jesus' name. Amen. That's all. Thank you.
All right. Stay with us, Joma. So to you then, Baba. Floor is yours. I'm the maker as well. Baba, open it up. You wanted to engage the maker.
Baba, before Baba speak, can I say something, please, Baba? Greetings, everyone. Can you hear
Yeah,
me?
go ahead, please, Ada.
Yeah, greetings, everyone. Greetings. Woman, I wanted to ask, why didn't you play or say anything about that gospel singer that her husband was sentenced?
Osinachi.
Osinachi, why didn't you say anything about it?
Oh yeah, I saw it, but I thought it was more suited to you guys than you can bring us up to speed with it. I saw it that the husband was sentenced to death by hanging.
Yeah. No, I just wanted to find out why you did, but I understand. That's fine. You guys can continue with your politics. That's all I wanted to come and ask. That's
all right. We can inject that later. Yeah. All right. Shall we carry on? Let's do
Okay.
5-7 minutes more because the room is starting to populate. Baba, kick it up for us.
Yes, thank you, Woman. That's a problem for me, actually. I look forward when I saw a maker came in. I thought we could have some robust conversation or discourse on the economy as it stood. Because I listened to him a couple of days back, actually, and I have some points. I want to come from another angle so we can rub minds together on it. But I don't think that could take place today because the panel, the studio is properly empaneled now. So that's very difficult. So I'd rather stay on the topic for the day, which is the headline for the issue between Sanwo Olu and Peter Obi. Actually, I think it's a tale of two personality, and fortunate for one and unfortunate for the other, because the two places where they all deliver their speech at different locations in the U.S. Heavyweight institutions. Sanwo Olu was in Harvard. Then 5 days or 6 days later, Obi was in Johns Hopkins in Baltimore, and that's Maryland. That's a big institution. I mean, one of the best medical facilities, hospital, teaching hospital in the world. I mean, in my estimation, I think is bigger even than Hammersmith in West London. Hammersmith, I think, is a wing of the Imperial College, Royal Imperial College. Johns Hopkins is bigger, actually, though Hammersmith, I would say, has been pioneer in the kidney disease and I think heart disease. I think they did some of the first transplants and things like that. But that's how big Johns Hopkins is. Now, Sanwo Olu engaged in Harvard, actually, and he was there to sell Lagos State. By extension, to sell also Nigeria. And he did that eloquently, and there couldn't be a better audience than the people he spoke to in Cambridge, Massachusetts. That's where Harvard is situated. And of course, I think that's the foremost so far, though my son will tell me his own place, Princeton, is better is the number one now. But we argue that in the house here. But I think Harvard takes the cake. A 300-year-old, more than 300-year-old institution. That's a heavy weight. And of course, they put in their numbers when it comes to the Nobel laureate awards in spaces like economy and things like that yearly. That was where Sanwo Olu spoke, and he spoke eloquently. He did justice to his salesmanship, and he had a very good outing. And now, 5 days later, in another location in Maryland, in Johns Hopkins, another Nigerian person, I don't know who, I think deputy ex-governor or former governor. I'll prefer that, because this contestant for presidential candidate, I think, is utter rubbish. So I will always call him former governor of Anambra State.
That's never a title now. Whenever they do
Exactly.
that, former presidential
Nigeria has our own peculiar English or definition to things. So the former governor of Anambra State, who aspire to be president of this country someday, went there, of course, to demarket the country. The country you aspire to rule someday, or I mean to govern. I don't like to use the word rule. To govern one day as president, and you went there, I don't know whatever enveloped you, and you badmouth the country, and even went to the extent that the youths are not protesting anymore. I can't quote him verbatim there, but what he said essentially was the youths don't go on the street to protest anymore because they are being enticed with money. So it's about money politics, and that's what is keeping the youths out of the streets. And of course, you know, the internet will always look for where he himself was distributing money as a PDP vice presidential candidate in the 2019 election. So, but the thing I don't like about his politics, he has this penchant for spurious numbers, and people have been correcting him, but he's not yielding. And that's embarrassing as far as I'm concerned. You understand? Because he went as far on that podium and said a combined population of China, Vietnam, and Indonesia, that the Nigeria, which is just about, I will still maintain 200 million population, which I still dispute vehemently anywhere I find the opportunity. You want to come? China, as we speak today, is 1.4 billion. China, 1.4 billion. And Indonesia is 280 million. Indonesia, 280 million. That's 1.680 billion. And Vietnam is 100 million. So we are talking a combined population of about 178 billion people. And you want to tell us, I'm not good in mathematics, but by law of averages, there is nowhere you can say Nigeria will have more poor people than 200 million people, than 1.78 billion. The whole of Africa, 54 countries, is just 1.5 billion. The whole of Africa, 54 countries, 1.5 billion. And you bold-facedly come out to spew that kind of rubbish. Doesn't he feel embarrassed? Because as soon as he says this thing, people will come out and say, my friend, I mean, look at the former finance minister's video clip you usually play here, where he says, where is that Obi? He's coming. He's known for that. You can demarket the country. When it comes to the nitty-gritty of 2027 campaign, he will answer his father's name at the ballot box, because people will ask him, oh, you want to govern the country? Go look for your own space and govern, because you demarket this place. It's like when Yoruba says, Toba darin otan, ta lo ma gbe? when you sing and you don't want chorus people, where people don't like your song, and then you are expecting them to sing the chorus along, it's not going to happen. I mean, he can say that to, I don't know, maybe his audience, just like that clip you used to play of that woman, that blonde woman who was talking about the politics of things now in terms of interpretation. It is a sad commentary on him, and I think he better sits up. Whatever he's saying, I don't know, because I watched him with the Mao. You play a lot of funny clips of him here, with when Maupe was interviewing him about the IREV and things, and he carried IREV for beavers for IREV, and Maupe was trying to, and he turned the whole thing out. Okay, you know, people will not know, but near you know, and I mean that sounds very, very pedestrian as far as I'm concerned. Maybe I will say, maybe he's just pretending to be brilliant, which is not if he continues on this trajectory. Because when you spew statistics, you have to be very, very factual. We're in an age and time where at the tap of a button on one's phone, you can find him out any day, anyhow. So he has to stop it one way or the other, because I mean, it doesn't really make sense. He doesn't sell himself to people who are very, very, very intelligent. And let me quickly go to the still on the Obi thing with the JAMB issue. Look, it is good. Yes, what he said is correct. But I would want to remind him, because except he doesn't want to be president of the country, he doesn't want to govern Nigeria, he can continue. These same students you are not talking about, that they're going for exams very early. Last time they were doing WAEC, IPOB came out and said no examination would take place in the whole of southeastern states. It did not come out to raise a finger, which is worse. Students going for exam, 8 o'clock exam, going for accreditation around 6:30, and what do I call it? IPOB said no in your own area of influence. You didn't come out to say it, and there has been a pattern like that. If it happens in the East, no, it doesn't happen. It happens in the air. But in other parts of the country, you will be the first person to start beating the drums. We are taking notice of all of this politics, and it is not new. If you live in Lagos, go to all those schools, expensive school, middle level expensive school, you see women, parents going to work in the morning, already in those school premises to beat the traffic. They are there 6 a.m. with their children in their cars, supercars, and they are feeding their children in their cars, waiting for the teacher, their favorite teachers to come. They can hand over the children to them. Nigerians are hard workers. They are good at parenting. Their formula is very good. They make sacrifices, so it's not new. Our grandchildren, our children are very used to that. 5 a.m. they hit the road to beat the traffic. 6 a.m. they're in the school premises. Legion of them, men, women, drivers. It is right there the children will even be eating. They will be feeding their children in their corporate dresses, ready to go to work. As soon as any favorite teacher comes in, they hand over the children straight to their own office. Straight to their own office. And I think that is replicated in other states, except you are not living in Nigeria. So many topics today, but maybe I'll just stop it there to give other people a chance. When it comes to my turn, I will take another topic because there are so many. Thank you, one man. I yield. One man. or do I continue? Okay,
Is one man
folks.
not there?
Yeah, Emeka, are you here? Ola is not here.
I'm here.
Okay, I think
Emeka,
it's
yeah,
your
you can take
turn.
over.
You can carry on.
Carry on.
All right. Good evening, everyone. It's a pleasure to be around. Evening to the panelists and viewers at home. Right through to the meat of the day or the night, anyway, wherever you are in the world. I'm glad that the governor of Lagos State, Sanwo Olu, responded to Peter Obi, and he did that so beautifully. I actually had to respond to him on Twitter to let him know that yes, it is good and it's about that time that someone spoke and to Peter Obi and put him in his place. See, Peter Obi to me is like a robot. You understand? I think the last time I was here, I spoke about it. You pick, and I will also say it's a lazy approach for him because yes, you were invited to speak to the prestigious John Hopkins University. And I would rather say they would have given you heads up long before the date of the event. If you try to sit down or probably inform your secretary or your publicist to look at different topics that you might want to um, talk about, right? And I think he completely failed to do that. He went there and used that as an opportunity to begin to badmouth Nigeria, demarket Nigeria, say nasty stuff about Nigeria to an audience that probably have little or no stake in Nigeria. You understand? I would want someone to quote me wrong. I'll be thinking the reason why he was invited as a guest speaker is to come share his wealth of experience and enlighten the younger medical students there on how to persevere in the modern world. And he decided to go there to go and be talking about Nigeria. And not even talking about Nigeria and the huge opportunities that Nigeria can provide to capitalists, right? Suppliers of capital within the medical sector. That Nigeria is a huge gold mine. That if the healthcare sector in Nigeria is not so good enough and it provides its opportunity for them to come in, bring their funds, and they're going to reap some huge profit from it. But no, it goes about telling people nasty things about Nigeria. And if I'm a non-Nigerian, I've never visited Nigeria, and probably thinking about the possibilities, or I've heard about, okay, Nigeria, the biggest country in Africa, that number is a huge size. The market share, if I could get 10 or 20% of the market share, or just 5 or 2% of that market share, I think I'm good with whatever product or services I intend to render. And here I am, listening to one of the politicians in Nigeria telling me nasty things about the country. Oh, I'll be highly discouraged. I'll probably, if Africa is my primary interest, I would be shipping shop to or window shopping to another country, probably possibly maybe another region, looking at East Africa or Kenya, or possibly looking at the other part of Africa. Or if I must do it in West Africa, I'll be looking at Ghana. So these are the things, and it's completely ridiculous. That's why I say he's like a robot. He's been probably programmed that whenever he opens his mouth, Nigeria bad, government bad, Nigeria bad, everything bad, bad, bad. And then maybe they just press stop
Then he stopped. If they press play again, Nigeria bad, Nigeria bad. I like the way Sanwo Olu responded to him, letting him remember that he was once a governor, and during his time, the unemployment rate in Anambra State nosedived. That there were more poverty when he took over the helms of affairs in Anambra than he is going about quoting. And the results are there. The scorecards are there. That's why I say he speaks but can't do. He criticizes but can't implement. He was saving money for who? Built bad roads. Unemployment rates did not improve. Was really bad and terrible. Infrastructure was nothing to write home about. He was giving laptop to children when schools. He didn't build a single one. And then he will be the one going about talking about education. He will be running his mouth. So, to me, like what I wrote to responded to Sanwo Olu, that Peter Obi is a nuisance. And honestly, he is. He has ridiculed our politics. And as a matter of fact, he's making us like a laughing stock. When I mean we, I mean the Southeast. Because currently now, he appears to be the embodiment of Southeast politics. It's horrible. It's
I'm just sure
horrible and
that
disastrous.
I'm not sure that a lot of people think that Emeka. I think with people like Soludo, people like Umahi, I think people are starting to narrow Obi just to his ambition.
No.
I
They
don't
kept
think.
quiet. They kept quiet for too long, and that guy kept running his nasty mouth. They maybe like Soludo probably didn't want to alienate himself from the obedient and the IPOP group. Decided to ignore because when he wrote, a lot of young Igbos were saying he's fighting Peter Obi and we were trying to rub dirt on him. But they gave him so much leverage and he decided to go about running his nasty mouth. Let's be very realistic. One man,
It
let's
is
call a
even the
spade a spade.
statistics for me saying combination of
No,
1.78 billion.
forget the statistics. People could quote
No,
numbers wrongly.
sorry, Gary, what did he say?
The other time it was Bangladesh. I
What
mean,
did he say? Baba, what
People
did he
could
say happened?
forget the stats. People could quote numbers wrongly, right? The whole thing is the idea. They want to pass an idea across. I could say 20%, right? And I might be missing out on some percentage points. Maybe it might be 25, maybe it might be 27, maybe it might be 23. But the whole idea is you're trying to convey a particular message. Yeah, I will not hold him for making wrong statistic or give wrong statistics. It could happen to any one of us.
but when it's too many, when it becomes a pattern, it's disturbing.
See, let's be also honest. Obi is not that eloquent, right? He is not articulate enough. That is one of his weak points. And then again, I wonder how he will be able to convey those messages that he thinks he has. He's not articulate. We should all, come to the conclusion on that. And I
Excuse
would
me.
not hold Obi on that particular.
I would like to interject, Emeka.
Hold on, let me land. Don't worry. You don't. Let me land this point. So I won't hold him on that, right? Not everyone is gifted with oratory prowess. Not everyone can be able to take ideas, conceptualize that idea, and speak on it in such a way that you can embrace it. Like Trump. Trump is not an orator, right? He's very blunt. Obama is a very good, effective speaker for a politician. But so I won't hold him to that standard. Even our president is very bad at public speeches too. It's terrible. So the whole view is, and the mindset is, Obi, the question I wanted to ask Woman is that, let's be honest, when we are looking at a specific leader in terms of Southeast politics, Obi is the one embodying that situation at the moment. Yes, there are other Southeast champions, but they are really quiet. And it's a concern. It's a huge concern. And each time,
Sorry, Emeka, I don't think they're quiet. I think they're being drowned out by the last thrust of the obedient space towards 2027. I think after 2027, you will see that Obi will just disappear. It will complete. The landscape will be taken over by Soludo, and then it will be the conversation will then wrap around who champions that space, Soludo or Umahi. But I think that obedience space wants to give it their last final push towards 2027.
I understand you, but I don't agree with you. I understand what you're trying to say. I would say this: the politicians, the Southeast politicians, have in their own doing, stay quiet for a nuisance to run that space. And why they are doing that, you see, Obi is an ambassador, right? He represents the Southeast and
Don't forget
that
that.
identity that we have.
Don't forget that Obi comes with a lynch mob as well, so they have to.
No,
They have to come with a lynch mob.
Forget the lynch mob, forget the obedience and what they represent. Obi has failed, and we have on this platform highlighted those failures for him to demonstrate leadership when leadership comes calling. He has failed remarkably on several occasions.
Let's do this just to manage the time. Take Chioma's question, and then after that, I want to move on to who succeeds Tinubu. There's the contention between Ribadu and Shetima, but I'll take Chioma's interjection, and then maybe we change topics after that.
Okay.
Chioma.
So I have two questions. Thank you, Emeka. I have two questions. One question first is so if Kemi Badenoch and Peter Obi are demarcating Nigeria, don't you think it's telling that Nigerians have had enough?
No.
Space.
No. So, okay, I'm really happy with this question because I also wanted to talk about Kemi. Right? You see, only a political novice would go about doing such. Who are you playing? Who are you trying to? Whose interests are you trying to represent here? You see, I don't want to pivot so quickly, but I will say that's why I started my statement with Obi does not read the room properly. There are times you criticize. There are times you can insult. There are times you can go rehab, and there is a place for it. There is a place for it. There's a time for it. Now, his speech at Johns Hopkins University, what he said there was not the place and was not the time. There are certain areas you can do that. I think I elaborated more in the last time I spoke about this topic. You want to talk how hard Nigeria is and how bad it is. You can say that. You want to say it abroad, you can say it within the Nigerian community. You can echo it within the larger community. Even if you want to do it within the African community, you could do that as an illustration. But again, when an opportunity presents itself where you need to sell Nigeria much better, to show the outside world that Nigeria still has some potentials. Yes, we have our struggles and challenges, which they also know because they are also a huge contributor to those our challenges. So you try to sell that point and sell it strongly. So that these guys can look at the opportunities and say, okay, Nigeria has its challenges, but at the same time, we can still see something good, some opportunities that we can exploit. It's not Nigeria bad everywhere. They wake you in your bedroom, Nigeria bad. They wake you in your toilet, Nigeria bad. They wake you on the flight, Nigeria bad. They wake you in your neighbor's shop, Nigeria bad. So what has he actually written down? How many publications has he authored on ways Nigeria can get better? That's one thing I can give to the previous, that's President Obasanjo. He's going to write, and he's going to write solutions too. You don't go about criticizing. Are you an activist? What's up with you? So that's my problem with it. There's a time, there's a place for situations like that to have those kind of discussions. There's a time to yap the president. And likewise, there's a place not to talk about Nigerians and its challenges, but to present opportunities. And that is where he fails. And always fail. When the obedience were running riots, he failed to stand up. When the Labour Party was going down the drain, he failed to stand up. So when Nigeria, if he eventually gets that position, when Nigeria is on the point of the brink, Obi will fail to exemplify leadership. It's not the kind of president we need. It's not the kind of leader he needs. To me, it's a nuisance. I don't care what you think about my opinion, but I am damn so sure that this guy is a nuisance, and he's not the kind of person we need. He's not going to make Nigeria any better. I am so sure that I can put money.
Emeka, it's just the funniest thing, you know. It looks as though two administrations now, they are going to get away with not being held to account because the narrative. Remember under Buhari, we were busy doing Jubrila Sudani and all of this, rather than to hold the guy and hold him by the feet, we were doing nonsense. And Tinubu now, rather than to hold him and put his foot to the coal, we're still doing nonsense, you know.
I agree with you completely. The weakness of the opposition has made the current administration to just continue doing what they want to do. See, the quality of an administration.
Curiously, I sort of like the sort of opposition that article presents, because it will go into the details of a specific government position, and then he will give it an embellished narrative, and then he will invite the conversation, which then expands a greater understanding and then adjustments, and not just some blanket, everything is falling apart.
But again, Atiku is a very experienced politician and a statesman too. He doesn't speak anyhow. When he writes, the government must be forced to respond. It's like they have dropped a bomb in our rock. He doesn't speak in a hurried manner or in a ridiculous manner. He looks at the problem, he investigates it properly, he writes about it, he criticizes the government seriously about it, he also presents solution. And even though he doesn't present a solution, in order for them not to steal his ideas, you will still find Aso Rock on fire. At most, 5 communication directors or those responsible for communication would respond concurrently for 1 week because Atiku has sent fire into that Aso Rock. But now Peter Obi speaks, everybody just ignores him like a fly around the corner. Because he doesn't know when to pick his fights. He doesn't know when to pick his battles.
No, he doesn't have the language. It's even what I find.
It's not about the language. He's also surrounded by stupid people. He's surrounded by those people were the ones who advised him. Those people were the ones. Tanko, the dancing queen, who again? And the former guy who was saying he's the youth president of Labour Party. Those people were the ones advising him to go on a political evangelism to the north. I thought he will continue throughout. He has
So I
stopped
have a
now.
question. America, why do you think Peter Obi has the platform that he has now, even after the whole 2023 election? You know, he's still relevant even more than Tinubu. Why do you think
It's
that?
not. No. Peter B is not relevant than the president.
Since you claim
No,
that you all ignore
no,
him, yet you're
no.
blabbling about Peter Obi and obedience.
Peter B is not relevant than the president. Peter B has no. See, let's be honest. Let's be fair, right? We can't. There's no.
Sorry, you continue. Let me rephrase Choma's question. Remove relevance, more relevant than Tinubu, but Peter Obi has managed to sustain a momentum right from the election still till now. And I think that's the question Choma is asking you, that why does he still have that momentum if he doesn't have the relevance, or if it's not resonating with the zeitgeist of the people?
And the reason why I asked that question is because you, Emeka, said, "Oh, you ignore him, yet you're here blabbling about Peter Obi and obedience."
Okay, I will tell you. Yeah, I like the question. I like the question she's posing, and I will tell you why you can call it blabbing. Yeah, right. But I'm pained. You see, we've always cried about not presenting a president from the Southeast region. We've always yearned for it. It's something we have petitioned to the rest of the country. And we do not have the numbers. We must acknowledge that we do not have the numbers. That for it to be possible, we must form an allegiance with a popular region, right? That would look at us and say, okay, it is time for the Southeast, and we will give you that support. With what Peter Obi is doing now, the more he is going about with his nuisance, the more tension and distrust it creates for other regions to come to the table to say, it is time to support a Southeast president. When that discussion comes, or when that time arrives, they will keep citing Peter Obi because currently he is the face and he has not been doing good or standing good for the entity called Nigeria. When he lost that election, or when the election was called, he ran to the media to say he won the election. He did not show how he won the election. He did not tell the media what his numbers were. Everybody can say they won the election. That's fine. The court provided him with the opportunity again. We read the petition here. Individually, we did that. Collectively, we did that on the platform. The petition didn't show how he won the election. The petition didn't show his numbers. He didn't even say he won the election. His prayers were he wanted the election to be cancelled and the president should no longer be considered to run for after when the election has been cancelled by the courts. He also said that the president should be disqualified on the premise of his education and the alleged criminal activities. Those were his three prayers. Then the fourth one, there was a fourth one. He said there were widespread electoral malpractices and the election should be cancelled. So everything was about cancelling the election, not that I won the election. So when the court told him that, show us where those malpractices are, it didn't even represent 5% of the entire polling unit. Why should the court cancel an election that is not material? When you said there was electoral malpractices, why should they cancel it when the malpractices is not up to 5% of the total polling units that you are listing out? Now, apart from that, the Court of Appeal now also used that opportunity because they've been going around in the media trying to create mistrust on the judiciary. They went around to school Peter Obi's lawyers because those lawyers they're well-trained lawyers. They know what they are doing. They school them. You claim to win an election. Do you expect the court to go bring evidence for you? It is not in the court's practice to bring evidence. You will bring the evidence to court. You are the one who alleges. He who alleges must prove. Why should you tell INEC and the court to go and get you evidence? It's never been done in anywhere, in any law, in any legal jurisdiction in the world. He who alleges would come with evidence and prove that these are the evidence. No, during that period, we saw what they were doing, brought plastic containers filled with white papers and no evidence, brought witnesses who had these witnesses were biased witnesses and not witnesses that are objective. So these things count. You know, a lot of obedience. I don't want to disparage anybody tonight
Well,
because
you
of
know,
let me land the point, Choma. Let me land the point. This is the first time we're actually dialoguing. You know, we talk on the comment section because of how terrible Nigeria is currently economically. I can understand the plight of young Nigerians, especially those who have not witnessed Nigeria being better a bit. I can understand it. But in terms of understanding politics, let's be fair, Obedient still don't understand Nigeria politics. The way it was coordinated, the way they behaved themselves, the way they conducted themselves has now been labeled to be an Igbo activity. This is why I'm pained. This is why I'm upset. That in the chance, perhaps,
To be
we
honest with you,
have.
Emeka, we're trying to isolate the obedience from the egos because, yeah, we are trying to
Yes,
isolate them from them.
it is we here in this platform that are trying to do that. But Nigeria in the collective have labeled the obedient movement as an Igbo movement. It was demonstrated in the last election after the gubernatorial election. They did it. So when the discussion and the time we have the right candidates, the right Igbo person that can stand up to lead the country, these conversations will be brought to the table. And as a result of that fact, that individual who might be qualified would not be considered. Because to be fair, we don't have the numbers.
All right, Emeka, let me move away from Peter Obi just to manage the time. Give us a brief commentary on a topic of your choice. So either hold on, either who replaces Tinubu, Shetima or Ribadu, that's one. Kemi Bedino, who you say you're interested in. But another narrative that is all over the internet, but we've not spoken about it at any length. This narrative about this Ibrahim Traore, the Syrian, what country is it even? Burkina Faso. That is, to me, it's a con man, but I'm curious to see how happy.
Yeah, thank you, woman. I don't know. I know we have a lot of people on the platform now, but I love the Ibrahim Traore discussion and the Kemi, but there's also another discussion I would just 3 points. I'll hurry up. We have the Canadian election currently going on. We're waiting for the results. I hope my party wins. To Kemi, I remember my comments on Kemi was last year, especially when she won. We were all happy for her. Then she started disparaging her country of origin, saying negative remarks. And I remember my comments. I said, Kemi is just a placeholder. She's not going to lead the Conservative Party towards any election in the UK. They are going to remove her. Those were my exact words. And I am not shocked with what's happening. I knew they were going to remove her. She was trying to play to the gallery, but that's number one. That's not the reason why she was chosen to lead the Conservative Party. That's not the reason why. The Conservative Party were in the political wilderness after the loss of the election. They were fighting actually, in-house fighting. That was why Sunak called for that election. So Sunak wanted to implode that party because they were fighting with him and they were trying to get rid of him. So in their political frustration, they decided to just bring her up to just run and let somebody be there while they are thinking. They are reorganizing house. Like what the video you
A placeholder.
she's a placeholder. No, she's a placeholder. Take my word to the bank. She's a placeholder. Like what the video you played, and this, I think the person you said con artist. The guy said scam artist, not con. Scam. That's what he said. So that she's busy laundering her image always on
You
the
know,
media.
there's another current of racism to what that guy said, because the association of the Nigerian net of power and the reputation of scammers. So
Yeah, I picked it up. I picked that up. I did pick it up. I would say I was a bit irritated, but then again, she presented. That's the way she has marketed herself, right? She's trying to appeal to the die-hard conservative, and in that essence, lost the plot in being a centrist, lost the plot in being open. Uh, 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 I watched her last interview on was it the LCBO or Good Morning Britain, where she about this.
LBC.
Yeah, where they were asking her why have she not watched that Netflix show? What do they call that popular Netflix show again? And the one about teenage boys, right? And she was saying she doesn't spend her time watching fictional issues, but she goes door to door to discuss real issues with the British people. I noticed the distaste with with the two British presenters, the female and the male, and they were still pushing. She's like Peter Obi said. She could not read the room. She couldn't read the room. There was simply what she would have done.
She's very much like Peter Obi, you know. She's
like Peter Obi. She couldn't read the room. I think she was more of being upset. They were repeating it again. What you say, oh, I have been, the right answer would have been, or the right response would have been, oh, I have not had the time to watch it. I've been busy with specific things, real health issues. But again, I would go back home. Thank you for bringing it up. And I would watch it to see what I can learn from it and how we could draft policies on it. Because they were trying to say, Kamala, that's the British Prime Minister, is taking the issue seriously. Yeah, you say I totally agree with the Prime Minister. I think there's a lot of issues and concerns that we can elicit from such movie and see how to make Britain a much safer place. But she was busy pushing back. They did it 5 times. I counted 5 times, and she was a bit irritated. Then maybe her publicist, I think it was her publicist, was not trying to coin it into everything. They want to insert a bit of racism, and they wanted to see like, oh, the media is trying to bully her. But they were trying to say that a lot of parents are concerned after watching that movie. The moment you hear that, even if when you say, oh, I've been busy discussing, when they repeat it again, the third time you say, I would watch it, no problem, and I'll try to see what we can do. So I looked at that, I just laughed. I said, this woman, they are marking your numbers. And I'm not shocked, I'm not surprised. She would never lead the Conservative Party to an election. Then, notwithstanding, you can see the Reform Party picking up steam.
The Reform Party will be praying for her to be there for as long as she can.
Oh, they are really praying.
Yes, a lot of us we are hiding under our duvet, just waiting for it to be over. She's achieved a lot just being the leader of the Conservative Party, and I think that is the plateau of her career. But I want them to put her to bed fairly quickly before. I don't want them to die. She's going to end up being damaged.
The damage has started already. It has started. The campaign to kick her out has started already. So
Because the prime minister just laughed anytime she talked. The prime minister just laughs at her. You know, there was a time she was trying to do European jingoism, and then the prime minister was saying essentially that look at this person trying to be a white supremacist. You know,
exactly. Woman, you've hit the nail on the head. You understand? So that's why she made the mistake to want to get the support of the far right. And you know, when you're going so far to the right, they see you as a white supremacist, right? Then you are black, then you are a woman.
Yes,
then which means you are a clown.
You're African. And a migrant African, even though she was born here, she's essentially a migrant African because she came here at 16. You know?
Correct.
So the who she is, it doesn't tally with the politics she wants to do.
It doesn't. So they see her as a clown, right? You're a clown. And the more she continues. Oh, it's going to be, the campaign is, they're going to kick out as soon as possible. The campaign is already on the groundwork. So it's just, you know, they'll start. That's why the news is featuring out to the public now. And it's going to develop more. Then they are going to support it with money, you know, like gradually write more denigrating publications against her, and off she goes. Her career is dead. Politically, she's dead. She's going to be in the shadows. When the next election comes, she will also lose her seat.
Do you know one thing I've noticed as well? I've noticed that in some interviews, our voice is almost starting to quiver. And when somebody's voice starts to quiver, you know they've lost their mojo. So I think yeah.
Her insecurities are playing on her, and unfortunately, she like, you know, I use the equivalence of Peter Obi. I think she's much better than Peter Obi anyway. And the only sad part is, what will the future look like for black politicians holding leadership realm in British politics again in the future, right? And then for black women to ascend to that height. I don't know what the future is going to look like, because
but that future depends on how long she's in that office. If she's in that office for a length of time that she truly embarrasses herself, then she may close that window. But if she goes fairly quickly, she would have done sufficient enough to still open that opportunity for the country could do with the black. I would rather
no, but currently she's already embarrassing herself. So they want to, rather than allowing the ship to bleed so much, they want to, let's just push her behind the aside, you know, let her go behind the scene, and let's organize our party, because the Labour Party is not polling very well. If the Labour Party is not polling well, the Conservative should be enjoying the gains. But the Conservative is not enjoying the gains. The Conservative is not enjoying the gains. The Reform Party, which is an insignificant party, is polling much better than the Conservative. So what the hell are they doing? They're like,
let me say this. I'm glad you follow British politics. You know, they don't have the talent. You know, there's three possibilities for the Conservative Party. They hold steady with this woman because that party is so damaged. It's not really a fault that they're where they are, but she's trying what she can, but she's not capacitated. But the other guy, the other opportunity is a guy called JAMB, who is a very far right. He's like a Trumpian far right, Nigel Farage sort of a character. But if they latch too far to the right, then they will lose the center. But the only other outside possibility is Boris. If they bring Boris back, everybody loves Boris. So that's they probably end up with Boris again.
Okay, I actually wanted to say you understand British politics, but I forgot to stay in the UK. Boris is the one that can bring that party together. Boris is that guy that can bring that party together and give the Conservative a chance. If they can't get Boris back, I fear for their future. I think Naraj is closer to becoming the next prime minister, and I know both the Labour Party and the Conservative is what they fear the most, having a Nigel Farage leading the country. British is going to change, I think, for the better, if you ask me, in terms of, he's a populist, sort of a populist. I think so, except like what you just told me, the guy you told me who is maybe pretending to be a populist, right? That is what Britain needs at the moment, because Britain is not faring better. They are not faring better. The state of situation is going really bad. Immigration has driven that country mad. The economy is not doing good. Unemployment rate is going up. And then you still find
And then you have the Pakistani grooming gangs as God.
exactly, and then you still find them supporting the globalist agenda of let's go fight wars when home affairs is bleak. So a populist can do that, but then again, can that populist be as eloquent enough to speak to the party base and likewise to independents? A Boris is someone that can come back and do something good for that party, because first that party needs to be properly organized, which is they are not at the moment. Kemi is doing a terrible job. Get the party organized, get registered member, enthused again, and then begin to see how to extend
Woman,
the
it's today
hands.
about British politics. Is that what we're doing here today?
No, it's we're doing the whole myriad of everything. But just to cap it off, do you think Kemi herself, she cannot wait for it to be over? Erica?
No, I don't expect it. She knows. No, who wants that? No, I don't think so. Who wants their career to end so prematurely, right? She knows what awaits her. Once she loses that position, she goes behind the scenes. Even when the camera flashes her on the face, she will probably want to hide her face. Just like what's this other prime minister that didn't last very well? The other woman, I've forgotten her name.
Liz Truss.
Yes, Liz Truss, that didn't last properly. You saw what became of her, right? Even though she was prime minister, right? So then the next thing again is that she's going to face a challenger that would come around to take her seat. So she's going to lose her seat as an MP. Automatically, that's the end of her career. And I think she and her team, they'll be looking for a way to see how to organize things much better, how to extend their hands.
You know they would knight her as a reward. They will kick her out and then they would knight her, and then she will become Lady Badenoch, and then she'll go to the house of the Lord.
Well, then again, if she agrees with the terms of her removal, if she refuses, then nothing for her. If she agrees, which I think is a good handshake, of course, step aside. You've done well. When we were in the political wilderness and in a high state of confusion, you've tried your best, even though your best wasn't good enough. But this is what we can offer to you. Of course, she'll gladly step aside. But if she refuses, they'll kick her off the cup. But then, you are surprised I understand British politics very well too. So it's a good conversation. Let me go to Ibrahim Toria before what's his name? Eats me up.
Just give that a couple of minutes and then we'll move it.
Yeah. Before what's this our friend's name?
Yes.
Before he eats me up, it's been a while I heard him speak. Anyway, Ibrahim Traore, I would say he's quite a brave man. Even though he took power illegally, I also say his time is running up. Because the West, they tried multiple times to try to get him out of power through assassination, through bribery, and counter coups. It didn't work. So they are now elaborating a plan, a military takeover. That is the US or the West coming in to kick him out. So that plan is, we've seen the general who is responsible for African Command speaking to the Senate House of Defense Committee, and once it gets to that stage, all they need is an approval. So they've already tabled this matter before the Senate House Senate Committee House of Defense. So the next thing is to get an approval to go in there, do a military surgical operation and get him out of that place. So it's only his time is ticking. But then I don't know how strong his alliance with the Russians are. Right, I know the Russians they're busy with Ukraine, which that is also coming is coming to the close. I think that was why he decided to give license to a Russian country to mine goods. If you watch what's going on, because currently now the Russians are distracted with the Ukraine war, pumping a lot of resources there, personnel and money. And now that the war is coming to an end, he's also trying to see how to gain the Russian support. So if the President Putin is quite behind his back, then he has a chance. But with what is going on, I think they're going to take with that as a discussion that Putin should step aside. And if Putin step aside, he's done. He's gone. Nothing he can do. He's done. He's gone. It's over. Thank you.
All right, yeah. So that's the majestic Emeka, of course, who has an expansive knowledge on everything. There was a promise that Emeka and I made to the audience, which
which expansive knowledge, Donny?
British politics, American politics, Nigerian politics. But let me tell you how expansive his knowledge is right now, mine. Emeka and I we promised the audience to speak on the cosmic phasing of time as the world moves into the age of the Aquarius. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I remember that conversation. And speaking of steam properly, there's a lot of disclosure going on. I know maybe some of the viewers and panelists have been observing the event of things. That's a very interesting and explosive.
I don't think our space has a full understanding of the cosmology of the shaping of the world, because which age are we in now?
We're actually at the age of Aquarius, right? So this is the information age, the disclosure age. So this is the time where...
Which age are we fading into?
No, we're still on the age of Aquarius. So
yeah, but there's going to be a cosmic shift soon. It's what a lot of anticipation is.
So but we're anticipating the golden age, right? We're anticipating it coming, but that won't come if we've not fully disclosed. So disclosure is still in the nascent phase. We're getting a lot of leaked publication into the media. Things that used to be conspiracy theories 20 years ago are now becoming mainstream news now. We are not talking about the galactic worlds. We're talking about cosmic influences and those who, non-human intelligence who are visiting Earth either for mining, either for other interests or to shape human civilization. And those information are now coming out and it's coming out on a daily basis. If you're monitoring that space, you will notice on a daily basis you get information about it. Just recently, I think it was last week, scientists were able to observe that there were signs and evidence of biological life in a different planet about 3.2 billion light years away from us. They call it the K2.
You know what I think, Emeka, and by the way, I'm going to speak to you maybe tomorrow. We have to craft a session around this. I think what we are about to get we're about to enter into a phase of disclosure. I think extraterrestrial or worlds outside of our world, they've always had influence over this space, and the establishment has always had an awareness of them, but I think we're not getting to the space of disclosure that they will tell us that we're not alone.
Can I just keep something there? Sorry, can I keep something there? You see, this is a dimension that have always existed since the beginning of man. And philosophers, poets, they've written it. In the book of Psalms, you have poets, you have poets, prophets like Isaiah. All of them have written these things. But humanity is so arrogant to admit that there is God and there's a realm there and there's a being, until they now feel that, okay, we are beginning to see through scientific. You have not even seen anything. All these things, they are wisdom literatures, scriptures, they are ancient wisdom literatures that attest to these things. But because humanity is so arrogant to admit that we didn't just come here, we didn't just appear.
They're speaking about aliens, not God.
Yeah, I'm telling you, you can call them as alien. Angels are alien to our realms now. Angels are aliens to our realms. There are
Pato,
billions.
Pato, you're right. You know,
Sorry, Emeka. You know, there's one thing that is beyond equivocation. Is that there's a lost faith in human history that
correct. Yeah.
is either lost or not being revealed. And
Correct. Yes.
if you look at the things that they're carbon dating to thousands of years ago, if you look
Exactly.
at a lot of these monoliths, a lot of these structures that are done with such precision and finesse, when even they didn't have, you know,
So
what's
they've
the
been
technology that did all of these things?
they've been
You know,
lost. They've been lost civilization, right? That we have not actually accounted for. So you know, and like what I said, things that used to be conspiracy theories in the past are now becoming reality today, and will now become the truth tomorrow. So there is a civilization called Lemuria. There's the Atlantean civilization. Those ones are
what's that? It's in Peru. I know it's that
they're
all the
also
evidence are there now. All the
yeah.
evidence are there.
Then there's
You guys,
also
should just stop
Tartarian.
it. You are going esoteric now, and you can't do
Yeah.
justice to that with just a snap of a finger.
No,
That's
correct.
almost a 6-hour session topic.
Yeah, we'll do
Correct. Correct. I also want Mike to participate in the conversation. You know, Mike who is no, Richard. Oh no. See, one thing I in this space, right? I think Africans have not been able to properly account for their own civilization and creation too. And if we all agree, not just we agreeing history, and there is verifiable evidence to confirm that humanity or civilization came from Africa. So
Sorry, Emeka. Did you see that review by Putin when he went into the vaults of
yes, to
Russia?
bring about the Black Jesus, the Black
Black
Madonna and
Jesus,
so on. Yeah.
that carbon dates beyond anything else known. All of
Yeah.
these things.
So it has been known. So you see, history. That's why we're saying when we miss out those civilizations, history has not properly accounted for itself. And then we have history. Some people manipulating history for their own selfish purposes. And again, you know, the means of colonization, slavery, and the rest, accounting for lost times or you know, trying to change people's custom, cultures, and ways, and then trying and forcing them to do things that are alien to them. Right. This is a very huge discussion, and I think, you know, maybe at an appropriate time we could have an extensive discussion, not just me contributing, yourself, Mike, even Baba. I know he has some ideas or he has some you know experience on such topic. You understand? But to just wrap up this section, right? You know, things we don't we like. I don't like November last year, December. A lot of people were saying Obi'S and UFOs, or what they now call UAPs, and they were using their phones to record it. You understand? There's a deeper meaning to that. You know, there are individuals who specialize in remote viewing, those who could send their consciousness to specific location. Either they will go there, but their body is still somewhere. They can send their consciousness to the moon or to different planets and observe what is going on there. So those people have been able to elaborate that, oh, these are extraterrestrials who are trying to show their presence to Earthlings. They call us Earthlings. So, and they're trying to let us know that they are around. and that the things we think of that, not acknowledging their presence, or the, not believing that they exist, is a fallacy. But the truth is they are visible, and they've been shaping our civilization since our creation. And to shock the panelists, not just the panelists, I mean those who are watching, um, we were actually modified. We were modified, from the hominid species. We were modified to become Homo sapiens, and then from Homo sapiens to Homo sapiens sapiens. So we are the seventh iteration of human modification. So
We're
the
a
previous
hybrid, and
humans.
we're a hybrid, aren't we?
Yes,
Except from the Black
we're
Africans.
hybrid.
I think
No, the black Africans are also hybrid.
yeah,
We're a
but
hybrid.
there are traces of Neanderthal in all cultures outside of the African. I think that the Neanderthal genes still traceable.
Me, I know be hybrid. Though.
No, we're all hybrid. We're all hybrid.
You
So
and Emeka, you are both hybrid.
we all,
Me,
yeah, we may not. Well,
I'm an originally human. I'm
No,
originally human.
Patoski, there's no way to know now. There's no way to
Me,
know.
I'm not.
According to the Bible, but those kids are not.
No. According to who are you referring? No, wait a minute. That woman alone. According to what are you referencing?
Science.
Your own is based on what authority? Which science? Which field of science said that? Which field?
Well,
astrology, astrology, anthropology, and genealogy.
Genealogy as a science. What are you talking about? Which genealogy? Which science? Field of science? Genealogy.
Metaphysics.
So I think we've
things that cannot be scientifically and empirically measured. So you just make statement. Me, I'm not a hybrid. I'm a human being, originally made so. You can be.
According to the Bible,
you see,
it's the field of metaphysics. It's been there all along.
No,
and you've
Baba,
heard about
let me
vortex,
answer one man.
that black hole.
Why can't the Bible be a basis? Why can't the Bible be a basis for assessment? These are documentations. If you see the Bible, it's not a book, it's a series of books by philosophers, by poets. If I said, according to Aristotle,
but there are books that precedes Bible now.
No,
there are books.
Let me answer first now. Let me answer. When we mention the Bible and you want to oppose, if I had said Aristotle or Socrates or Plato, you would have said, okay, you would think. So you think those philosophers that wrote the Psalms, the philosophers that wrote the books of the prophets, you think they are not enriched too? You think they are not intelligent? Gamaliel, was he not a philosopher? Was Paul not a student of Gamaliel? So,
Patoski, the Bible is a very good book. The Bible is a good book, no doubt, notwithstanding about that. But the Bible is not an original. Original, like what I mean, like that is an original copy of history.
Okay,
it copied from the Sumerian tablets.
Can you show me the original to prove that the one that we have now is fake?
You can go to the London Museum and you see. Hold on, Patosi, calm down, calm down.
Fake, you must show me the original.
You have landed your point. Go to the. Let me answer that question. Go to the London Museum and you're going to see the Sumerian tablets.
No. Let me say this to Patoski. If you remember Paul's journey in Patmos, most of those books he wrote them in Greek. And the English translation.
Paul was never in Patmos. Let me correct that, sir. Paul was never in Patmos.
Who was in Patmos amongst them?
It was John. So that means you've not read your scriptures very well.
You say?
So I need somebody who have read scriptures very well to stand with me and stand face to face with me and debate
Okay, who wrote Revelation? Have you read the book of Revelation?
Don't bring your science in quotes.
Hold on, Patrick. What we do know is that a lot of the Bible is a rehashment of narratives from the East. All of those stories in the Bible.
No, I'm going somewhere with Patoski. Actually, you are not allowing me on there. I want to ask him if he has read the book of Revelation properly.
John wrote the book of Revelation.
And when you heard about 7 horses with 7 heads, I mean, creatures with 9 horns, and swords that ordinary men cannot carry. I mean, is that an illusion?
No, Baba, those things are figurative. Baba is those things you can say.
You are saying they are figurative. The writer was smoking something, or was he deluded, or struck by dehydration?
No, Baba, for example, God rested on the 7th day. It's figurative. You understand? Just simply means that after God did everything he did, he rested.
You see, when you say figurative, this is where misinterpretation comes into the Bible, and this is where we stood manipulated when there will be 3 clergymen, and 3 of them, like lawyers, will be having different interpretations to verses in the Bible. It cannot be like that. It was not intended. Those who read in the Greek.
Ola, can I respond to Baba?
One man.
Hold on, let Ola respond, because sounds like you're eating at the moment. Yeah, sure.
I was gonna say, if we can hold like a Sunday Bible study for your show, so that
why is it laughable?
Patoski and Prince Daddy.
I'll be one of the pastors anyway.
So Patoski, Prince Daddy, and Allah can host a Sunday Bible study.
Yeah, right.
So that we can cleanse
those false prophets, huh?
What can we take?
Hold on. Let's have a voice one. But don't dismiss what Chioma is saying, because I'm giving it consideration as she's saying it.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, because I'm looking for strap lines for we can't be Peter Obi every day. You know? So not essentially, but tackling a specific item within scripture. You know, from renewal.
Woman, let me do this.
We can even start with praise and worship.
Oh, yeah, right.
No. I have some gospel songs.
Kioma, let me say this thing real quick. So Baba, I don't know how well you know your.
Is it dinner time in America? Everybody is eating.
No, I mean I'm just.
Aaron, go ahead, please.
Now, so if you read the book of Revelation, because you were saying something earlier, chapter 1.
No, I'm talking about John's narrative about his journey in Plateau.
That's Revelation. I think you're making reference to Revelation, right?
What's your impression of Revelation? Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Give me 1 second, everybody. Let me bring our hand over to Chioma. Chioma.
Woma, can I say something on this your Sunday stuff? I think Chioma's plan or idea is not bad. We could do some spiritual discussion on Sundays, Christian, whatever. Everybody can come in and rub their minds and express. I think why I'm saying this is that yes, a lot of us, especially we Nigerians or Africans, we're still tied to religious. That is the traditional religious mundane entrapment. But I can tell you guys that modern religion, I won't say modern now, is losing its hold with what is going on. As disclosure begins to wrap up, we'll begin to see that religion would no longer hold its place with the information that is coming up. And I want to disclose this. I'm not saying you guys should believe me, but I know that for a fact, a lot of like the CIA, American intelligence, British intelligence, even Russian intelligence, and some other people in high government or official capacities who have been able to note down that religion was actually a program by non-human intelligence for control all religion in this world. they are not what we think it is. It is actually a form of control and a way to push morality to us. So when I was talking about shaping our civilization, that is part of shaping our civilization. So that topic is really deep. I can refer many books on this. You can go different individuals with reputable, when I mean reputable, even those admirals, Navy commanders who have articulated this down, CIAs, they've done it, they've tested it multiple times. Religion is a program, when I mean like a software program that was used to control humankind. So I'm not
That's their
saying
opinion.
Hold on, Patoski.
Woman.
I want to bail out. So let me just bail out and hand over to Choma. So I hand over to Choma, acknowledging the super chat. That's I of course always. That's AY right there. AY poking from a building up. That's a topic O right there. So we have the anticipation of at least 2 more. We always anticipate 5. So thank you to you tomorrow. Choma, still to speak. Patoski, of course. Ola is there. Simba has not spoken. Rational Minds to keep you company, and of course the Majestic Zeta. So plenty to go through. Try and coordinate it as much as you can, and try and get through the so that everybody gets to speak, and then open it up. Thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow. Over to you, Choma.
So, Choma, I'm trying to say something, Baba.
Okay, go ahead.
So, Baba, when you were, I think you were making reference to some a verse in the book of Revelation. Is that what you were saying?
John, yeah.
So, when you say, well, John was a writer of that book, but then if you look at what he said in chapter 1, verse 1, that clarifies the whole thing. So, when you read the book of Revelation, he says, according to what he said, he says a revelation by Jesus Christ, and he said it was presented to him in symbols. Other translation will say it was signified to him. So that word alone in symbols tells you that it's mostly figurative. What was presented to him, what was shown to him, were to be understood not in a literal sense of it. It's to be understood in a symbolic sense of it. Now there are many examples of those symbolic aspect to some of those, or most of those things that he was shown in that revelation. For example, when he said he saw in heaven a slaughtered lamb, and it says there was a lamb in heaven. You and I know there's no lamb in heaven. So, but the only person that we know that was referred to as a lamb, like when John was saying, when he was talking to people that were near him, he says, "See the Lamb of God that takes away the sins of the world." So, lamb in that sense it's a figurative way of saying that he was slaughtered. Among the Jews, they will use lamb as a symbol of a burnt offering to God. They give it as a sacrifice to God. So it kind of denotes who Jesus Christ is. So, and then it goes again, and he said, if you read it again, there are so many aspects to that. Okay, let me give you another example. Like when he said, I think in chapter 1, I think chapter 1 or 2, when he said somebody like Son of Man, that happens to be in the midst of golden lampstand, 7 golden lampstand. And even in that very verse, that very chapter, he explained what those golden lampstands stands for. It says it stands for the 7 churches, for the 7 congregations. So it tells you that what you are seeing is not what it is. It is just a symbolic representation of what was being described. So I just want you to understand that what that thing you were talking about, if we're to go into more maybe contextual, or maybe to use other part of the Bible to explain it, probably you understood that. Yes, it's more of it explains itself in some other parts of the Bible, probably, no doubt. So it's not to be understood literally, like it says lamb in heaven, golden lampstand, and all of those things. And there's so many of them. Like even talks about certain dragon and 7-headed wild beast and all of that. Those are not to be understood literally. They are all just symbolic. Or we're talking about the mark of the wild beast 666. They're not to be understood literally. They're all just a symbol. Even like I said, read chapter 1 verse 1. He said it. It says a revelation by Jesus Christ, which God gave him to present, and he presented it in signs. Other Bible translation, like I think in the James Version says, and it signified it. I think Biden will say it was presented to him in symbols, so it's symbolical, so it's not so basic to be understood.
You know why I'm quiet, RM?
Yeah,
if we dig in, I mean, we could be here for 4 hours. So I'll just drop it because it's not a subject we can treat in a hurry. So I'll just drop it. It's much more deeper than all of that. If we have to tear up to the point of Armageddon and all the rest, so just let's drop it. Let's stay on the surface.
Just when people are talking about extraterrestrial being or activities or whatever, when our friend from Canada was talking about some extraterrestrial lives that live beyond our own world. I mean, they've been talking about that. I mean, recently I think I heard. Is it NASA or is it one of those space? Is it SpaceX or one of those space exploring agencies? They've been talking about. They've been signs that there are kind of activities about 1,000 light years from us. So, I mean, well, you see, it's a very deeper topic than. But I believe that
that's what I'm saying, because we have to go even. I believe the U.S. Army, as it stands today, have a department for this esoteric thing. It has a department of metaphysics.
I mean, there's a place in New Mexico where I don't know if you heard about that.
So it's not a topic I don't like. I can't. You can't discuss in a jiffy.
But like Plateau, I believe that the Bible holds the key to some of those explanations to some of those things. That's what I believe. Yeah. Our sister here, she's the chairman. Are you see there?
Yeah, I'm here. Do you want to?
No, I'm not the person next, so maybe whoever is next.
So, who like to speak next?
Let me speak.
Yes, go ahead, Mr. Simba, Dr. Simba.
Mrs. K.
No, she didn't say Missy. She said Mr. Simba. After that said Dr. Simba. Okay. I wanted to speak on the issue of Peter Obi, the marketing Nigeria and all those things. First of all, I think that guy is somehow, he has a very low intelligence. I'm very sorry to say. If you are invited,
sorry to say now, you already said it.
No, don't please.
You're not interrupting Mikey by you.
So, because if you are invited to come and speak to students, you look at the audience that you are invited to come and speak to, and that should be what will determine the topic or the way you talk to them. Okay, you are speaking to a group of medical students, you are telling them you are discussing politics, about poverty in Nigeria, Indonesia, China. Of what use is that one to do? I think when a public figure is invited to come and speak to a group of young generation, it's like a mentorship. And then, so is that the way you want to mentor them, by degrading your country? I think Obi is supposed to know the difference between dissent and disloyalty. As a politician, you can have a dissent to whatever who's in power. That is dissent. But disloyalty is when you are not speaking to a country that you are wishing to govern. And there's no difference between him and his followers. All of them, they speak the same way. So I'm not surprised. That is one. Two, he was talking about JAMB. And I don't know what is wrong with this guy. Any little thing will just be... Is it today that JAMB, people have been going for JAMB at that hours of the day? What is so wrong in that? Even these children that he's talking about, says 15 to 17 years. These are the children that their parent has been waking them up right from maybe age of 2 to go to school. Even their school buses, when did they arrive to come and pick them every day? I remember even my own children, I used to drop them in school by 6:30 because I have to go to work. As far back as maybe 20 years ago. So what is it gain? What is it trying to achieve by raising such things? And one thing I've noticed that anything you say, once you are speaking against the government, it trends. And I don't know. And that is why from that one, I will just touch all the topics little by little.
Let us tackle you on this one you just said now before you go to another topic. And we'll tackle you on this one you just said now.
There's no need when you come
but
to
then
your
you
own,
can intervene in my own, right?
I know you've been talking.
No, you don't do that, right? I'll remind you very soon. Don't worry. Go on.
So okay, say what you want to say. Don't kill me.
I won't kill you. I would like you. I mean, we're all here just.
Oh yeah, say what you want to say.
Well, you see, one thing you people fail to understand is, sometimes I understand. At the same time, I understand. I mean, I get it. Why you people are always on this guy's case. Peter Obi, any little thing just excites everybody, especially coming from the idiot from Lagos, the one that calls himself governor of Lagos. And we know why we know because there's a lot of things going on behind the scene that you people don't even know what is going on between the Tinubu camp or some of those people who are Tinubu loyalists who see Sanwo Olu as being a sellout. That is.
But you say you just want to. It's not something that will not take 5 minutes or 10 minutes.
All right. I just want to give you a background to the crap that all of you just come here and start meeting on and trying to make it look like a savior or something. This guy is the politician. Obi is the politician, and he has the right to speak on any social, economic, political issues in that country. Have you people forgotten that he is the politician? He's running for the highest office in the land. So anything that will, this is how you flesh out your policies when you're running or you're going to intend to run. But it's not when INEC officially give you the declaration. Everybody now you can start do your campaign. No, campaign has already started. Even before now, Tinubu has started campaigning from day one.
Is campaigning to the students. The one that is going to vote for him.
That's what I'm saying. You see, here you go. You do not understand the issues about when somebody is a politician. Politician does not mean you have to comment only on political or economic issues, even social issues. You have to comment because you are going to lead the country. So you people need to understand that this guy.
If you don't understand in the context that
there's no context. That's why I'm giving you the context. I'm giving you the context
because I cannot have a school now.
No, you don't use your argument
talk to my kids, and then you'll be talking about politics with them.
You know that somebody is missing. You know what?
If that is your own understanding.
You know that somebody's missing
what
now.
I'm saying.
You know somebody's missing. You know somebody's missing. Among those people that went to write that JAMB at that hour, at 6:30 a.m. or what was that a.m. They said we should go and write JAMB. JAMB said they should come to the office.
They are not writing JAMB at 6 a.m.
So what did they say? You should come at 6 a.m.
Because you didn't go to school. And you didn't, so maybe you went to do some certificate when you trek to the America where you are now. So you don't know anything about the I'm very sure you didn't pass JAMB if you wrote JAMB.
Okay. So you see, this is what you do. This is what you people do. You won't face the topic. You would attack the personality.
When you went to write your own JAMB, 8 o'clock, that was when you left home, Abi.
Oh, come on. I mean, I can't
answer my question now. You said you wrote JAMB.
I can answer your question. Hold on. I remember when I wrote my own JAMB. I don't think I wrote my JAMB 8 o'clock. And my center wasn't far from when I was filling my JAMB form. I think that time you can choose your center. Somehow you can choose a radius of area where you writing your. This I'm talking about so many years ago. I mean, but my point is that a child is missing now at 6 o'clock, 6:30. You people go and this guy has to leave home around 5 o'clock. And you know the security issue in that country. That is what he is saying as a politician. That if I'm a president, I'm not going to allow that to happen under my watch. But you people,
so what time are you going to put? This is not.
You don't have to run the system.
Let me finish. I don't have because I have to go to. I don't have that energy of arguing with you this morning, please. You understand? Thank you. So, which other? I beg. Any other person can talk. I can't. Go ahead. Everybody.
No,
let me.
It was Sanwo Olu's criticism of Peter Obi's speech. That's where you were, right?
That's what it
Yeah,
was.
yeah, yes.
Are you done on that?
Yes, I'm done. If you can remind me of other topics.
Yeah. I think they shot 37 I think cows in Plateau.
Okay, yeah, I remember. Okay, I heard one man talking about it that that should be the way it should go. If they have done that one for several times, then it will be a deterrent. They won't be doing it again and all those things. But you know that kind of thing. What my fear about it is that there will be a backlash because those guys, they value their cows more than human beings, and I won't be surprised if there is a reprisal attack. So to me, I won't see killings of any form of either human being or animal as a solution to that kind of problem, because there's no way those guys will not come for reprisal attack. So it's not. I don't think it's something that we have to be promoting. So I think that's what I want to say about that. It can't be a deterrent. It will just worsen the situation. So.
How is that going to be deterrent? I mean, how's that going to worsen the situation? How is that? So now, the human life is, I mean, a cow life is better than a human life, right?
Is that the interpretations that you give to what I just said now?
Well, yeah, that's the interpretation I gave to it.
And that's what you want to hear now. You are not the only listener.
I'm not the only listener. You see, when it's okay. Just
do you hear what I said? I said wait.
What means is that because the cows is so important to them, it's like their life. So it's their livelihood. So for people to retaliate in that way, shooting their cows, they also would fight back. So
don't forget that people do. I mean, for them to have shot those cows, they are also harmed. So let them come. Let them bring it on. Bring it on. Because they also have
you can see the solution.
That's what the people know. That's what they know. That's the language you understand. Like let me use their idiot, the national leader, the one from Daura there. He says we'll teach them the language that they understand. Right? Is that not what he said?
Let me ask you a question.
What are you talking about?
Can you talk without abusing, say idiot, stupid, and all those things? Is this something that you grew up with?
But there's nothing wrong with how Rational Mind speaks, as long as he's not insulting you directly. He can
I'm not going to do that.
No. Insult us like that. You say all these stupid agbado, idiot agbado. So why are you saying that, Chuma?
But did I mention your name? Did I call your name? I say Simba, Agbado, or idiotic Simba? Did I ever mention that? No, I will never do that. I'll never do that. I will not generalize it.
Okay, no problem. You can go ahead.
You people are not calling us. You call people here obedient. Don't you hear people call obedient?
But you say you are not an obedient now. You say you are obedient linear. Or what do you know?
So even though I'm leaning, what does that mean? What does that tell you? I'm still one of them then, right? Is it not? Simba. I beg you. I mean, if you I don't know if you done speaking.
So you can talk if you want to talk. Me too, I will interject when you say something.
I don't have that problem. Chioma, is there another person before me? I don't know. Maybe I think I see. Kini Fufundon must have spoken. White Lion.
No, Kini Fufu has not. Even Patrick has not talked. Kini Fufu has not talked.
Okay, where's Patrick?
They are not ready to talk.
That's fine. On Rational Mind, go ahead and talk.
Yeah. So my beef today is about the crap that Sanwo Olu. That one, Jide. You want we just that one. We know the problem he's having because after his Jide Sanwo Olu.
Okay.
I mean, we know the crap that is facing right now with Tinubu's camp, the Tinubu camp, the ones in the Aso Rock, those fellas in Aso Rock there. It's not in their good book. I think that's issue that I had with that one they call the Speaker of the House. What was that guy's name? Somebody remind me that name. But no, don't Bagabia. No, the Speaker of the House. No, not federal. I mean, talking about Lagos State. Mudashiru Obasa.
Okay, Mudashiru Obasa.
Obasa, yeah. That issue has brought him into some kind of make him to butt head with some people, some power mongers within Lagos State and within the Aso Rock there. There are some of them who wanted Obasa gone, but some of them who do not. So it's all just so muddled up, so convoluted.
So what is the link between that one and what he's saying?
That's what I'm saying to you. Hold on, I'll give it to you now. You understand? I'm not going to give it to you. I'll let you know what I'm trying to do. So he's trying to repair that damage because mind you, there's been.
So if I tell you, hold on. If I tell you that it was not the first, it was not even the first person to speak against Peter Obi on this issue. Not even
I'm
APC.
I'm not saying the first one. I'm not saying it's
so okay. So where are you?
If
some other even PDP, this guy, what's his name of this chief? What's the name of this guy now? He spoke about it and he condemned Peter.
We know so many people spoke.
So why are you not saying that? Because it's not.
Hold on now.
You can't link this. I don't agree with you. You cannot link that one with
the reason why I'm specific about Sanwo Olu is because it's the one in the news today, right? It's the one that said that made the headline today that brought one man to bring the headline saying that he talked against kind of chastise or whatever word you want to use.
But anybody that knows, it has been in the news even before he talked. So
we know. Let me learn.
When you started, you as if you wanted to give us
I want to give you a background to why
suddenly new information.
Talking. This is not Sanwo Olu.
Simba, I want to hear Rational Mind's full submission with no interruption.
No problem. You can interrupt, but let's just don't do it much like that. Like let me just flesh out my
at least when you're finished. Because I know it's going to be back and forth between you two.
Okay. So my point is this: is that we hardly hear Sanwo Olu give this kind of comments. Sanwo Olu is kind of a guy who just is this kind of this yippee guy kind of guy who doesn't. He wants to be. He wants to blend with everybody. He doesn't want to because even that's the issue of that. I digress again. But let me just face what I'm talking about. All the woes that Sanwo Olu is having is because he wants to please what's it called? The one in the Aso Rock there. That's his reason. If not, Sanwo Olu would have done things his own way. But now he's realizing that the fisherman, the cane that he used to flog Yawo, that was when he used to flog Yale.
What are you talking about?
Hold on now. He was so fortunate that he scaled through the second time. He was able to get the second time ticket. But I mean, all this thing that is happening right now is happening before he's going to have a second time ticket. They would have done it. But let's just say that my point is this. The point I'm trying to make here is this. It's not in the good book of Tinubu right now. So for that reason, mind you, they've been accusing him of that defeat in Lagos from Obi. He should not have allowed it. They've been accusing there's some people within the camp of Tinubu that are saying that Sanwo Olu is one of those people that orchestrated it or that allowed it to happen. So now he's looking for a way to make himself look good before Tinubu, because mind you, he's ending his tenure. If Tinubu has to go for a second time again and he has to win, he needs to be in politics. He needs to be relevant. So if after second time, after this second time, and he goes out and then he just goes into oblivion. So he doesn't want that happening. So he wants to be in the good book of Tinubu. That is why he's now criticizing Obi, because this is the guy that you hardly hear him talk about issues like that. But because they've had some kind of dirt on him. Even I know it's going to, if they're not going to use EFCs against him, but I know if they do that, maybe himself now they have to open kind of warm against Tinubu. But I don't think that's going to work, because Tinubu will probably, if he gets this second time, if he becomes president for second time, that might not really. I don't know, but we just have to see how that plays out. My point is this: is that he's trying to pander to Tinubu and those Tinubu people. No, I'm still your boy, so I'm still your boy.
What you are saying, there is a way you can summarize it now, because you are just repeating yourself.
I need to make you understand. I'm
not understood you, but that is your own.
Let's not go there. You see me when I talk, I like to give context. So for me, I don't know what is hula balu, whatever you people come here and talk every time when everybody. Obi is an aspiring. Why did I say aspiring? He's already a political figure in Nigeria, a brand in Nigeria, and somebody who at least These are some of you people here that were saying that he has no governor, he has nobody. He's not, I mean, I remember Enigmatic and some other people, they took a bet here. And some people say, only we get 500,000 people vote for him. This guy came with, he was a third runner, and he got over 6 point something million without governors, without senators. You can imagine what he would have done with all the machinery of Tinubu.
No, wait now.
Yeah, I'm hearing
you. Where are you going now? You are already going away from what we are discussing now.
I go everywhere.
You know, okay, let me tell you, that is your own context that you think that, okay, that's why it's talking.
Yeah, that's my context,
but
right?
If you started with us, you see the context Baba put it. It was also in that same domain. You understand? I
wasn't here when we. What was it? Baba?
Yes, it was in that same university for another program. I mean, I think
different states, Harvard and then Johns Hopkins in Baltimore, Maryland. So they both addressed university audience. Sanwo Olu did his own, and 5 days late, it was in Harvard. 5 days or 6 days later, Obi also spoke at Johns Hopkins, and the whole thing contrasted. Sanwo Olu went to Harvard to market Lagos State and to an extension Nigeria, and he did a good job of it. You understand? So maybe he was taken aback by saying, look, I was trying to sell Nigeria somewhere in the United States, and you went to the other side and started marketing Nigeria.
What did you say exactly that the market Nigeria? Tell me.
Two things he said. The one that resonated with me was that the youth, I can't quote him verbatim, but I can, that's the interpretation, that the youths are not protesting anymore because they've been enticed by money politics. You understand? So things are not working in Nigeria, and went further to say China, Indonesia, and Vietnam combined population together do not have as much poor people as Nigeria does, which is what I quarrel with, because the three countries he talked about combined are 1.78 billion in population.
The poverty rate in China alone is 17%. 17% of 1.4 million is almost 240 million people. So
exactly my point.
Only China.
But then it's contextual now. It's contextual.
What is contextual? When somebody is giving you
hold on. You see, you people like to brandish.
I know. Hold on, everyone. So Baba was explaining something to us. Baba, are you finished explaining, or did someone cut you off?
Yeah, I think they caught the drift of what I was saying. Rational RM, was that okay by you?
No,
you
go
got
on.
the drift?
More going.
That was exactly the two things he said, and then himself was shown a clip where he was distributing money in 2019 election when he was VP candidate, wearing Buban Shokoto, PDP, Ankara, and distributing money to show that you also have distributed money before. It's not new, and even Elon Musk was distributing cash too. Mo like o man titi go abere tin fi gun e mo like I like you for that.
Baba, God, you
Abi Elon Musk go distribute owo.
I hear ya. My point is that I know we like to do this. Look for some kind of parallel that kind of like make our point from other countries, like we look as an example, as a model of democracy. And then when we see something like that, we want to like bring it into, make it equal to our own and the crap that they do at home. Come on, let's not. What Elon Musk do? How is it going for him now? Even with all the money.
Okay, if Elon Musk so I just use that one to choke you. I don't say you go swallow him, but make you leave that one.
I'm not going to swallow that one, because when you bring things like this,
you ask Baba a question. Let him answer.
I think he has answered the question. Haven't you?
No, you asked him how is it going for the mosque, right?
Yeah. I mean,
so let him answer.
Well, I just need you. I know you will bite the rational mind, but I just use that as to compare that it's not new. Politics is about money. It costs money. Election is not cheap. Politics is not cheap. Politicking is expensive.
Yeah, I agree with you, sir. But my point is this: what's making here is this. I understand, maybe like you said. Well, I never understood that context. That Sanwo Olu said was at John Hopkins or one of those.
It was in Harvard.
One of those
in Cambridge, Massachusetts.
So trying to like market Nigeria, something like that. Well, you see,
Lagos State particularly.
Yeah, well, you see, the thing is this: I don't know what triggers our people. I mean, I can understand now that why people are, or maybe Sanwo Olu is so mad about what happened. But this is the same Sanwo Olu that Ambode once told us that went to. I mean, when we talk about people, you see, when we are good ambassadors of our country, so just like idiots, that one that leads the Senate there, Akpabio. Look at what he's saying to Nigerians. Nigerians will emulate. You see, when we have all these hypocrites that are always leading that country, you bet a lot of questions. When you allow people like this to lead you, and they will be talking about what they are also guilty of. Hypocrites. You're telling Nigerians to emulate what's it called? The pontiff. Oh, he lived an austere life, even though he was sitting on billions of dollars and billions of gold and treasures and everything. And he has about 1.5 billion followers and all those kind of crap. That he lived an austere life, I mean, whatever. But you decided president, even when you were a governor, did you live an austere life? Do you know how much you're worth? If we're talking about, if we were to list the billionaires in that country, you'll be among the first 100 of that country. You know how many billions of billions of naira you stole, even when naira was still having value. You stole over 2 trillion, even almost a trillion naira. If you convert that money by that, I know, but those kind of money, when they get those kind of money, you just quickly convert it to dollars. You know how much this guy would have banked in his strong room, wherever he has those. But
it was not listed in Pandora paper, was he?
Yes, sir. Not everybody was listed in Pandora paper. There are many.
How did you know? How did you know that?
Elon Musk.
How did you know that?
Let's not do this. Let's not do this. I don't know this. What about? I'm not doing what about. My point is
that your own estimate?
That what? What estimate?
How did you know how much he stole?
Okay. Yeah, go and ask EFCC. EFCC will tell you how much he stole. My point is this. My point I'm making here is this. These people will go. They want to do this window shopping. I mean, window dressing or whatever they call it. Make the whole world look us, perceive us, and they themselves, their action betrays what they are talking about. Because you stole. That one went to America, go and spend. Everybody told us that he went to go and spend he went to America to go and spend a fake dollar. And now you went to that same America, you're trying to promote which I'm not saying is a bad thing. But you see, that's why we don't need people like him and his boss in Aso Rock to be leaders over us. Because they are a thing to our brand. Just like we're talking about the American brand today. This idiot in the Oval Office too. Look at what he's doing. He's ruining the brand of American brand. It's a place whereby you can come, you can buy the bond, you can invest, you are guaranteed of your money and everything. But look at how he's going about the whole thing. It's messing up the whole, U.S. financial system. That's the thing. You people don't understand that there's a brand. Every country has a brand. Nigeria has a brand. What's that brand we have? It's so. I mean, I'm sorry. It's so. I mean, what's the English? The English word is I'm just escaping me. But my point is this: is that your brand is what will sell. What are you known for? When you have criminal leaders at the ends of affair, and you want
so
only criminals like they will bring money.
Just hold on. Let me ask you this:
only criminals like they will bring money.
The one that you are protecting is also a good brand, Abi.
He is a good brand.
That you are trying to defend.
At least
it's a good brand.
I've said it on this platform. Don't get me wrong. Come here. Let me say something to you about Simba. I'm not this kind of person. I'm not like your regular obedient that will come here and be telling you he built sky, he built everything. No, I'm not that kind of a person. But one thing I know is this: when I see somebody try to about the only thing you can hold him for, because he's not. If you list the governors that has been indicted by EFCC, that has a case currently, fresh case or whatever case, I don't know of Obi having any case with the EFCC. Even when they called him, they let him go because they have no case with him. They never had maybe there's a case in court saying that he has a case in court. He has none. The Pandora paper you're talking about, fine. He has a Pandora, he has a paper, but he has been a businessman who has been doing international business, who has been sending money into this tax haven offshore.
No, but some other people can say you are defending.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You see, listen, my friend. There's a way I look at people, I evaluate them. I'm not saying he's a saint.
But is the level of man doesn't want me to talk again.
Because I know rational mind. Rational mind will go, back and forth with you. I want him to finish his submission.
And why are you meeting me every time I want to talk? Let me tell you, how many people do you have on the platform that want to talk? If anybody want to, let them talk. Every time I want to talk,
I want to talk.
Shift to another person.
So let's just allow rational mind has only 2 more minutes to land, and without interruption from Dr. Simber.
Okay, Simber, please. So you see, my point is this: is that you don't try and rebrand yourself if you are also contaminated in some ways. I mean, I'm not saying what he did was wrong by going to America to go and sell a Lagos State to bring investors, but in the context of what he himself went through, what was his name? I don't know, maybe he did that out of spite. I don't know, maybe that's what it is. But what I know is that as an opposition leader, if he has any opportunity to speak in any forum, he will talk about his own policy. He will flesh out his own policy. He will talk about what is going on in his country that needs to be fixed. When people like me come here, I criticize where I criticize. I'm not going to give you a solution, because even though some of the solution they've stolen from us here, some of us will come here with propose a solution. They will go and do the solution, and they make it look like, oh, you can see now. Some of it they will be throwing it to our face. Hey, did you not taking the governor to court over the local government, whatever. But then it's all facade. It's all just window dressing. There's nothing to it. So many things we've said here, we hear them, they go and do it, and then they will not do it very well properly. So that's why we will criticize them. It's for them to pick on this criticism and see how they can work on it themselves and figure it out themselves. So for me, in conclusion, we just have criminal leaders. That's the Nigerian brand. And that's the brand that will sell to the world. That's why you can only criminalize themselves. Will only come and invest in Nigeria, because there's no real thing they can invest, because they know that they are in the midst of wolves. You have to be very, very also careful, because they know the Tinubu and his criminals, they can do them dirty. So that's why they will come. They will bring in money and do some kind of dirty business. Maybe usually maybe they steal oil, cargoes of oil, and they go and sell it. I mean, that's what they can do. So who wants to come in there and do normal business? Now look at it now. In fact, in conclusion again. What's his name? I read in the news, leadership paper. Tinubu is giving a tax haven to construction company. Does that come to you as a surprise? ITEC is there. ITEC has billions of dollars worth of contracts in Nigeria. That's a tax break for his company with Shagori. Again, the two clowns that are managing the financial part of Nigeria, CBN and what's his name, and the Nigerian Treasury, which is Ministry of Finance. The two of them were talking about Nigeria is stable now. What the crap are they talking about? You say Nigeria is stabilized. Every country of the world, ever since this is a tariff war, dollar has been falling in many countries. Their own currency is gaining strength against the dollars. Only in Nigeria that our own is going up. And you hear this guy from CBN saying that Mr. President is wisdom. That crap always annoy me. The president in his wisdom as
but I said you have 2 minutes. Say it's 2 minutes. Your 2 minutes.
Let me just land. I know you have 2 minutes. But let me just land. So you see,
you don't know how to summarize whatever you want to do.
I will summarize the way you want to summarize.
You normally repeat yourself.
Yeah, let me repeat myself.
So that's why you sound boring to listen to.
It's okay. Let me sound let me land.
Seconds. Rational mind.
Let me just land in 30 seconds. I will land, please.
Awesome.
So in conclusion, when you have question you're asking is, what is the Nigerian brand? I think that's the word that's being brandished around now by so many international by many countries of the world today now. What's the Nigerian brand? Criminals are the Nigerian brand, and I leave it at that.
Okay, it's nice to know that we have criminals, promoting Nigeria, right? So I would like to hear from well, Patoski is not here. Mr. Ola, are you here?
Yeah, I'm here. Thank you. Yeah. Without prolonging this matter, from my own perspective, I see all the politicians from Nigeria as the same. Okay, they are all the same, and the only thing that baffles me is when people like obedient and co, when they give impression as if Peter Obi is one kind saint that dropped from heaven. Even when he banned all these inaccurate statistics, they are still comfortable with him. I don't just that thing is always making me nervous. That are these people really rational? Are they thinking right? What was the achievement? Just like every other state governor in Nigeria, what was the achievement of Peter Obi? This is the same man that puts state government money in his own private business, and he had the temerity to even say it out. And when you hear people justifying it that he has no case with EFCC, he has that. How? If EFCC is a neutral body that sees to every financial crime, Obi will not go scot-free. He sees the allocate. He has, just like every other governor, he refused to conduct local government.
Okay, I think maybe his signal connection is out. I don't know what's going on. But in the meantime,
The signal will go now. Why would it not go?
right? I know, right? This happened. NEPA happens to Tinubu and Co. So, Ola, are you there, Mr. Ola?
Ola is in his how that room.
Okay, so in the meantime, Madam Zita, are you there? Okay, Man of Prestige, are you there?
Yeah, greeting everybody.
Good evening. Go ahead and speak, sir.
Thank you very much. Yeah, Chama, where have you been?
I've been around in, H-Town, chilling.
Oh, okay. So you took a break, right, from the platform?
Yes,
So I've
someone
not
pissed
seen.
me off, and I took a break because I was pissed off for a while. And then
Okay.
I got comfortable being on the sidelines watching y'all. That's what happened. I got too comfortable just watching behind the scenes.
Oh,
That's
okay.
what
But yeah,
happened.
we are back right now, right?
Yeah, somewhat. Yeah.
Okay, it's nice to see you. It's always good to hear your voice.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, okay.
Nice.
So let me start about the topic about what Obi said about the market in Nigeria. I mean, that's very laughable for people to say, Obi is the market in Nigeria. Nigeria has already been demarketed, from all kind of, shenanigan that has been happening. Even your president, he probably the worst copycat of all the whole, if you want to talk about demarketing. Everything that, palliate to Tinubu, the forfeit of the money and all that kind of thing, the drug and all that kind of involvement, I'm not saying he was a drug dealer, so I'm not going to make that up because he wasn't indicted. So that is the marketing at the highest level. If you are number one citizen, we have that kind of complication in his life. I mean, that's the highest demarcation we can talk about. I mean, where do you want me to start? I mean, all kind of crime Nigeria, commit abroad and everything. I mean, if you go to England, look at the COS, I mean, every day, come to America, we have people in Nigeria committing crime, hush puppy of the highest level, everybody in Nigeria, a lot of people commit crime. So it's not for one tribe. So let people not come here and say Obi is demarketing Nigeria. Obi is a politician. He went to John Hopkins University, he plays some politics. There's nothing wrong. I don't really see anything. Okay, can anybody tell me what Obi said? Is any of the thing that he said, tell me where there's a force or where he falsified, some narrative to what he said. I don't see what he said that was wrong. I mean,
is that not even dishonesty if you go there and tell the international community that your country
and start lying? I mean,
really.
what you're talking about demarketing Nigeria? I mean, I don't really see it in that way, but everybody has their opinion, I mean, we all have our own sentiment. So Obi didn't demarket Nigeria. That's the way I see it. And we're talking about, Sanwo Olu, and we know why he's doing whatever he's doing. That's why he's getting more attention, because he's that kind of person, a very gentleman. Even I like him, but he doesn't talk. He doesn't make this kind of statement. But we know the reason why. Just because he tried to pander to Tinubu because of the the place he finds himself right now. I know he's not running for election again, probably, but he want a political he want a political future, and if Tinubu on his side, he's going this is going to benefit it, and he know what he's doing. So you can't say because it's Soludo just talk. He's not the only one that that spoke. I think Soludo spoke. We know who Soludo is. He's like a double crossing. So that doesn't mean anything. Obi has the right to speak. Wherever he's seeing. Nigeria is already, like I said, the market is not what Obi said that's going to demand. I think the last person that was speaking about Obi. I follow Obi and everything. I'm not an obedience per se, but I support Obi because to me, he is the least, he is the
Give
least
me
corrupt
1
person.
second. Give me 1 second. Men of Prestige, give me 1 second, please. Mr. Awadele, once Men of Prestige finish, you go next. I am so sorry. You lost connection. It has nothing to do with
So
the
the last guy that was speaking, and I think he pretty much, come here to talk about what has Obi achieved. You see, I never really follow Obi, but when people from that particular state, about 90% of the people, always, spoke highly of Obi, I believe them. Knowing my people, I'm not from Anambra, but knowing the way the people from that part of the country behave, if Obi was corrupt, it doesn't matter. They won't support him. I believe what they said. So I took my time to go and actually, because everybody, when people come here, some people say the Obi is, Obi myopic, he didn't, he doesn't know what he's doing. This guy went to University of Soccer, and during that time that he was in school, this guy built 2 banks that he invested into. While he was in school, so the guy, what you call him a trader or whatever, he really achieved. This Sanwo Olu was just speaking right now. He's doing okay, he's doing well, but anybody that is in Lagos,
Man of Prestige, are you saying he built 2 banks as a student?
Yes.
As an undergraduate of Nsukka. Which bank did
Yeah,
he build
when he was in the University of Nsukka, right? Go and verify what I'm saying. But
which
anyway,
bank now?
I think the bank that he's in charge right now, he started it.
Which bank? Fidelity Bank?
He started it, yes.
No. Let me tell you.
He started 2 banks while he was as a trader.
Even after he became governor, he didn't build any bank.
Let me finish my narrative. Hold on. Don't interrupt me, please. Let me finish my word, then you can come in.
As a student.
But anyway, I took my time. No, I don't mean he built it from scratch, but he was the majority, investor in that. So you can say that he's the one that started it.
He couldn't have done it
because he has the highest shareholder. Okay, go and find out. Then you can come on. You can counter what I'm saying.
I'm giving you the information that is available as per Fidelity.
What is the information available?
Let me give you the information. The Fidelity originally, majority holder for Fidelity originally was Chief Raymond Obi'S. He's an Anambra man, former chairman of Intercontinental Bank, was the original major shareholder of Fidelity. When Intercontinental had a problem, that was the only bank that he had as a soft landing because they are taking over Intercontinental. And you know, Intercontinental that time was a merger of Global Bank, which was fully owned by Akingbola, Equity Bank, fully owned by Intercontinental as a corporation, and and Gateway Bank. So Raymond Obi'S still had Fidelity. If Raymond Obi'S had agreed to merge Fidelity into Intercontinental that time, that would have been the end of Fidelity. So when Raymond left as chairman, he
What
still
bank are
had
you talking about?
Succo.
Which bank are you talking about?
The same Fidelity you are talking
No,
about
no, no,
now.
no, 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 no. I'm saying that you are talking about Fidelity. I'm talking about Savannah Bank. You know, Whitehead was a student
Savannah
at
Bank was owned
UNM.
by Chief.
Right,
Was
he
owned
built
by
two
no.
branches. What are you talking about? I know what
Savannah
I
is
know.
owned
I
by
know
Hausa
what
people
my research
now.
told me.
Hold on. Savannah Bank. Let me explain to you. This Savannah Bank is not a recent
Just
bank.
because you're a bank,
That
you're
bank
a
is
banker doesn't mean you have all the whole knowledge. Are you?
Let me explain to
People
you
don't
now
want to
about
listen
Savannah
to us.
Bank.
No, he doesn't know,
You
and
see,
he doesn't want
Savannah,
to know, and he will say he doesn't
Savannah
care.
Bank,
Whatever rubbish
chairman.
he
Let me
says, he will
explain
say it
something to
doesn't
you.
care.
You see, Savannah Bank
So, since I'm talking rubbish,
is
right?
one of the
Okay.
old.
This is my opinion.
Savannah
Go ahead.
Bank. Savannah Bank is one of the oldest bank in Nigeria too. Savannah Bank is in the class of close to the class of UBA. Them, I'm sure when Savannah Bank started, Obi will still be in primary school. You understand?
Was Savannah Bank not former Bank of America?
And now it's old bank. It's a very
It's
old
an
bank.
old bank. Broad
At a
Street,
point,
Lagos.
that bank at a point, I'm sure the time you are talking about was when that bank was owned by Sanwo Olu, because at a point Sanwo Olu acquired majority share in Savannah Bank, and that was the time when Savannah Bank was restructuring. I'm talking of 99, 98, 99, 2000.
No,
When
did Savannah Bank survive up to 2007?
there was a restructuring in Savannah Bank one time too.
But they
99,
didn't survive
2000.
up to 2000. They didn't
They
survive
didn't
up to
survive
2000.
it. That's what I wanted to say.
Uh-huh.
They did survive. They
So
didn't
at
survive
what
it. So
point did
Jim,
he now
what's
became the majority shareholder in Savannah Bank?
I
My
think
cousin
from what I
was
heard
one of their
from
directors.
Obi.
So
No, let me tell
forget
you what I
about.
heard
Let
from
him
Obi.
just
Obi
continue
said
saying
as
what
a
he wants to
Let
student.
say.
them
He
continue
doesn't know.
packaging rubbish for Obi.
Obi said as a student,
I
he got
beg
a
you.
contract to construct 2 branches of Savannah Bank. Not be say he built Savannah Bank. He got a
One thing is
contract to
that if you don't
construct.
know
Maybe Savannah
something,
Bank gave him
say you don't
contract
know. But
to
you
build
now say if they are
2
trying to
branches for
correct
them.
you, now say no, that is what we don't care. How can you be talking something that you don't know and then you say you don't care?
Okay. Let me reclaim my time, please. Let me reclaim my time. Thank you very much, Patowski. Okay, I'm just narrating the information that I have, but you can come up with your own point. But all I know that while Obi was a student at University of Nigeria, Nsukka, he bought over the bank, the 2 banks, because the bank was about to close the account, so he took over the bank. So in a nutshell, he built the bank. It was his idea. So that's my own opinion in that regard.
Wow.
So yeah, this guy, I don't know who you are. Stop interrupting me. You the one that make me go into this narration about Obi. I've never really spoke about it before.
No, Prestige. He didn't mention your name. He didn't say anything. He's just making a remark. Everyone is just, making their side comments too. Don't take
So
offense.
let me continue. I mean, I'm going to this Obi's hunting because he mentioned something to Obi that Obi did not achieve anything. Like I said, I've never made this comment before because I wasn't aware of during Obi time, what he achieved or whatever. But because of the people from Anambra, we talk highly of him, and he built everything. So I decided to go do my research and find out, is there any validity to what they're saying about Obi? And I was able to discover some information that, that was relevant to some of their talking. I mean, some of them may not be as they said. And I will go Barbados what he achieved, because he was in office, I think, from 2006 to 2014. That's when he was in office, and he did some achievement, even at all with the lower IGA that he has. When he first came into office, Anambra poverty rate, was between, I think, 25 to 53. By 2010, at the end, by 2013, because of his policy, Anambra poverty rate dropped, and he brought. You can laugh as you want to, but I'm making my own comment. That's your problem, okay?
My brother,
I
don't
have no
defend
dog in this,
Obi.
but
I
I'm going to
beg.
say
Let's
I'm going to say my research. Okay? I'm going to say my rest. And during that time, what are you talking about? During that time, Lagos State, Lagos State at that particular time, I mean, their poverty rate was their poverty rate was very high. So what are you talking about? I mean, they have 8.5 poverty rate at that particular time. And Obi came in has 11.2, but he was able to broaden out. I mean, with the idea that anybody have in Lagos State, and during that time, Obi brought Anambra, to number one in WAEC, Nego and
Typical
WAEC.
Igbo man.
Anambra has become number one in the country, and he left about I think about 500 million investment, no debt. He didn't leave any, just no debt when he left the office. So what are you talking about? The man did, the man did a decent job.
Man of prestige. This is sounding like it's becoming stale. Every time you ask
No. I never said this before. It's because of the guy that was saying that Obi did not do anything.
Just speak to the topic today. Just leave. Let them. They will always argue with you on this issue of what he did.
Okay, so man of prestige, are you done, or do you?
No. I'm not done.
Because you keep mentioning the man. I want him to rebuttal so that you can hear why he's saying these things.
Well, I wasn't going to go to this angle because when he came in, before I come in, he just went to Obi, talking about Obi. He didn't even speak to this topic. So that's why I'm trying to, rebut you to what he said.
Go ahead and continue.
But anyway, having said that, say what?
I said he's going to make his own comments too. Just so
that's fine. I mean, I don't have any issue. You can make it. I'm not going to interrupt him. I mean, he has an opinion. So, I don't have an issue with that. I mean, I don't really. I don't even know. So it doesn't matter what these politicians. I will never die for them. Are they clean? No. Not most of them are clean. But in my own opinion, this is strictly my own opinion. Obi is the least corrupt person in that country. Because why am I saying this? That man has, like I said, I think Rational Man said he was invited by EFC. There's no atom of, there's no anywhere whereby say he did this or he stole this or the way this present government, because they don't even talk about Atiku, who came second, or any other politician. Obi is their number one enemy, when it comes to politicking right now. That's what it is. If Obi has done anything, believe me, Obi wouldn't be working free. Let's just call it, they will try to remove Obi from contesting because they look at Obi as their, as their number one rival. So having somebody.
No, they need Obi, man of president. They need Obi to contest.
And I don't forget about that. That's not the point.
They need him to contest so that they can win. Obi is
not going to contest by himself because that would be an advantage for Tinubu. It's going to be Obi is going to go to coalition. What party is he going to contest? Is it that Shamble this Labour Party? What party is he going to contest?
What do you mean by Shamble Labour Party?
What's Labour Party? Labour Party under Aburi is part of Tinubu Party. It's a house cleaning for Tinubu. So what are you talking about? Yeah,
man of president. Hold on. You see, Obi had the opportunity to build Labour Party.
Yeah, but he didn't. I fought him in that. He didn't do a good job.
Now,
I never,
Wait now. He had the opportunity to build Labour Party into whatever he wanted. And when they were telling him about Aburi, when these other guys were telling him, Apapa and the likes, were telling him about Aburi, everybody was saying, oh, they are Tinubu boys, Now, we are now saying Aburi is the one that is Tinubu boy. You understand? What a contradiction. So
there's a context. There's a context to that.
Let me finish.
You're not being.
Obi failed. Obi failed to take.
No.
Obi failed.
There's a context to all this thing you're talking about.
Now let me finish.
Well, remember, Obi is not one of the origin of Labour Party.
Obi failed to display.
Obi is just a vehicle for him to.
Wait now. Obi failed to display leadership in that area. And it's not wrong. People can fail in no area. It doesn't make them a failure. It doesn't mean that somebody another area. Are you following?
No. For that part, I've always said it. I always said it, right? I said that he never really exhibit a leadership. He should have taken control of that party after the election when he had that 600 vote.
Hold
but
on.
maybe because of his personality, you know.
What's your point, Patuski? If you know that there's nothing you can do about it, so what's your point?
It's not too late for him.
Yeah.
He can still, because without Obi, that party is useless.
I know Chioma wants to move on. I mean, man of prestige.
Yeah, I really want man of prestige.
Yeah. Let me wrap up. Okay, I think so will still concentrate about bringing Lagos State WAEC, you know, because half of the people pay fair WAEC in Lagos State. So Baba, I know Baba said the other day it's because of other people.
Now your people when they carry Charlie Watty slippers come
it will
and
never be
nylon
anybody.
bag.
It will never be people from. Hold on. You will never be people from Imo. It will never be people from Imo. You know that.
No worry.
We are one of the brightest. We are one of the brightest states. It will never be somebody from Imo. So don't go there.
Okay, I will send invitation. Okay, Bakasi to go become.
You know about Imo now. Are we going to argue about that?
Igwe of Mbise. No worry. I think you will be very good in that place than this. If I be examiner today, you score 0.
Sure. Baba Mio, you know you my body now. So, but anyway, it's all politics, okay? I just said that. Chioma, I'm done, okay? It's all politics. I just run my mouth. It don't make any difference to me. Thank you.
Thank you so
Bless you, man.
I would love to hear from Mr. Awodele Ishmael.
Yeah, thank you. So, as I was saying before, I was cut off by network. The truth of the matter is, every Nigerian politician, they are all the same. And if you are caught up in their fire, you're on your own. But the only thing that I'm concerned of is the way people portray Obi as a saint, and they make him look like, even when it is evidently clear that majority of his statistics are wrong. Even when it is clear that this man has no record to even point to what most of the time he's talking about, you still carry him as if is that magic person that immediately he comes in, all the Nigerian problem will just wipe away. It really baffles me, honestly. And one thing about life is, what you don't have, you can never give. In all the opportunity that comes his way, Obi doesn't have that magic wine that you are giving to him, because he has never displayed it, either as a governor of his state or even as a candidate of his party. At least somebody with a magic wine that you are making us to believe he is. You will have think that the party is galvanizing, will be well arranged, well structured, different from all other political parties. A presidential candidate that cannot even talk to the party member. Is there anybody remember when he said the member of the House of National Assembly on his platform should not take car from the money? I mean, should not take car when they were trying to share car to each other that time. Who amongst them even answered him? Or should we talk about his record as governor? In Anambra, he said he will never leave Abga. So he left to PDP. PDP destroyed. He left to Labour Party. From Labour Party, we don't know where he's going now. So assuming now he now assumed the position of Nigeria, and he left Nigeria messed up. So where is he going to move to? So don't let us package any of them as if one is better than each other. They are all the same. They are all the same.
So
that's just my submission.
We should just let Tinubu remain there, right? Is that what you're saying? Because I think that's what you.
If you live Tinubu there or you know live Tinubu there, the point still remains that Obi doesn't have what you are associated with.
You know where you people stand. People like you, when you come here, you just want to sound like everybody's the same. No, everybody's not.
Oh yeah, bring it on. Let me hear. Let me hear what he can do, and I will tell you certain things that he has failed to do.
Tell me what is it you want to tell me that your I know people are
No. You know, rational mind. To be sincere, I give it to you. You have a very sharp mouth, but you have a very sharp mouth, but your sharpness does not equate to ability of Obi. You should get that clear. I'm telling you.
Know what?
Your sharpness, the sharpness of your mouth, does not in any way give ability to the capacity of Obi. Obi is a complete failure.
For the capacity of Obi, that's what he's saying.
It's okay. I know.
He's a complete failure, just like every other Nigerian politician. And if you are going to choose, if you are going to select and choose, okay, try a little bit to be balanced.
Hold on. Let me give you an example of
okay.
You have sharp mouth, don't talk. Let somebody else talk. You have sharp mouth. This guy who get here, pa.
No, that's truth.
No, it's okay now. Let me talk now. Let me report now. I mean, he's been saying something that has been triggering me here. Now, let me get example.
Must you be rebuffing everybody? Let the guy lie.
No,
only anywhere and razor. Gillette razor.
Because when you are talking as if Obi come from the sky. Is it not the same Obi?
God bless you, Jerry.
If Obi perform magic wine, why is he living in Lagos?
God bless you.
I think
why?
Let me address you.
Questions.
Hold on. I'm not. You said something earlier. You said some people come here, they will promote him like he's some kind of like he's flawless. He has no flaws. He's just the best thing after sliced bread. I'm not. If you listen to me on this platform, there are times I've attacked Obi on this platform.
When was that?
Maybe you are new here, Patoski. Which I believe you're not. Hold on.
Patoski, he has done that. Rafnaman has done that several times, to my own recollection.
You see. That's you just want to learn. You just want to hear what they want to hear. So I'm not the kind of person that come here and say, "Oh, he did this, he did that, he did this." No, I recognize and accept that he has some flaws. He does. But among all those,
a lot, not
let me what I was talking about.
Is he grade one failure? Nothing like among all of them. He's a grade one failure.
Excuse me, everyone. Who has the floor?
Our friend here has the floor, but yes, allow me to interject him.
Okay, go ahead and interject.
So please, let me quickly just do that. So we have this guy later, Mauro Yadua. What was his pedigree? Besides being a professor or a lecturer in the University of maybe Casina or whatever it was, and then became a governor. And he said, well, he balanced the budget of his state. He never stole money. That was what he sold. That was what Baba sold to everybody. Even though we know the election was rigged some way, they did their mago. But that was what they sold to us. If not, that guy had health issues, probably would have been one of the best presidents we would have had. Probably, or maybe one of the best. So what I'm trying to say is this: he has no pedigree. But what did he sell? They sold them. The PDP sold to us. Oh, he was a pious man. He's this kind of guy. He's an holy guy. He doesn't steal money. He's this kind of person. He's a lecturer, just like a simple man. And he came with the brand of a servant leader. It's the word. Certainly. I mean, up to this very day on this platform, I've always referred to him with that word that he used the word servant leader. In my college years, I remember I took a course in communication.
But rational mind, this your interjection is turning into a submission.
Yeah, I make a land now. I mean, chill my bed.
Oh, he would never land.
I told you that he will always be
You're telling me about your college years.
Telling me about Yaradua, telling us college here.
Which college?
Okay, let me cap it up. So my point is this: is that Yaradua did not have any pedigree, but yet he went down in the annals of Nigerian history as someone.
That's not true. He reversed most of the things that Obasanjo did. We can mention them.
He upturned it.
Come on,
he upturned the state of the binary. He upturned the.
It was
a disaster.
My point is this: to our friend, I was talking about people needs to be about heaven and earth before they can be a leader. No, Yaradua never had any pedigree besides being the governor and a lecturer. But yet he did at least to some people, they look at him as one of the best presidents who never had the time.
Arem, I beg, let me come in here. Yaradua has pedigree. Is the younger brother of Shehu Musa.
Oh, come
Yaradua.
on. I mean, as a person, without having to, you see, this is what you people do here. You come and
no, I'm only just, you say he doesn't have anything, come from nowhere. I'm trying to tell you that he's the younger brother of Shehu.
I know Shehu
Musa Yaradua.
I know, but I'm saying
who stole all the money in Nigeria too.
Oh, come on, Baba. My point is this. Let's argue on the point. Is himself, Umaru Yaradua. What was his pedigree besides being an educationist?
No, he doesn't. He doesn't have.
Yeah, and he became a president. And
so
he
we
did
should not demand pedigree. So we should not demand pedigree.
It was a two-time governor before he became president.
And then this guy too was a two-time governor. He was a two-time governor.
Rational mind. Rational mind. You are saying we should not demand too much pedigree from people.
No, that's not what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
Who wants to lead our country? Wait now, because Yaradua was not. But you demand pedigree from. Wait now, you demand pedigree from Tinubu. You are saying, what did he do? Show us. You are demanding pedigree on this platform. You used to demand pedigree from Tinubu.
I don't tell you, rational mind, they have sharp mouth. He will never agree with you.
I want to respect
your time. Using sharp mouth correct himself.
You see, okay. When you open up the floor, Chairman, I want to go back to this topic with Patoski and Baba on that.
Okay.
Yeah, go on, please, our friend. So I've given you my submission, my friend. How about that? Somebody with no pedigree and he became a president and he did very well, at least to some extent, he did very well. So how about that?
You don't have any submission.
Ọlọ́run fi kú bo láṣìírí ni
See, my rational mind. You see that Yaradua of 18, okay? The mere fact that he came through a fraud election is also part of the fact that all Nigerian politicians, they are all the same. Okay? So, and if you are going to exempt one from the excuse of corruption, okay, then you should do it equally. Don't present Obi as if he is coming from the sky. Obi is a grade one corrupt leader. Grade one corrupt leader, just like every other one. Because given the chance, he has never proved anything different to the other people you are condemning. He has never. Somebody that put a state government money in his own private business, and he have the temerity to say it out, and because EFCC is not running after him, you saying he's coming from the sky. In fact, I don't know, I don't even think you have conscience with all those stupid statistics you used to band around that you yourself, you know, these statistics
give
are wrong.
Give me one of them. Give me one of them that you know. Even though
okay. Don't let us go far. Let us take the recent one. China, India combined have poorest people than Nigeria. What is population of Nigeria? What is population of China? What is population of India? Does that statistics make sense to you? As a rational mind, you call yourself?
Hold on. So now you see. I know. I must give it to you people. You people are very good at looking at this guy, and just looking for one excuse to just.
No. It's not about excuse. It's the way you see. Let me tell you, me. I don't want a situation whereby you think one or from one particular session or particular region, particular ethnic are better than one. as when it comes to their interest, okay, they come together. These people, they fraternize. In fact, as you are seeing Obi, internally, you are not seeing him. These people, they have where they meet. It's just all for them. It's just all about game. Don't present them as
Adewale, let me just shock them. Do you know on Good Friday, when Fubara left Abuja for London to meet Ashiwaju, he was in Wike's house on that Good Friday?
Imagine.
Fubara was in Wike's house.
And when
Carry
you
on, Adewale. I just dropped that.
God, you take Obi, let's assume now Obi enter Nigeria as president. You think all this problem is going to go away?
We never. You see, come here. Don't do all this. Let's not do all this strong man. How they call it here? Argument here that you people do here. That's not what we're saying. No. Hold on. I know there are some Obi that are very extremist in how they promote this guy. But my point is this: is that we need a leader that will at least that have shown that has been exemplary in some ways when it comes to.
And you think Obi's leadership is the best?
Not a self-serving person. No, Obi is not a self-serving person. Is he a saint? I'm not saying he's a saint, but at least he has shown himself to be a selfless person, a selfless leader. That is that's an hallmark.
Okay, just give me one example, one area.
Tell me, which one does your Tinubu have? He had people that is governing over. They were murdered in cold blood. The idiot was
that is Obi. That is Tinubu. Tell me one area where Obi has been a selfless person.
Not even him and his deputy has to go and show concern. Always giving matching orders. Always giving.
I agree with you. Tinubu is a bad person. Tinubu is a bad person. I agree with you. Obi is a good person. Tell me one area he has proven to be a good person.
You are leading people. You need to show. You need to show empathy. It's not about.
I have agreed with you now. I said Tinubu is a bad person. No, you now said Obi is a selfless leader. Tell me one area.
Is that you need to be exemplary to your people. You need to show that you show concern to your people. You don't have to depend on state money, state capture, like he did, like your Tinubu that you're talking about did.
I'm not talking about Tinubu. Don't put me into that. I'm only asking you.
In comparison of your current leader and the one that you people.
He said you should give example.
And I'm giving you example. And I'm giving you example. Yes,
you are not giving anything now.
From Obi.
What example? So I should go and manufacture example for you, right? Is that what you're saying?
He said you should give one selfless service that he has rendered. He said you should give one. Mention one.
Come on, what is wrong with these guys? I mean,
that is the problem.
Somebody goes around and help people. He help people, and then when there is a crisis, you always see him there.
As in Agbotikuyo,
you are a comedian.
As an Agbotikuyo.
When there is crisis in his backyard, he will live there and will go and be.
People are enticed by strong men that has no feeling for you people, that has no empathy for you, that does not even care about you.
Stop that. We can't fall for something.
Rational Mind and Dr. Simmer, let's allow Mr. Awodele to land.
The point is, you see, whether you like it or not, whether you will take it or not, okay? Rational Mind, you are not in any way rational when it comes to Obi. And the level of your bias is very difficult for you even yourself to accept. Whether Obi, whether any politician in Nigeria, they are all the same. Nothing different. Nothing. Forget all this campaign period. If Obi enter, okay, it's going to be another phase of challenge. It's going to be another phase of the same corruption. It's going to be another.
We should just keep quiet and not just don't put everybody. Just collect the one that is from Lagos and the criminal there. Continue criminalizing Nigeria, right? That's what you want to do, right? They're all the same thing. Come on, dude. You guys are just.
Assuming Obi resume power now, all this problem is going to go away. Is that what you are saying?
I never said it's going to go away.
So what is now your point?
Don't put that word in my mouth. We are talking about somebody that cares about the people.
How?
If you care about the people, You will want to
How?
you go up
How
and
is it
up
care?
and you turn backward and
He
back.
care. He
Yeah.
care. He puts the
Your
state
current leader,
government's money in his
leader,
family business.
look at the
He
one
instead of meeting up infrastructure
what
of the state, he keep the money generating interest in his own private
It's not
business.
the same Obi that killed people and threw them into the river when he was
Don't
governor.
mind him. Is it not the same Obi? Is it not the same Obi? The same Obi that took Anabra's money and invested in beer instead of investing in school?
Convinced. You people know you're not convincible anymore. I mean,
I can never be convinced by this your rational mind, because it's not rational.
No, don't stop this thing you're trying to do with someone being rational or not rational. That's your opinion. I won't take that from you, but I'll just have to let you understand that I try to be rational in whatever way I view things.
No. This one, I'm not agreeing with you with this one.
Rationality will not rationalize criminality and justify criminality, and that's what most of you come here and do, and that's what you people want me to do.
That is the name of all the Nigerian politicians.
Obi inclusive. Rational mind is doing this is another person. You've been meeting the person.
But Dr. Simba, you are also interrupting too. You and
you are biased. You are biased.
I want Mr. Wedele to land.
You deliberately allow rational mind to be talking.
How about you? What are you saying? You also interrupted. So, Mr.
But you are not meeting him. You meet me, and most of the time you miss me.
You just want attention from me. That's all. So
don't worry. Let me eat floor for another person.
Okay, awesome. So
let him eat floor. Let him use the floor.
I don't know. Is Mr. Ola? Is he still there? He's like, okay. So, Madam AI, are you here? Good evening, Madam AI.
Okay. Don't worry about those people. They've gone to bed.
Okay, go ahead and speak, Mr. Dewale. Good evening.
Good evening, the title of our time on the one-man show.
Ready on your head, though.
Chairman, like to. Man, you are a very cantankerous person. You know you are doing a good job. Let me summarize it. You rational mind.
Rational mind is an old man. About 70. Be careful.
Rational mind is a Methuselah. Even rational mind knows that Obi is not different from the rest of them. It's just the fact that he can't stand. That's why he's arguing. In a way that he's doing. He knows that Obi is not different. As a matter of fact, I would like to know how much Obi contributed towards Obasanjo's library. I would love to know. Did the money come from his own pocket or it came from the government covers? I would love to know. But those are the things that we can shed more light on, other than just listening to the man, his unfortunate statement abroad. It's quite unfortunate. You see, when you are aspiring to a higher position in your country, and you go about the valuing and the marketing the same country that you are going to, you're aspiring to govern, how do you expect those people to respect you? You can't say your family. Nigeria is your home, it's your family. If at all you have something to say about your country, you can go out there, speak your truth, but don't go about the marketing the country simply because you disagree with people in government. If tomorrow comes, somebody else is gonna go out there too and speak evil of you. I mean, you can speak ill of the president, but don't go out there and try to speak evil of the country, because whether he likes it or not, he's trying to assume the position of opposition and also trying to provide an alternative to what we have. And whether locally or abroad, he's been seen as in that position, in that limelight. So he needs to start comporting himself. We can disagree internally, but don't go out there, and start watching your dirty living like a fire chase. It's quite unfortunate. And I'm glad that Sanwo Olu is able to counter that, by he himself going abroad and
I wonder why they can't even go to institution in Nigeria to give all these speeches. Why going abroad? Why using a platform? When did they turn to a Natasha that is hugging foreign cameras simply because you want to make yourself, I don't know, relevant or something?
People not going to Chatham House. Who is the leader of them all?
I mean, I blame all of them, even for going to Chatham or no Chatham. Whether Chatham or no Chatham, I blame all of them. It's unnecessary and it's not. I wonder, though, international platform is necessary when it comes to, them being making speeches and all that. But you don't go out to the foreign pedestrian and start saying things that are negative in nature. It's not. It's wrong. We can disagree internally. At home, you can blast Tinubu, you can put his head on the chopping block. It doesn't matter. We are brothers, we are family. But when you go out there and you start saying things, starting from how Nigerians or how the government of the Nigeria because of this and that, you were once part of it, government. To me,
Mr. Adewale, I have a
yeah,
question. Are we the only country that do this?
any safe country wouldn't do that. When you go out there.
Are we the only country that have
Not
representatives
necessarily no, I wouldn't say we are the only people that does that, but it's unproductive. It's not right for any country to do that. You can disagree internally. Any developed country wouldn't do that. Can't see any opposition in France coming to America to simply to devalue the country. No, they give it to each other while at home in France. It's as simple as that. And ditto with America, even though those are developed democracy, but even a developing nation like ours, we need to learn. We need to learn from these people, so that we would not allow foreign interests to be part of our political system. Unfortunately, it has become the norms. You guys remember the intervention of America during the Jonathan and Buhari's election, and we didn't see anything wrong in that. As a matter of fact, Nigerians were, so much in their arms and up. In the hair, saying that America has done the Barack Obama addressing Nigeria before election. That is unfortunate. I'm not observing Tinubu rational mind. They both come from the same fabric because they've used the platform one time or the other to, to relegate each other and then foreign platform. But it's wrong. It is completely wrong, and I think they need to learn from. They need to learn from it. Um, Another topic you guys want me to talk about. What is Chairman, Madam in charge?
The
I
JAMB
think,
issue, the JAMB issue.
yeah.
To be honest, I didn't really. I read briefly about it. What I saw was the credential trying to correct the statement put out by the JAMB, but so I didn't really pay attention to it, Baba, to be honest with you. But I think based on what I'm, hearing is that JAMB is trying to correct some impression given by the Obi or something like that. Um, uh, Maybe I should address Shoma about the Nokpose. The video you were asking woman to play the other time.
Yes, the video.
Yeah,
Yes.
unfortunately, Onokpose is a typical example of a Nigerian man. Um, you know, you've never found yourself in a position of authority. That's why you test people's loyalty.
Mm.
Unfortunately, he felt that maybe his interest was not compensated for the effort they put in during the election of Tinubu. Or, maybe if something happens to him and maybe he decided, okay, this might not what I thought he is. But something changed drastically, not just in his belief, but even his appearance seems a little bit awkward because he looked lean and sick in a way. And I think it is deliberate for the what to call them, Arise TV to keep bringing this man into their platform simply because they are interested in someone who will be used to discredit the administration. Why only an pastor? Because you could see sense bitterness in his statements. Now it's no longer talking about the fact or issues, but all about he can't win an election, this and that, because this and that. To me, it's like a typical Nigerian. Maybe he has not gotten what he wanted. Not everybody is going to get a position. Even though he contributed his time coming to the media to support Tinubu. But I'm not also saying that, he has the right to criticize. As a Nigerian, he can change his mind at will. But if you look at it fundamentally, he has not said something, extraordinary, other than just, coming from a personal interest. And that is the reason why he's coming to the media. And Arise TV would genuinely or deliberately give him that platform to discredit the administration. So, and I tell you this, even the administration itself does not need an opposer or, or any of his analysis on Arise News TV, because it's nobody. But um he's so confident that the next election that Tinubu will not win the election. And I wonder how he come about when his own home state, the leadership of the party in his own state are now changing, or even the opposition in his own state are now, a mass moving into the main party at the center. So I wonder how come he come about that his conclusion that the Tinubu will not win the 2027 election. It doesn't even seem that the man lives in Nigeria. I think he lives abroad. That's what I'm sensing in his conversation with Dr. Ruben Abati. But nonetheless, he's a Nigerian. He has a right to his own opinion and view. He can change it anytime. But I don't. Yeah.
Some of the things he said, he brought up.
Yeah, because those are more or less echoing the same rhetoric from the opposition. What he said that has not been said in the past. Rational mind. If this man comes out and says something that we've never heard before, him being a party member, you and I will be, analyzing it critically. But he's repeating the same statement.
No, not really.
Okay.
See, again, there's context to everything. If you know when we started knowing this Esoteric guy, when he came the first time, he bought Ed with Rufai. Some of you came here, you were giggling, you were all laughing. Oh, he give it to Rufai. Yeah, we like the way to talk to Rufai. He dressed that young man, that small boy down. Some of you were
no. The reason why we seems to be condemning Rufai. Okay, let me let you learn.
Suddenly, we start seeing when this guy started backpedaling. It's like, okay, wait a minute, this is getting like it's like Rufai has a point. Yeah, even though they never acknowledge that. I'm just saying that's my own word. And then when what's his name? This same guy this man played to us yesterday. Was it yesterday or the day before yesterday? One man. This Borno guy, the lawyer guy, what's his name? That's nice. That used to be part of Atiku's campaign. Daniel Bwala. When Daniel Bwala joined the bandwagon of the Asu Rock criminals, what happened? He saw this guy vibrating like a volcano, Mount Rushmore, what they call that. It's going to erupt, or Mount St. Helens is going to erupt anytime. He was just vibrating. You can see the agitation in him. And he did that for twice. Twice he did that on the rise. He was vibrating. He was cursing. No, we're not really cursing that. He was. You can see visibly. You could see the anger in his face that Tinubu had to bring this guy in, despite all what this guy said to Tinubu, and even how he even dressed. They that was supporting Tinubu down. Now Tinubu had the effort to rub that in their face. That was the beginning of the descent for this guy. And suddenly now he's a bad guy because he cannot dissent. He could not be another dissenting voice within the APC.
Who is saying he's a bad guy?
No, that's what some of you are saying here. That's what some.
Give a name.
I didn't say he's a bad person.
You even know yourself. You know
yourself. No, you're lying.
That's not mine. This should take Voila. Who else? El-Rufai. They are the same. They are politicians.
Okay,
But the
so
thing is this. But the thing is this. But the thing is this. You know, maybe what Jesus Tega failed to understand is that politics is about interest. Now, when you have someone where you can use to your advantage, you just don't say because, oh, this person has criticized me, one time in the past. I mean, if we are to base it on emotion, none of us will want to do that. But the likes of Tinubu and his ally, they understood when it comes to politics, anybody can be useful. Now, that's why I said the likes of Jesu Tega, perhaps his own interest or his own reason for supporting Tinubu, expectation wasn't met, so he decided, okay, I'm going to start. There are a lot of people that would disagree with Tinubu, but you won't see them in front of camera criticizing him, simply because they still remain in the party and they believe that they can still contribute, even though they would not support him publicly. But he chose to come to the same opposition platform to discredit the same person that he was championing in the past. That tells you he has ulterior motive. No matter how disappointed he is as a party member, there's a way they can channel his grievance if he call himself a real party member. But the fact that he's coming to the Arise News where they gave him a free will, a platform that he can express himself and can say
Are you
things.
speak about going to Aso Rock to speak to, and then
The fact that Boala came back to
no,
Aso Rock.
I'm not talking about Bola. I'm talking about he said they've reached out to him. Aso Rock have reached out to him. That,
Okay.
What will be your problem? So he said he told them what his problem was. But it's like
Okay.
the same thing.
But out of millions of members of APC, Jesu Tega is just a one person.
Adewale, sorry,
You can't satisfy everybody.
Can you give me a second? So the reason why he went on Arise TV is looking for attention. And when he now voice out is blah, 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 they now call him. And when they call him, no, listen, when they call him, after they give, probably maybe they will give him a position. He will not change his tone again. So that is politics for you.
No, he said they offered him.
They
offered him. He does not. He does not want any position.
Everything is about interest.
All what he wanted is Asiwaju to deliver. That's what I mean. That is what I quoted him.
No, that is a lie from me.
Yeah, but if he's claiming that Asiwaju should deliver, why criticizing the inclusion of Boala in the first place?
So now, listen to what he said. Listen to what he said. That's what I'm saying. You people are just attacking the messenger. You're not saying that.
I'm not attacking. I'm telling you the truth.
Nobody's attacking you.
Hold on. The message
you yourself that are
the message was Asiwaju is not doing all the things he said he was going to do. Look at the economy. He gave an example. He was even there, Ruben. Have you eaten this morning?
Rational mind. You can't tell me genuinely believe that the word that man said. That is all about Asiwaju not delivering.
Yeah, that's the point for him too.
No, it's grievance. We remember when he first came to Arise News, he said the likes of Boala and Co being brought back to work for Asiwaju.
That was not his first appearance. No, you see here you again.
That was what he said.
He was.
If I'm not mistaken, that was the first thing he said.
No,
that was the first thing.
You do not know. You do not know this guy. That's what I'm saying. Some of you come here, you just want to talk.
Okay, tell us about him because the last time I checked, before this last appearance, he was.
After you make your submission, let others make. It cannot be just interfering everything now.
He's allowing me to interject.
After your submission, I will say my own. So,
is that what?
After your submission, it will be Mr. Remy's turn now.
I know, but he's allowing me to interject him. Adewale wants me to interject him. And this our friend is Remy is talking about I should keep quiet or what? I don't know what the problem is.
Oh, that was Dr. Simba, right?
No, I think it's Remy. So anyway, my point is this.
Oh, it's okay. Then go ahead, Mr. Remy.
No, it's Adewale is one talking now. He's still talking. Okay. He paused for me to interject him. And then Remy just had to pounce on me. So my point is this, is that Anapasa started appearing. The first time I started paying attention to him, when he had that one-on-one encounter with one-on-one beef with Oseni. When he was calling me a boy, calling him the young man, that kind of a thing, and he was kind of like trying to make him look like he's just an ordinary boy, he's just a news journalist, doesn't know what he's talking about. This is not animal science and all the crap. That he was saying that the reason why we're having that problem, the economic doom, is not caused by Asiwaju. It was caused by the previous administration, the Nigeria has been like that. The Aswaju came, so you cannot blame Aswaju for that. He was vehemently attacking this guy. Oseni, when Oseni was reporting, saying, no, it's Aswaju's policy that is really bringing Nigeria into all this mess. And he was saying, no, he's not. You are lying. You are the same rhetoric that you British Agbado people use here. You are lying, like this one that is talking to me a while ago, Remy, telling me I'm lying. That's your rhetoric. You're lying. Aswaju is not the one that did it. Now, suddenly now, when Boala came into the picture, he started changing mouths. Now you people now saw him as the bad guy, right? And you people,
But you are corroborating what I just said, rational mind. That he didn't just start changing his story until Boala was brought back in.
Yeah, that was what
And
started changing.
yeah, and he was upfront about it when he was invited to Arise. That was his first grievance before he started changing tone. That those who work for Ashewaju were not compensated,
Exactly.
including himself, and the fact that Boala was brought back. But the thing is this: rational mind. As a loyal party member, okay, it's possible that out of millions of registered members of APC, everyone cannot be, appointed or, at every time, right? So it has to be, collective interest and all that. But what the likes of Onopasa, just like Remy said, it's possible that it's seeking for attention because behavior is not about, it's all about needs. Now, the way he's going about it, even though he was, called or invited by the Aso Rock and all that, if tomorrow he's offered a position and decided to change his position in the public by coming back to say, well, the government, the administration is this, not what he thought, he has lost his credibility. So what he doesn't realize is that in one way or the other, it's being used by the media. So he thinks now, if I disagree now, I'll be on the side of the media or the public and all that, but not realizing that he's going to be pushed, towards this regular obedient, irrelevant. So at the end of the day, he's the one tarnishing his own reputation because the administration did where they did. But if at all you disagree, not everything Ashewaju does that we agree. We may not actually, hammer much on it in this channel or this platform, but at least we know for a fact that okay, if you support Ashewaju, you support the administration, you support them. In the areas where it's inadequate, sometimes you deliberately omit it. But when you, as a registered member of a party, I don't think any of us on this panel are registered member of APC. It's all about just interest. But the fact that he kept comment on Arise News makes him irrelevant because as a person who has even if with a strong opinion or he has his own reason for leaving, for criticizing the administration, I expect him. The man, even when I saw his picture, when I saw him, I was like, wait a minute, this man is as sick as he looks sick. Because he was looking gaunt and lean, and I wasn't expecting somebody like that to even be in front of camera for now. At least you go home and recuperate and get better than But simply because you still want to hug the camera, and then the platform also provide it for him so that he also will use them for their own propaganda or whatever interest. And it's quite unfortunate, but that is a typical Nigerian for you. Or should I say typical black man? It's all about
for Nigerian politician.
Look, apart from Nigerian politicians, they're not Nigerians. They are human beings like us too. Any person, anybody has a price. It's just that you haven't met them at the middle. Then you will find out their price. So if you see somebody,
that guy no get shame. The same place where you said the thing is good, and you can still go back to that same place and say it's bad.
he has a lot to learn when it comes to politics, but I don't think he's wishing to seek for public office in the future. So it seems it's just like a waka about.
That was the same thing that Boala was subjected to, that make him a much more ridicule when he came back to.
Boala has lost his credibility. He's just scratching the whatever is remaining now that for him and all that. That's all because people that say
people spin this narrative here. You're just spinning it. Now you're looking at this.
Boala was attacked on this channel. You remember Rational Mind?
That was
Boala was attacked and criticized on this channel when one man invited him. You remember, right?
It became a part of the boys in Aso Rock now.
That was way before he even joined the Tinubu's administration.
Well, you people don't criticize again anyway, right? You don't criticize
No. Before he was even offered the job. I think it was Baba or somebody that gave it to him back to buy. At the point in time, he felt insulted.
Adewale, listen, this is my point. Get my point. When somebody is in your good book, when I mean good book, you know what I mean by the good book. He's always flattering and praising the wisdom of the president. He's always doing that crap that every one of the Agbado people does here. The president and Asiwaju, this and that crap they always do. If somebody does not flatter your president, the one in Aso Rock, that criminal in Aso Rock, he's a good guy. He's a good person. Yes, he's a good party man, faithful. All those crap. But suddenly, when they turn back, he's now a bad person. You see, why do you people just sit down?
We are not saying he's a bad person. What you are saying that he is not.
So why people don't sit down and ask yourself that question?
It's so shameful. We are not saying.
Nobody says anybody can decide, but it's just the fact that
what you are saying. It's like you don't understand whatever we are saying.
Rational is just putting a different narrative.
You just have something in your mind that you want to spin. What you are saying is that you don't go back to carry.
Don't do the emotional thing you always do here.
You know, rational mind. I read an article written by Ansem Odikalu today about one-party system and how Nigeria is dangerously tilting towards one-party state. And I laughed. A professor of law writing such ridiculous article. You know, when you hear people critiquing or arguing,
is not a professor. Get it right. It's not a professor.
Okay, they call him professor, so that's.
But he's not a professor. I don't know. I don't even know why they are calling him a professor. But it's not a professor.
Okay, so, but it's a son, right? So,
because it's not a professor. It's not a professor, right? Is that what that?
It's not a professor. We have checked it on this thing.
I think he lives in America, if I'm not mistaken. But hey, they call America every year American high school. I mean, sorry, college. They call them professor anyway. I don't know. Anyway, now the content of his essay was he tried to borrow from Tanzania. No, not Tanzania. Zambia. Something from their founder of the country, Kenneth Kaunda. How he was able to manipulate his way, and then the constitution of the country changed into having just one party system and weaken the opposition, and the opposition had no choice than to collapse their party into the ZANC. And when I read through it, and I was trying to find the commonality of what is happening in Nigeria political scene and Zambia, I couldn't connect the dot, simply because what is happening to the political party in Nigeria now is the fact that Rivers State is gone, Delta State is gone, Edo State is gone. Please, is it Cross River? The Akwa Ibom is now on its way.
Cross River is already APC. Cross River is already APC.
So Edo State is gone. So tell me the Niger Delta State controlled by PDP now, as we are speaking. Bayelsa. And Bayelsa is more or less nobody.
No, Adewale, the Bayelsa PDP chairman already defected to APC.
Okay.
So they are now asking
this is just a matter of time, right? Now, the argument being pushed to the media when all this started coming down is that, the likes of Dele Momodu is that, they are being harassed, they are being threatened. Is it not the same country that we were when PDP governors were leaving their party and moving in to APC? This same country where federal executive EFCC is under executive. And yet, hold on, because I've heard this argument, and to be honest with you, So, there's a way they will lie and say things, and people at the lowest uh,
Pyramid.
person of power now, they will now start getting their headlines from the bloggers and the influencers and all that, not knowing what this is all about. These people that are moving to
Like
APC
rational mind, like rational mind.
understood that first and foremost, the party, the platform that gave them, that held them to this public office is no longer is sinking, and they realize that it's not about withholding their federal allocation. Tinubu won't do that. AFCC, tell me that governor, even the last administration, tell me which governor is being pursued by EFCC.
No, Adwale, let me ask you this. During Obasanjo, how many governors did PDP has? They has 28 during Obasanjo regime.
Yeah.
Remember when he swept the whole of Southwest?
28. Nobody mentioned one party state there.
They were not saying, yeah. No,
How
it's
many governors
only
people
people
can
that doesn't
Tinubu
know
harass?
that they can.
How many governors can Tinubu threaten?
So how many of them were wooed from the defunct AD then? In Lamadeshino, what's his name?
Action Alliance.
I'm not even those governors then. How many of them had to cross carpet to PDP at that time, like they are doing today?
If you know the way they were, don't say hold on. The way Obasanjo did his own, let me tell you, the way Obasanjo did his own, it was even worse than this.
Tell us now.
Hold on, please. If Prince Daddy wants to come in, I can.
It was
leave for him to come in. I'm even ready to go to bed. So allow him to come
they
in, please.
declare before they finish the process.
Hold on.
It was.
Hello. Hold on.
Okay.
So there's space. Prince Daddy can come in. There's space. You don't need to leave. I've already told him. So, and before you guys continue, I want to know if Mr. Remy, if you want to speak now.
Yeah, I want to speak now.
Yeah, go ahead and speak. And then after Mr. Remy, everyone else you guys can have your, general discussion.
Yeah. Hello, everyone. I think when we look at everybody have a free movement to move from one party to another party to defect, because in our constitution, there is nothing that is stopping anyone from defecting from one political party to another one. So all of these saying state capture, no state capture is irrelevant. It's totally irrelevant. We all remember during Olusegun Obasanjo regime, his party controlled about 28 states at that particular moment. And we all remember what happened in the 2003 general election. Why he cajoled the AD state that, okay, I will support you for gubernatorial and support me for presidency. And when he won, he reneged. And then all his PDP candidates took over all the Southwest states except Lagos State. Tinubu at that particular moment did not cry that this is a one-party state. He strategized and continued to work hard. I don't see why all these excuses. Everybody already knows that PDP is in deep problem. Why, for God's sake, a party? How can you be only one particular person?
Did any AD governor the camp? That's the question we're asking you. Like what we're seeing playing now.
Can you just keep quiet? Let me make my submission. Don't interrupt.
Rational mind. This is Remy's submission, and he's the last person to give a submission before the general discussion.
Thank you. So, and as I was saying, so when he reneged and he won the presidential election and all his political party, I'm talking about Tinubu, does it cry wolf at that time? Does it say, oh, this is a one-party state now? He strategized and continued to work hard. And in the next election, he was able to win some states back. And they continued to work hard. And when they formed the amalgamation, when they come together in 2013, some 4 or 5 PDP states moved to APC. And that's why today, that time, Saraki became the Senate president, whether by hook or sink. So I don't see any reason why people should shout, this is a one-party state. It's not at all. And when you look at least...
Uncle Remy, let me tell you something. Waiting on they talk, no good. May we talk the truth. See, what is happening in our country is bad for our democracy.
So can you let me finish before you interject?
You wait. I'm just interjecting. I'm not saying you are not going to finish. The thing is this: you witnessed the Second Republic, and you knew how many political parties we have. All these people trying to collapse themselves into one political party, are they doing it because of us or just because of what they want to eat? So we can't be supporting.
So are you
then whose fault? Is it Tinubu's fault?
You can't force people
It's not a matter of Tinubu.
Miss Ola, let Remy finish. Everybody, please, let's allow Remy to finish his submission.
One thing I would say is that politics is local and everybody have their own interest. If my interest will be faster in one political party than the other one, I will go there. So everybody read between the line, especially when it comes to politics. Everywhere in the world, politics is a dirty game. Everybody wants to faster get a move that will support their party to win. You cannot tell me Tinubu will fold his hand while Atiku and the rest, they are doing whatever they want to do to also come to power. Do you want him to fold his hand? So if you are coming here to tell us that he is forcing people to come to his party, I don't subscribe to that. Because everybody knows that this is the turn of the South. If the PDP knows very well, why can't Atiku himself say, okay, this party, we should pick our presidential candidate from the South? Why must it be from the North? Why after 8 years of Buhari, why must it go back to the North again? Why is it only you every time? So when you look at one side, you also have to look at the other side. So you want Tinubu to fold his hand so that El-Rufai, Obi, and Atiku will just do whatever they want and kick him out of power. You have to look at how the man also come in there. Everything was against him in 2023. And I think God just destined him to be the leader of that country at that particular moment. Because everybody was against him. And even the parties that put him forward, some of them were also against him. And against all that horde, he became the president of that country. And now he's the president, and we are saying the truth, and you are telling me earlier than those attitude here. No, politics is not for.
No, Remy, why can't you put it to them that okay, if they are crossing, if APC are moving to the other side, they will be jubilating, no?
I don't mind them. So you should just put his hand and say that politics is earlier than though, Mr. Moral.
If they won't see it as a wrong thing.
If politics is about morality, then Trump would not have been the president of America today.
Let me real quick, 2 seconds. The only reason why I could get worried is if political party are being disregistered, that is when I'll start getting worried. But if at all they are not being disregistered and they are still being sponsored by the government, all their money is being given to the party, there's no reason to even condemn. If anybody move, everybody is trying to position themselves for beyond 2027.
The most ridiculous aspect of it is that people like Rational Mind are thinking that it is the responsibility of Tinubu to help PDP to be formidable, because I don't really get. Do you want him to just fold his hand and
Let me not say anything, but
Remy
don't worry. We'll get to it.
All the Agbado people anyway.
But I think Ola wanted to add something.
When you talk about,
I need to talk. I need to talk.
Go ahead and talk.
No, let me finish. I've not concluded.
He wanted to interject, Remy.
Okay, you want to interject? Okay.
Yes.
So, Remy, look, Tinubu is our person, we know. But let's look at it this way. What we are encouraging today, some people will even make it worse tomorrow. See, this is what every Nigerian should be shouting against, because number one, you are killing competition.
Ola, tell me how Tinubu is encouraging it. Just tell us how. How is he encouraging it?
I don't care. Guy,
He don't
guy,
care. How can you say he
I,
care?
I,
Are
let me just
we
land up.
remove?
You should
Why
tell
can't
them
we
not to
talking
come
to
to
us
his
as
party. Abi. You should tell them
Let
you don't
me
want you in our
are you a
party.
priest?
let me land. Let me land.
You don't have a lot of time to be landing at because you still are going to have your turn after me.
Let
So
me land. Let me land.
be
The
quick.
thing
Be
is
quick.
this:
When you are people were talking, you did not stop them.
political
Somebody
leaders,
talking that you want to stop them, right?
can do
Directly.
something. You can start sponsoring a bill. As a political leader, you should be worried for the future of the country. It's not all about because of what you are eating now. You are saying you should be looking. Okay, why do we have leaders? As these people are doing this thing, they should find a solution that will make it difficult. How can you be running a country and you have political parties with that ideology, that all ideology is where belly face? It's not good.
Okay,
It's
thank
not
you,
good.
sir.
Because
Ola, you haven't said anything at
Yeah,
all.
at all. So let me
At
just
all.
I know.
Adewale,
I
let me
know.
conclude.
When I said it,
In politics,
my
ẹ wo lè yọ mí jáde òun interject mi ni ó yẹ kí èmi gbọ́ kíkẹ́ out mi so kó o ní sùúrù.
Tọ́mọ́lọ́lá mú nǹkan ọlọ́run èní ni mo tó gbà
Ó
pé
máa ń
mú
mú
nǹkan.
nǹkan mi mọ́ ọkọ tó mú.
Èní ni mo tó gbà pé
Let
mú
me
nǹkan.
tell you something. In politics, there's a lot of politics playbook people use from immemorial. When you look at 1960s, there are something like this during the Awolowo and Ezekwe. There's something like it that time. People cross carpet, they defect, nothing happened. If Obi or Atiku is the president of Nigeria today, they might even play their policies more worse or even better than this. You can never tell. But you coming here until I started my conversation, I said if there's in our constitution that you cannot defect from a party that presented you to be a governor or president or whatever, then fine, nobody will defect anymore. But there's nothing in our constitution that say you cannot move from one party to another one. And when it comes to policies about interest, I will protect my interest. Others who want to protect my interest.
It is okay for El-Rufai to decamp from APC.
I want to talk about
Lancaster and why didn't they cross carpet? Why didn't Tinubu leave? Why didn't he cross carpet?
So why are you not blaming? Why
did he cross carpet? That is personal choice. It's personal choice
But
not to cross
it is
carpet.
okay for El-Rufai to decamp and form a coalition.
It's okay. It's okay for Atiku. Listen, it's okay for Atiku.
I said we should stop the nonsense. We should find a way to stop the nonsense.
And it's okay for
what
Obi
is the
to
nonsense?
go from
Your
APGA
argument
to
is doesn't hold
PDP
any
to
water.
Labour.
It does not hold water at all.
Adewale is when you don't have a superior counter argument. Anybody who doesn't have a superior counter argument,
Adewale, leave him. Ola, it's not your turn.
No, you know what the Constitution guarantees? It guarantees association.
Forget about Constitution.
Why do we forget about Constitution? Why must we get change? So Constitution is no longer needed.
We are talking of leadership. We are talking of leadership. When we talk of leadership, you must lead by example. When are you going to finish?
Ola, I'll finish. 1 minute. I'll finish. 1 minute, I'll finish.
Okay,
you can see that people always exercise their power.
You can speak for 5 minutes.
Who cannot win a election, they will never be able to win it. That's what doing all this crap is doing.
Simba will finish now.
He will never be able to win.
Few minutes ago, Ola said something. If Ola is in position of moderator today, he would have kicked me out. He said it. That is exercises his power. But fortunately for me, Sherman is in that position. So let's change it. If Ola was the moderator, he would have muted me or kicked me out. That means it's also
I'm a moderator for your information. Don't even go there.
So you see that? So we are saying the same thing.
No. Where you are, stop where you are. Where you are, I won't do. You know, one thing about me is this. I know that when I'm in position of power, I don't abuse. The only time
abuse it. That's what you say. You want to abuse it. That's what you are trying to say.
You are just my pally. That's why I'm saying that. I won't remove you. Even someone that's abusing me here, I never remove the person.
Are you sure you are so gentleman like that? You don't
know when Michael was insulting me here that I have power to remove him. Did I? I will never.
But you did something.
Okay,
you
guys.
We'll talk about the argument, but I just want to don't have any idea to anything to talk anymore.
I want to point to the means that when I'm at an advantage, and you know that I know you don't have the same advantage, I don't use against you. I only measure up to you when we are equal. You understand? I don't abuse position because it's a privilege. This is what I've learned.
So who's at disadvantage? Who is not the same? Are they not the same party? That your analogy doesn't work.
You know, Ola, the Constitution guaranteed association, freedom of association, and none of them has come out public to say they are being coerced to join the APC. So all these arguments about, oh well, the country is not, I mean, the Tinubu should have done the right thing. There's never a time a leader will reject people that want to associate with him. So the fact that they are moving and drove to APC, this is about strategizing. You could see the coalition forming. And yet, these people look at what is their political future? Where does it lie? And they felt,
in our society, there is no law that stops men and women from flirting around. But who want to flirt around and influence his children? That is where you see it is not because the law is allowing you does not mean it's morally right.
What's not morally right about it that they chose in their own will?
If you are
free
weak,
will.
No,
sorry.
When
all other way around. Look at it from this angle. What you guys are saying here is that Atiku, Obi, El-Rufai, they are free to do their coalition. They are free to ticket any party. They are free to do whatever it was. So, Mr. President, just muted there, stay there, don't do nothing. Just be looking like me. What are you talking here, sir? I don't even understand.
Ola, Atiku will not yield floor. Obi too want to be president. Tell me, where does that lead Okowas and the Delta people? Is it going to support the failure again? Then look, the power can't go to the north, and Obi is not actually coming to PDP because there are some people that will not even let him come in. So the party is F. Don't let me say the word. It's a completely F. So what that will leave them in limbo. So that's why they're jumping ship.
Adewale, I don't even like people.
I'm saying it's not good for our democracy, not because of today, because of tomorrow.
Nobody force anybody. They can't. You can't. Do you like to identify with failure?
Is it today? Is it today they are the campaign? Is the campaign started today?
The question is this. Listening and attentively is everything is not sentiment. Wait and listen to me. There's nothing bad if you can have some kind of reform in that country that will stop.
And that if you want to be talking about that, it cannot be moralizing.
That is what I'll be talking. Didn't I say it? But just because you want to listen to yourself, you want to justify.
You can't stop people from moving from one party to another. You can't.
We have to find a way. It was not this bad during the second republic.
Are you saying that the constitution will bar people from moving from one party to another?
Don't come and bamboozle them with second republic here. Your governor, the guy that won the election against Ajasi, he was a cross-carpeted cross-carpeted to MPN. Even Olu lawyer, there are so many in second republic. So what are you talking about?
Well, language, it wasn't rampant like this.
It was because maybe you are young that time. That's why you don't know. I've given you in the southwest alone. In fact, not even only even in Kwara, so what are you talking to me? And those are the ones that we know.
The language.
Rational mind, did you want to say something?
Yeah, I want to say something.
Why are you begging him to talk?
Why?
Because it's needed.
He has spoken before. He doesn't need to speak.
It's somebody that has been talking since. So why are you begging him to come and talk?
I needed to get an opinion from the opposition.
Yeah.
He has spoken. He doesn't need the constituency.
They want to turn one man platform to echo chamber of APC and Gabi. They don't want other dissenting voice.
Balance it out.
Yeah. You see, you see, again, I go on context.
Don't abuse anybody. So everybody have been talking. Nobody call any idiot. Nobody make any stupid person.
I'm not going to attack any panelists here individually. Call anybody by name or whatever. I might group everybody, but I won't. That's not.
We don't want any criminal, any idiot, any stupid.
So Context. This guy, what's his name? Okonwa, had issues with EFCC. The next thing.
It's only you.
You are
the only one that know context of everything.
Yeah, there's
everything. You know the context.
Aje Kalano, Omo Kuleni. Kalamo kwa aje to Kalano lo pomo leni. That's how they you
What about all those Labour Party senators? Did they have case with EFCC too?
Can I land? Let me land. Now, we saw Okowa suddenly went to, we would let our people know where we stand. Suddenly, he just said that. And the next thing, of everybody, what was that guy, the governor's name?
The
next thing, everybody.
You can't do that. What's not my? You have to put respect on his name. He's the governor.
Okay, the governor. I don't know whatever his name is. The governor suddenly. It's okay. Whatever they call him. My point is this: is that they all moved the structure of their PDP to APC. After Okonwa made a statement. Don't you see don't you see a pattern there? I mean, don't you see something there? A quid pro quo there, because they have a case, they have something on this guy. So the only way we let you go off, I mean, Adam, I've said it before now. Move to APC and your sin will be forgiven. The idiot, you see, I said I should not call him idiot. The Senate president, that one they call Fabio. He has case. He has case with the FCC. Join Buhari time. He has case.
But he doesn't have immunity now. How come he has not been charged to court?
That's the thing. They never meant to fight corruption. You always want to just want to. Hold on. You want to put compromised leaders, political leaders there, so they can use them, manipulate them.
No, rational man. How many times was Tinubu taken to? How many times did Tinubu? Let me ask you this: Tinubu himself, when he was an opposition, he was standing alone. He was not crying the way you people are crying foul.
There's no
wait now. Let me finish what I'm saying now. It was not crying the way you people are crying. Oh, they want to turn the country. They want to.
He did cry. He
did not. We are not hearing this. He strategized and he started winning back governorship one by one.
He won those governors there that if you believe Obasanjo at your own peril, that this is an attempt. But what you can do, you cannot force anybody then. So if Adefarati at the end, what's his name? The one from Ogun State there, and the one from if they say okay, fine, they want to go with the flow. Okay, well, in Lemo, that's the problem. I will manage my Lagos. That's what happened. But he said his own back then. So don't come here and do this your crap of he did not cry. You see, my point is this that when you have a criminal, an Al Capone, as my former governor called him, you know what an Al Capone is? Oh my goodness, that's the guy is the head of the mafias. Once upon a time here in the United States. So my point is this: is that if this guy controls the military, controls everything.
This Methuselah will also come with his life. What's the point in the United States? Were you there? It didn't happen in his face. Come on, stop all this propaganda. It's nothing trigger me because you always lie. I don't like people that lie. That's you are too fixated. You are too fixated, and the way you communicate. You are too
fixated. Finish vodka. It's okay. Let me land. Before you go, this is your vodka from your Finland.
As usual.
No, not tell me as usual. I'll continue. Don't tell me as usual. I'll continue.
As usual, and continue.
Tinubu is the killer of opposition. I've said it here many times. I don't want to sound like a broken record. So what we're seeing playing out very high. What we're seeing playing out before our very eyes is just so that he can hijack the whole thing to himself and control it. And like Ola said, I've said it here. It's insidious because this is how you erode a society. Because some of you say, oh, what is morality? What is values?
I hope Tinubu has not taken your girlfriend in the past because your passion for Esoteric.
Dude, don't stop this. Whatever you people come and do here. I'm talking about Tinubu because he's the man in play. He's the one, the head leader of that country right now.
Rational mind, don't blame the player. Blame the game.
No, I'm not blaming him because he calls the shots.
Yeah, but the opposition allowed themselves to be used.
I don't know why you
all about. It's not him. It's those who allow themselves to be used.
You don't believe it's allow me to talk. From the election time, you are even saying they will not swear him, they will not do this. You say it's not your president. Stop talking about him and talk about other stuff.
Okay,
I'm not talking about other stuff.
Let him finish this part, though.
This is what they do. We're talking about our opposition dying, and we know the person in charge, the person in.
So how is he responsible for opposition?
He's responsible.
Rational mind. You're not being rational.
He's the one responsible for it. Because I'll give you an example of what he did in Lagos. How he killed PDP in Lagos after they killed what's his name? He killed
rational mind. I'm telling you, you are not being rational.
He killed. No, don't give me that rational whatever crap you always do.
You are not being rational.
So my point is,
let's moderate our own languages. So continue.
It's okay. I'm not triggered by that. I'm just letting you know that if he wants to go by that label, I'm not rational. That's his own opinion. That doesn't take anything from me. I'm not offended by that. I will push back.
I know, but it's triggering you, and I don't want you to have a one-on-one with.
Yeah, that's what they know where to press my button. They know where they press me. So as they trigger. My point is this: is that guys, most of you on the screen here, you live in countries where they have certain values and morals. I'm not saying they're all morally like moral here like that. No, that's not what I'm saying. They have their own bad side. But a certain threshold, they don't let the society go beyond that threshold. Because they know that it can mean a doom, it can spell doom for their society. They won't let it cross over that. But in your Nigeria there, you allow your criminal leaders to shape your minds and how you view your worldview and everything. And I'm so surprised some of you come here, you live here in a society where things works, and they have these values, but in your own country, you wish something different for them over there. And you don't see anything wrong with that. And what I was trying to make you people see that.
You know my problem with you, rational mind.
A strong man politics.
You talk as if Tinubu is the only person in Nigeria. Is Tinubu only responsible for all the problem in Nigeria?
He is that's why I said, you understand me.
My brother, forget this thing. Go and sort yourself out with him.
He is the criminal head. He's the criminal
head.
He's
the criminal head. Yeah. What do you mean by a criminal head?
He's a criminal. Yeah, he's a criminal.
Since the day I've been hearing you, your problem has always been Tinubu. It's only Tinubu that make up Nigeria.
If you were here, my friend, when Buhari was there, I never mentioned. Do you hear me mention Tinubu as often as I mentioned today? I mentioned Buhari. So
but as long as I can remember, I've been hearing you. Your analysis has always been Tinubu.
You want to hear what you want to hear, but I'm giving it to you and letting you know that anybody
and every other person that do wrong thing is in good book.
Time on this guy. He has been fixated for years.
Akwa will be going very soon.
Can you just let other people talk? Because you have been on and off for like 2 hours now.
Because you people don't let me talk. You're always interjecting me. You're always doing your crap.
Who is the moderator? Can you just checkmate this Methuselah to go and sit down somewhere?
One thing I've noticed about Remy over time is this. One thing I've noticed about Remy, I've never seen Remy move against any government before. Whether Buhari, whether Tinubu, no. I'm beginning to suspect.
Don't blackmail Remy.
I'm not blackmailing him. I know I'm not blackmailing him.
You are blackmailing.
No, he may have someone working with him.
Anybody has the right to
understandable.
Whoever I want to support.
Over blackmail me. I criticize Buhari on the economy and insecurity. But I gave him a lot of powers on it. I'm not like you, Ola, that you blindly supported Obasanjo for whatever. So you don't come here and blackmail people.
I support Obasanjo and I'm not denying. Wait.
You are coming here with.
So why are you blaming for what you also do? Also? Why are you blaming him?
So why
No,
you
no, no,
come
no,
here?
no, 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 no.
I criticize
Wait,
him on coming and the insecurity.
I support Obasanjo, but where I see what Obasanjo did
When is
wrong, I
that?
mention it.
I've
What
never seen you condemning Obasanjo in any way.
that me I told you that it was a big mistake for handing over to Yaradua, and you are telling me that you've never seen me criticize Obasanjo. If Obasanjo had not handed over to Yaradua, if I had handed over to proper person, Buhari would not have come to would not have tasted that power.
Rational man has been praising that he was a saint this morning.
How can someone praise Yaradua? How can someone praise Yaradua? Yaradua, now because
He's
the
here
man
now.
fight,
I'm not
that's what
saying
kills
it.
the man.
Rational man has praised
No.
Yaradua today.
Yeah, that somersaulted everything that was no. How can someone be praising Yaradua?
Rational man, can you talk?
I don't believe. Why can someone be praising Yaradua?
He's here now. He's not saying I'm telling lie now.
Rational man, where are you?
Yeah, I'm doing this.
Let me tell you one thing. Now that's the Yaradua did of pardoning all those militants.
Hold on.
Now the photocopy some people saw, and they go create Boko Haram.
The two of them are against themselves.
I'm only sharing some people. To the people, this Agbado people like
Your opinion is not popular here, National Man. Your opinion is not popular.
It's not popular among you Agbado people. That's the thing. It's not popular.
It's not popular, and the earlier the better you realize that.
Among you Agbado people, fight people.
That is also that they are see. It's not a matter of popular opinion. Let me tell you something. You do something, you know that something is not good, you support it, and you are laughing. Everybody will shall pay fast. It's affecting everybody. Only the fact that you think your opinion is popular, if the opinion that is popular is supporting something that is not good, everybody will feel the impact. Just imagine every one party system under Buhari. Honestly, I don't know whether you are from Kwara State or from this state. Probably Kwara State will have become
for their antics.
It's not a matter of antics.
To any one party system. Everything will align.
Ola, let me ask you one question. Ola, let me ask you one question. Okay. You are in a competition. Okay. You are in a competition for something. Okay, with so many people contender, and you have something which can propel you to victory. Do you stop that thing? Because the way you guys talk about
is what propel him to victory, right?
Because if people are decamping, to his party, it's something that will propel him to the victory. Okay, and you see the origin. Listen, the origin of the campaign, is as old as politics itself. People are free to move from.
This is the fallacy you are trying to do.
Babawu, let me tell you something. See, why what you said is very logical. I'm not saying what you are saying is not logical. Get my point right. The fact that what you are saying is so logical, it doesn't make it right in the long term. Just imagine if we had one state and everybody, and we didn't have Bukola Saraki, even though he was an APC member, even going against his own president as at that time. Just imagine if they repeat the Land Use Act and they allocated that to someone from Futajalo. No, Simba, I'm damn too serious. You know, I've told you, I'm a Yoruba nationalist. So because this thing you are saying, I don't find it funny when everything I say around politics, you know, is about security first, and it's about existential threats. How to stand against that. Tinubu is there today. Another someone worse than Buhari may be there tomorrow. That is the way I look at it. So now, because wait, you know, when I be very hard on Emefiele, not because the system of CBN allow Emefiele to behave the way he like. Meanwhile, we had the like of Soludo there before. He never abused it. Even Sanusi talked too much. He didn't abuse it too much. But when Emefiele got to that place, what did he do? Yeah, oh my goodness, I've never seen such level of abuse. Because it's that Emefiele let us all of us understand how weak the framework that was holding at CBN was like. This is the same thing that Tinubu is now correcting now. Because if you float Naira for the next 8 years now, our Kuomo Babaniton be that will come tomorrow that they say, okay, I want to be subsidizing forex for people again. You understand? Those are the things I'm telling you. Because it seems that it's favoring someone today. Yeah, it may be okay today, but when you now have some kind of crooks tomorrow, oh my goodness, you will be one of those people that will be at the forefront.
Okay, now let me tell you this. Let me tell you this. You see, the grand norm of the country, okay, which is the constitution, stipulates the freedom, and anything contrary to that will be trampling on that fundamental freedom. If you are now saying it is the responsibility of Tinubu that people should not decamp, you are not being fair. Let me tell you, in today's Nigerian politician, okay, none of them, have anything called ideology. Okay, this same Tinubu you are talking about, don't forget where it started from. From AD, when he was the other member of the AD were ripped out of their states. Okay, he have the option of joining the ruling party, but he kept fighting on, all to where he is today. Okay, so it is not his fault that people don't have ideology. And if you are now telling him as a Superman,
there was no state capture under PDP. Where the judiciary? Because mind you, Tinubu
why are you saying it as if?
No. Tinubu benefited from the judiciary.
Are we not alive then?
Okay, hold on, stop there. Don't even go further. Let me remind you. In Adamawa, do you know what happens to the way they remove the governor then? How Obasanjo removed the governor. In fact, most of the atrocity.
How did he remove Ladoja in Ibadan?
Most of the atrocity committed under Obasanjo. If Nigeria were to be a moral country, Obasanjo shouldn't even be talking. Obasanjo shouldn't even be talking, because it is under Obasanjo that they remove people at will. Obasanjo will go to look at the way they remove this Audu Ogbe when he was PDP chairman. He went to his house.
By the way they remove Fayose too.
He went to his house, ate yam, pounded yam with him, and gave him letter to sign. And all those people are the moral preacher of today Nigeria. And
We
you people
never
don't
said that. Come on, dude, don't do this. I never said that.
No. I'm just saying, because he talks as a statesman now. He talks as a saint.
Yeah, so who is that person?
Obasanjo.
So what does that have to do here? Because Obasanjo did it now. So
no. I'm just
take capture, and we are telling you that what thing happened that time. That's what we are telling you.
So what is the definition of the definition of your state capture? If not what I'm saying now, what is your own definition of state capture?
This is what you people do here. You want to you go and shop around for one parallel, one example, one model that looks like what is being done, just to justify your crap that your Tinubu is doing. So because what did in the past. So what
let me tell you what we are doing is that you can if something that is not Ola, if you want us to agree with what you are saying, it's not good. You can say it's not good, but this is not the appropriate. Okay, what you are saying now, how is it correcting it? The only thing that we can talk about legislation. This thing has been there even before independence. You remember when even the work was carpeting. You remember that time when Zeke wanted to become the premier. people cross carpet from NCS.
No.
It's as old as politics itself. It's as
You
old as
understand?
politics
People,
itself.
let me tell you, we need to review our constitution. You cannot be blaming one man as if he's the one causing it. That is
No, you are
what
not
we are telling
talking.
you.
No. See, Simba, we are now talking. The question is this: I don't want to see in the situation whereby I will have to see whatever the politicians are doing.
The angle that you are looking at it as if the problem that
is
the so-called
Tinubu.
problem is Tinubu.
Guy, I'm a supporter of Tinubu. Don't get it wrong. I'm dealing with the issues. I'm not dealing with the person. That's the situation there now.
But the way you put your analysis across is like you are criticizing Tinubu for it.
I'm dealing
So
with
you are
issues.
not putting it in the right perspective.
Guy, you are the one doing that.
You are the one doing that, Mr. Ola. You are not putting. I mentioned constitution.
Active listening matters a lot. Active listening.
Yeah, that is the way you always say. When you don't say active listening,
I talk from the point.
Okay, who has the floor?
Sorry, can I come in, please?
No, please let me just round up what I wanted to say. See, the thing is this: when I told you that when I'm talking of politics, I say I'm a Yoruba nation supporter to the core, no regrets. And because any politics I'm supporting now, I'm supporting it from the point of security. Because why did I believe Tinubu we should be able to do this? Because he did it before, and I'm expecting him to do it. I support him, and for the fact that he is one of my own. Okay, he stopped bank robbery. He stopped bank robbery in Lagos. If you don't want to,
stop bank robbery in Lagos. Why did he stop bank robbery in Lagos?
Because I know, because I work in the bank, I know he stopped it.
So no control IG or police, have you?
Hey.
I like my
personal mind. Wait, let me explain to you. When Marwa was there with this operation sweep, they were carrying pickup. They every time Rambo will come to Lagos. It's a Baba now. Yeah, he has a granddaughter. So the thing is this: when Tinubu arrived, he didn't go. Yeah, he introduced RRS, but what did he equipped the police with armored personnel carrier, and those armored personnel carrier were staged in strategic areas. You know what? If you go rob, you don't go free escape. Before, Oshaniba used to be one of the victims. When they rob like that, they will jump into lagoon. That time, if you jump into that lagoon, you are going to jump into speed, or you are going to be speedboat there. If you try to cross to Obale or other side, at the Kogi side, you are going to meet all those armored personnel carrier be waiting for you there. What happened?
Country will also. I mean, country will also buy.
Nigeria ni mo so because I know.
You go down here. Are you in Lagos? So the one bank, rob bank, for bank here, or me pay one.
I say in the end, I was at the head of it. Hey, Baba, don't let my accent.
Tobamu rational lori amuni.
No, for the fact that bank, o ṣiṣẹ́ nu bank, o jáde síta kó mo bá rob gbà ẹ̀.
Báwo la ṣe ní information lọ́wọ́ ẹ máa wo nǹkan tí bàbá yìí sọ now. Let me tell you one thing. Let me tell you one thing. What you use to in bad that. See, okay. Whenever in the South is that time, whenever they started announcing major hijacks, maybe you start in a day, you started noticing that they hijack like five vehicles. The commander.
I think there's somebody else that want to talk. Who's the person? Last time I will not allow you.
Please, Daddy,
already soon.
Yeah, we have Sanwo. Sanwo, are you here?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me, please?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. It's unfortunate, Ola, the way you were speaking. I just woke up now. Good morning, everyone. I've been listening to you for a long time, but I'm not going to attack you. We're not going to be the same. God has created us. Let me finish and let me speak, please. Okay. God has created us differently. We're not going to reason the same way. We're not going to sleep and put our head and lie in the same path. Once upon a time in this country, Nigeria, David Lyon in Bayelsa State, one he was about to be sworn in, and a judgment came from I think the Supreme Court, and the guy was stopped. Heaven did not fall down. Once upon a time in Rivers State, nobody participated in election while Wike was there. The same Wike APC is supporting today because he's helping the government out in a way, destabilizing the opposition. Nothing happened in Rivers State. How on earth? I mean, we are not children here, for God's sake. Everything that happened about Obasanjo, we all saw, we witnessed it. Don't hide behind one finger and start rewriting or becoming a revisionist, especially this rational mind. The truth of the matter is, you guys, you do not hate the game. You hate Bola Tinubu. Just come out plain and simple and say that. That's the man you hate. And there's nothing wrong with that. How is Bola Tinubu going to help the opposition out when they are kicking themselves down in a hole? When they are digging a pit for themselves, how is he supposed to help them out? So Bola Tinubu has suddenly become an evil spirit that is tormenting Atiku, that is making Atiku refuse to step down for the younger ones coming up. Segun Showumi, that is always backing Atiku, is now turning against him. Everybody is speaking against him because they know it's their issue. How is Bola Tinubu the problem? Or are we saying now, disingenuously, that Atiku is actually working for Bola Tinubu again? Because I don't understand. I don't understand this logic. You will come here and tell us you're a software developer. I'm a software developer too. They will tell you a discussion. Allah will reverse everything back to what he wants us to talk about. Everything is not about software, whatever. Talk about the issue. Speak on the issue and stay on it. Nobody cares. There are doctors here. There are accountants here. Nobody cares about where you come from. No, I'm not holding it. Let me speak. You've been speaking for hours. I just came in and let me finish let me finish my thoughts.
Hold it. Going personal. No, Shoma, wait. Shoma, wait. This guy is going personal. No. Shoma, I'm not going
to mention our last name now.
This guy is going personal. Did you even listen to what I said?
I know Allah. This is
No, Shoma, I'm not taking this thing. If you want to speak. What is trash are you talking about? We don't talk with software developers. If that's your headache, then that will be your headache. Speak on the issue.
Allah.
If I first say you'll be listening to me, it's unfortunate. What's so unfortunate?
Allah, I'm going to mute you.
Please mute me if you want, and I can as well get out for you.
Thank you. So Samuel, continue, and please stop taking it personal.
No, you will say continue. This guy is going personal me, and you say continue. What? What are you talking about?
He didn't call you names.
I don't like this.
He called his name. He mentioned his name.
He didn't insult him. He didn't insult him.
Guy, I said don't go personal with me. Guy.
Mr. Allah, don't be sensitive.
I'm not going to Don't tell me. Someone is here and he says something is unfortunate for him.
He will not say it again. He will not say it again.
What an effrontery.
Sorry. It's okay.
Mr. Allah, calm down. Calm down.
Allah, it's okay. He will not say it again.
Whenever I speak, I attack him.
He will not say it
again. He did not insult you. He was just making a reference.
I don't know the name of the guy. Please.
Mr. Simba, can you please, Dr. Simba, please let me moderate. Allah, I'm the only one that can keep him calm. Mr. Allah, please.
So you have the password there.
Oh my God.
And I know Allah like woman. I like women, not even woman.
Dr. Simba, you're not helping. You're not helping, Dr. Simba.
He didn't even know what I was saying.
Mr. Allah, please stop. It's okay. Mr. Samuel, continue.
Okay, thank you, moderator. I'm not trying to get under your skin. I'm not riling you up. I'm just telling you who you are.
If you don't, not riding me because you were wrong in all those total try to talk. You didn't even listen to me today. I started talking rubbish, and you were so confident.
Okay.
You were so confident saying rubbish.
He still has the floor. Continue.
Okay, I'm not talking rubbish. I'm actually calling you out to tell you who you are. If you don't know,
you talk rubbish, absolute trash.
Oh God, let me speak now.
No, go and play back and listen to me first before you come here and talk.
Okay, I accept I'm speaking rubbish. Can I continue?
Yeah, go ahead and continue. And rational mind, please. It's okay.
Okay, like Zita will say, let me come and speak my rubbish. Let me to speak my rubbish here. Then you can go bananas after. If you don't know who you are, people are listening to you. And I won't come also. If you don't know, That's who you are, and I'm
Oh,
telling you.
you are
See,
here.
rational mind, will you keep quiet and let me speak?
No. You're here to trigger people. It seems to me.
No, rational mind. No. I don't care how. Why are you all being sensitive?
No, I'm not being sensitive because this guy it seems like he's up to something.
No, he's not up to anything. Let him finish.
When was the last time I came here?
Go ahead, sir.
It's been a long time. I've been for years. See, we may not know one another one to one or by faces. I don't even think if I see you tomorrow, I'll recognize Simba because I've seen his face here before, and other people like that. And it's a privilege to be on the same platform with me and Simba. Do you get?
Yes.
I don't think I'll recognize you guys, but in a
cool.
way, let me just
already hyped up. Just keep it cool.
see. I need to freely speak the way I wish, please.
Yes.
I'm not attacking anybody. I'm not cussing anybody out.
Good. As long as you don't insult anyone. That's the most.
I've not insulted anyone, for God's sake.
I know. I was listening to you. You didn't insult anyone.
Please carry on, please.
Yeah,
Okay, see, I don't think if we see one another, most of us will recognize ourselves. But here on this platform, we've been listening to one another for years. Even if I'm playing this thing and I sleep off and I wake up in the morning and I hear a new voice, I know the person speaking. So in a way, we know one another, whether you like it or not, subconsciously. So I'm telling you who you are, work on it. You don't need to keep, civilizing yourself here like, oh, this is who you are or this and that. Nobody cares. Let's speak to the issues. Sometimes you become so monotonous and very unoriginal and banal the way you speak. An issue is going on, you divert it straight away to your own part. The same thing this guy does that is on Dr. Damage's show. Everything about his life is security and it's becoming so boring. Let's stay on issues. You don't need to divert it to your own strong point. Even those your strong point, they are those things you've read on social media or Google. Nobody cares. You can't be a revisionist. That's why I don't respect a lot of people. The same thing that happened in our faces, you are trying to write stories, becoming a revisionist, things that happen in our eyes before us. For God's sake, people didn't start crossing parties today, defecting from one place to another. It didn't start happening today. If you have issues with that, speak to your senator representing you from Ekiti or wherever you're from. Tell them to sponsor a bill. Anybody who move from one party to another cross carpet must lose their seat. Those are the things we should be speaking to. Why is it very inconvenient for you that it's because it's APC they are going into? That, then you must lose your head. For God's sake, what rational thinking is that? When RFI went to SDP, was that Tinubu at work as well? You people need to be checking your head sometimes. When people were moving from one place to another and it wasn't favoring APC, nobody was speaking. So people must speak because the party in power is where they are going to. And I've not even seen Tinubu picking up people on the street, speaking against him. People have been free to say whatever. Under Jonathan, houses where they were publishing newspapers were being raided early in the morning because some things were written against Jonathan. We saw what happened with Marilyn Oga. We saw what happened with Joseph Mbu against Amasia at the airport. A lot of things that happened that most of us, we've just developed this selective amnesia, deliberately wanting to forget things that happened. Because it happened before, I'm not saying it should continue happening, but then we've come from worse places. Now things are becoming seemingly fair to everyone. The president, okay, he should sit down in Nassau Rock. He should do his job.
Seemingly fair, you're saying, right? And you're here telling us about what happened in the past, and then telling us it's seemingly fair.
Rational mind, now.
So who's been a revisionist here? Who's been a revisionist here now?
Rational mind, let him speak. I'm still trying to get a point that he's driving at. Go ahead.
Where I'm driving out is this. Speak to issues. Debate issues out. Prefer solutions. Don't be angry because it's not favored.
Are you?
Can I speak, please?
Hold on now. Hold on.
You guys, you want to silence people? See, stop.
No, don't even say it because I'm the moderator. No one will silence anybody. I'm the only silencer.
I'm not trying to silence him. I'm only pushing back.
Shoma, I will kick you out. If you threaten me with that moderator, I will kick you out now.
Allah, I'm not even talking to you. I'm speaking in general. And just so you know, I am a moderator. Thank you.
You are the silencer.
I'm the double silencer, even.
Okay, let the guy finish his.
Okay, I'm just going to round off this way. Stop getting just now. I'm all right. I'm not a man of many words, but then when it really goes proper for us to go into because I just woke up now. I woke up when Ola started speaking, and he's been rallying me for years. So I need to come out this morning and give it to him anyway. Okay, where I'm speaking to is because it's not favoring who you are supporting. Don't lose your head. The table has turned today. It may turn in your favor tomorrow. Stop losing your head. This is the game. Tinubu should not be hungry because people are coming into his party. He should be more worried so that there won't be an implosion, because I know he knows how to navigate his way. He knows how to. He's a deal maker. Forget it. Nothing will happen in APC. Maybe when he has left in the future. Maybe when he has left. Can I speak? So Fisher come interrupt me.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my God! All right, I'm already done. I don't like the way you interrupt. I'm done, moderator. Thank you so much.
Okay, Sam, I will ask you one
I'm
question.
leaving now. I'll be in the background listening to
I need
you.
to ask you a question.
They want to ask
No,
you a
you can't go.
question.
You have to. You told me that because it's not favoring who I'm supporting. Who is the person I'm supporting? If I may ask you, who is that candidate I support?
You and this guy from Edo State that is always claiming from Abeokuta. What's his name? That old man in Canada. What's that man's name?
Rational
What's that man's name?
Patowski.
Patowski.
He's the old
Okay.
man in Canada.
Okay.
Yes, the way you flip flop, two of you. Sometimes I just wonder. And Patowski will be here that he will be going off rail, like he's the only one that supported Bola Tinubu, for God's sake. This guy doesn't even know you.
Did everybody hear what I asked? Who is the person I'm supporting?
See, stop being disingenuous. You are not consistent. You are not consistent. Everybody knows. Everybody knows. Everybody knows.
Because Allah always supports Obasanjo. We know that for sure.
Yeah, he always supports the bad ones amongst us anyway. Everybody knows where Remi lies here. When he comes, he will defend. He will defend his APC. He will defend Bola Tinubu. That's the way it should be. Be consistent.
Wait, let me correct you today. You see, one thing is that when you hear part of something and you do not hear the concluding part, you understand. This is what kind of wrong impression you have. Nobody, except for a few people that use data here, nobody after my candidates were not not elected during the primary. Nobody here can say he has done more to support Tinubu more than me. Because I was not going to support anybody outside of Yoruba race. If those people that all people that were, everyone that I was supporting, that they were from Yoruba land. And I've always said it and maintained it that I have my own reason. Where you are getting your information, sometimes I'm baffled. I was the first person here that went to dig out the article written about Tinubu and Afayemi from Princeton University. I brought it on this platform just to support the innovation, how they were using them for case study. You are coming here because, you know, sometimes I now see the reason why they say, okay, when you want to talk about someone, you let the person to be here. And I now understand why you say you don't talk of the dead man, you don't talk bad of the dead person, because you will rewrite the story. The revisionist here today is probably you, because everything I've said is clearly on air today. We were discussing, everybody was supporting cross-carpeting. I said cross-carpeting was not this rampart in the Second Republic, that we should not be encouraging it. Just because the like of Simba were being sarcastic in the way they were talking, suddenly, if you cannot identify someone who is being sarcastic and you all of a sudden believe that, okay, he really means that thing, how you came here, you say you went for me when you didn't even know my position. Everybody was saying no. I said, okay, is it good? I ask people here, politician cross-carpeting, is it for their own benefit, or is it for the benefit of the masses, of the personal benefit? And Simba reminded me that Omo Bori Owo, during that time, Chris Cobb, I said, yes. How many of them? I keep asking that question. How many of them? Should we be supporting cross-carpeting just because we like Tinubu? Abba. I mean, like any politician today, none of these politicians even know that we exist, except if we are very close to them. I'm only concerned about my heritage. I'm only concerned about my people. If you like, with everybody, give yourself that goes today. Tinubu does not even know that we are talking about him. But we are just saying something that will benefit us, and suddenly everybody just take personal matter without taking gaga and you were saying you were not being personal, but you mentioned my name 6 good times here today in the same subject. Yeah, you are not being personal. How will you be personal more than, even if you are still talking, if you didn't mention name, it's even good. But you kept mentioning name, you know where I belong, you call yourself software engineer. My guy, if
I'm
that's
not
one
afraid. I'm not afraid of you. That's why I mentioned you. You need to be called out.
no,
This is
no,
not
no,
the
no,
first.
no, no,
This is
no.
not the first time you've been doing it. But let's
Where
just
were
put aside
you?
that. Let's put aside that and stay on the issues.
Where were
Don't let us
you?
digress. Majaka digress.
Hold on,
Leave the
hold
issue
on,
out.
hold on.
Okay. Let me apologize to you. No vex. But I've said my mind. No vex. But I've said my mind. Let's move on.
He has apologized. Said should not
I
be.
said
For
it.
goodness sake.
I said it. Up to 2 years ago. I said it. I said since 2 years ago, before I used to be calm. I said now it's going to be fire for fire. I'm following Edoho.
Ola Omolili.
Wait, hold on.
It's fire for fire.
There's no
Anybody
fire
that
in my
comes to me with
house.
fire,
Ola, there's no
it's
fire
it's
happening in
fire
my
for fire.
house.
That's why you
Not in
everybody that has those
not in
seen
my
since
turf.
last year.
Yo,
Since
man,
last
you are
year,
not
anybody come on,
you
I
are
will
not
just
coming allowed.
meet again. You
There's no
understand?
fire here.
You understand? There's nobody that face me that I don't give bad.
I know
So the thing is this. No. Next time you investigate properly and you know my position.
Okay,
I'm just
thank
saying that everybody. So my position is very clear.
Notice taking. On APC, on lobby APC. Like this guy that come here. Sorry, but one lọ́rọ̀ tọrọ ẹnu wọn ọ̀rọ̀ burúkú ló wá jáde lẹ́nu wọn. Ọkọ wa nígbà. Wọ́n máa attack the personality. Wọ́n ní attack the message.
You rational man. Let me come to your own case now.
Just
Let me
Please do.
Give rational mind.
Please do. Give rational mind in soul.
No. You will continue. I want to talk to Shoma. Shoma is a man of prestige. Man of prestige is not a Prince Daddy is waiting there. Is waiting.
Man of prestige has stopped before now. Why are you saying man of prestige? Don't talk now.
Let's bring Prince Daddy.
I'm gonna put him in then.
Please let him give rational mind his own picks.
Thank you for letting me know, Miss Ola.
Okay, rational mind. Many years ago, we were here on this same platform when you were cursing the Oba of Yoruba land. And Ajanle Koko was here, they were all laughing. One man in his own characteristic way will not do anything about it because he loves you, because he wants you to speak, because you are the dissenting voice. Every other person is on one side, which is fine. Nobody said anything. People laughed about it. You will not do that to a Benin person or someone from Edo State. You will not do that to these Igbos. But we Yoruba, we are so liberal. We take this nonsense from you people. We don't know whether your parents are Yoruba or your mom is Igbo. I don't care. But if you're an original Yoruba person, you will not say things like that. You will not laugh at things like that, for God's sake. Nobody said anything. Even before a lot of people who are here presently joined this platform, I've known you. You are so uncouth. You speak anyhow. You abuse at every instance. You call people names. But now, I'm the one that is speaking roughly here. When you can talk trash. You especially. Every little instant, you curse the president, you curse the Yoruba leaders, and people just move on and pretend like everything is fine. These people don't know me, but then we are Yoruba people. We are cultured people. We are trained at home. We have our culture. We are trained at home. Your mom must be an Igbo. Your mom must be from somewhere else apart from Yoruba land or your parents. Because stop claiming you are not Yoruba at all. You are not. O lè pera anything tó bá wù ẹ́ mi ní pé ẹ lórúkọ yẹn torí wọ́n máa ń claim pàgbàlagbà ní àgbà constitution àgbà rádaràda àgbà òṣì.
Okay, so we're done with
It can't be here and be saying nonsense about our leaders and people are laughing off that. That's not fair.
You go and sit down there.
That was in the past,
my friend.
I
don't share criminal leaders with you. I don't share criminal leaders. I will give respect.
Are you saint? Are you a saint? Rational mind. Are you a saint?
Bow down to your criminal leaders and not call them names.
Are you a saint? Are you coming down from heaven?
Okay, guys.
Look at
Everyone, I'm moderating now. Mr. Kandu and Prince Daddy, can you both unmute? Mr. Kandu, Prince Daddy.
Yeah, good morning, everyone.
Okay.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, Mr. Kandu.
Good
How are
morning,
you?
Pandu.
We are we we are blessed and thankful. Blessed and thankful. Yeah. Unfortunately, I've not been listening for quite a while. I think I still need to hear a little bit more of what the actual topic is.
Okay.
I mean, like people have said, we all come from different experiences. We're not all going to lie down and face one direction. Um, I want to believe. I guess I'm one of those Lagos Yoruba people. But like me, I mean, I respect people regardless of age, creed, nationality. I will never support somebody just because we come from the same region. If an Oba of Lagos sits down with people from the east and say if they don't vote for the person that he wants them to vote for, they will end up in the lagoon. That person has lost the right to be called an Oba in my book, in my own book. If you're a leader, it means something. A leader does not open their mouth anyhow and talk anyhow. I will never, well, I will never go to the Oba of Lagos Palace. I have no business going there, but I will never refer to such a person as a leader because leadership does not talk like that. You're not the Oba of the Yoruba, just the Yoruba people in Lagos. You're the Oba of Lagos. So any other Oba, whether from Buckingham Palace or from Spain or from Saudi Arabia, if you how you project yourself is what's going to determine if you even want to be called a leader. So just because somebody is a Yoruba person, personally, I don't follow anybody. If you don't do the right thing, I don't acknowledge you. Even if we come from the same womb, that doesn't mean I must support you. It's all about character. I am nowhere near perfect, but I don't support people just because I know them or because they're my friend. If you go and steal $1 billion, I will never spend 1 naira with you. There is nothing that you want to buy me that I cannot buy for myself. So I don't follow people. And again, just based on the little that I've heard, um, that is really all I can speak to at this point. Thank you.
Okay, that's nice. You're defending rational mind. So,
No, I wasn't
yeah.
defending him. I was speaking to what he spoke. What Mr. I think is Mr. Sam said. I don't defend any. I don't even defend my own self. So why would I defend anybody? I just go with what makes sense. It's all about sensibility. Everybody's gonna die at the end of the day. So I mean, we like Mr. Sam said, we don't know. Well, a lot of us don't even know these people. The amount of time and effort that we use to talk about them is astonishing to me. Like Mr. Ola said, the issue is about the issue. I will never say because Mr. Lagbaja did something 15 years ago, so it's okay for us to just continue doing those things. I mean, I understand people trying to say, well, Obasanjo did worse than some other people have done. Okay, let's acknowledge that. But do we just continue with this whataboutism? Where we, I mean, it's not even like it seems to me. I know for a fact that we've said this many times, whether it was Obasanjo, Jonathan, or Buhari, or whoever was there. I don't think people understand. I remember the first time I came on this particular panel. The naira was 1 naira to, I think it was 500 and something to the dollar. $1 to 500 and something. And I said then, This thing is going to go to over 2,000. People laughed. And it's not just the issue of the value of the naira to the dollar or to the pound sterling. It's an issue of, do we even understand where we're going? If we're 200 or 220 million people, by World Bank's numbers, we're going to be 400 million by 2050. 400 million people. Who is thinking about where these people are going to live, where they're going to work? That is the issue. Where is your 10-year, 20-year, 30-year plan? Leaders plan for their people, not about how many useless cars they have, how many year houses they have. All of the houses, hold on, all of the year houses of the pharaohs, where is it today? Who cares what you got? The issue is, where are you taking your people? That's what leadership is about. Thank you.
Thank you. So, Prince Daddy, it's your turn, and anyone else after that can speak.
Yeah, thanks,
Prince
Sharon.
Daddy, speak now. Well,
relax, Ola.
Welcome back.
Well, Ola's not spoken now. Ola has spoken.
No,
to that point, actually, I came in to apologize to Sinbad for calling him Amugbo. Simba, are you there? I came to apologize to Simba for calling him Amugbo. Actually, Rational Mani Babanla Amugbo. So, just for the record, Babanla Amugbo in Rational Mind. He doesn't know. I mean,
this forum has even changed the Prince Daddy himself.
I'm telling you. You know, Allah, I'm happy you're happy. You know, I mean, you were sounding
No,
like
no. I love fire for fire. But I don't like
don't trigger Ola again now. Don't trigger Ola again.
No. See, I actually understand it. I understand where Allah was coming from. Even though his conclusion, I don't buy his conclusion as rational mind was. Allah was right. Allah has always been about good governance. That's his hallmark.
Prince Daddy, we got Ola's point, but the contest or what we are discussing is it can't be blaming somebody for that. It's a matter of constitution.
Because a rational mind, a rational mind is the one that tap into that spot. A rational mind, so it deceived him. That's why I know what happened. But Allah has always been right on good governance. And Sam O was saying the right thing. I mean, I don't understand how you're gonna blame the ruling party for the opposition's failure. I mean, who does that? How do you reconcile that? It doesn't make any sense. Okay, so rational mind is anti-Tinubu, anti-APC. So his position I can understand. He never gives credit to them anyway. So that's understandable. But it's not the fault of APC. I mean, in fact, it should rather be giving Tinubu a lot of credit for his his plan and his machination. You can't blame him. You can't blame APC. It doesn't work that way. Even here, I was going to say also, listen, as bad as PDP may appear right now in Nigeria, let me tell you, the Democratic Party in America is twice as worse. They are more in disarray than the PDP. They don't have any leadership. They can't even walk on a straight path. That's how bad it is. And you can't blame the Republican for that. I mean, they were the one that presented Kamala Harris, for example, and they raised over $2 billion, and they couldn't win one swing state. So it's a wrong politics. I mean, I'm glad they're doing it, because if you're going to blame APC for PDP's failure,
they won election in Wisconsin now. That's why your billions of dollars are your billionaire and Elon Musk pumped in there. What are you talking about? What the crap are you talking about?
There we go again. The crowd, which crowd?
No, yeah. I'm giving you an example. You said they could not win an election. They won one election, and they won one recently again. I think
it's not an election. It's just a judgeship election. That was garbage. In a more blue area of the state.
So now you know it's just a judge election. And your
No,
Elon Musk,
we're talking
your
about the
Elon
national
Musk went
election.
there and start
No,
giving out money to
see,
people, right?
listen. Listen. You know what Michael Bloomberg is? Michael Bloomberg was a candidate that spent like $500 million in like 2 or 3 weeks in his candidacy last time against Trump, and boom, he lost. So it's not always about money. It's never always. Elon Musk is not a politician, and he can never be
Oh,
a
suddenly
good
now,
a
suddenly now he's not a
politician.
politician. Suddenly now he's not a
Was he ever
politician,
a politician?
but your
No.
Trump,
See,
Trump
Trump
him.
is a true politician. Elon Musk is not.
Ah, see
So
that, you
with
guys,
all his money, he can't win anything.
I don't
It
know where
is
you're
the
gonna start
quality
from.
of the candidate. I don't want to digress to American politics. It's the quality of the candidate. You guys presented Kamala Harris, and she was a complete failure. Complete failure. She had nothing to offer. So don't say Elon Musk spent money and that's why they lost. But forget about that. But one thing you need to learn, rational mind. And I think I think one man says it sometimes, you're a troll. And sometimes if you're trolling, if you're serious, sometimes it's becoming blurred. The line is becoming blurred. I know in your heart of heart, I don't think you're blaming Tinubu for APC's failure. I mean,
Really?
PDP's
Really,
failure.
I'm a troll. I'm a troll. Is that what you think of me?
You have to be. For me, calling you a troll is actually a credit. I'm actually giving you credit than calling you another thing.
Whenever
Because
I
if
say
you were not a troll.
whenever I stay here, I meant it.
Oh, really? Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Now I put you on a different level now. Now you're totally on a different level because I mean, for you to really have the audacity to want to blame APC for PDP's failure. Supposedly, by the way, I heard when PDP came about, when it was a one-party state in Nigeria, when PDP came about, and they were gloating that they were going to rule Nigeria for 60 years. And about 16 years or so, they totally crumbled because of the ambition of one person, which is Atiku. And you fail to see how they failed in their strategy and their long-term plan. You don't even want to blame them. See, you want to present a lazy argument. You want to present a lazy argument by blaming the other side. But the party actually...
You Magamaniacs and the Agbados, you're both the same. You're all the same. You all think the same, like y'all think like I don't even know what planet you guys are from. So that's why I draw. I mean, there's this correlation between both of you. You just two groups. You just think you just worship.
No, stick to the issue, rational mind. Stick to the issue. Forget about that. Stick to the issue.
Worship, nothing he does wrong that is wrong.
Oh, okay. No. Forget about that. No, why don't you attack the ratiocination of your argument, the logical conclusion of your argument?
You know me very well. I will come to that. I
okay, forget Agado and Maga.
I want to characterize. First of all, I want to characterize what I'm going to say so that you understand what I'm going to say. When I call you people Magamaniacs, it's because you people you worship personality like the Agbados they do. So my point is this: is that nothing your Trump does is wrong, despite there's so many court violations. The rascality that he has demonstrated in the Oval Office, and then you're telling me I don't know politics, right? And then you wonder why you people are going to you're going to get decimated in a midterm election. Let us see, because let him continue with this what he's doing, because look at his poll, and the polls is what is reflecting on it, or his approval rating. It's the worst.
No, I know you're trying to cop out. I'm telling you to address APC and PDP. Address that.
We'll come to that. Even your Fox News. Look at the poll. No, he hates Fox News their gods for releasing that poll, showing that his approval rating is down in the drain. It's down in the sewer. And then you're coming here telling. So let us not go back to your.
Well, say if you're gonna hold on. Say before and one thing that you like to do very well is to pollute the mind of the audience. Let me tell you, if you're gonna be polling bunch of illegal immigrants and non-English speaking citizens, well, you're more likely to get a low approval rating, like they try to present. But let me tell you, the approval rating among MAGA and sensible voters, it has not been that as high as it is right now. I'm telling you, Trump is doing great, wonderfully for that matter. Is dominating in every area. I know people like you have a TDS 2.0, right? You can't think straight. But let me tell you, there's nothing that Trump is doing that is wrong right now. It's all about American first. He's doing the right thing and he's dominating. The notion that all of a sudden the media is going to turn around and be a friend of Trump is a joke. It sounds like you're living under the rock.
You know what the stat says about the people that were deported? Obama deported more immigrants than anybody.
Is it false?
Hold on. Biden did, and they all went through the due process. You have to process them in the right way. Appear before court. The court gives the order. Even some of them are Trump appointed.
BS. You don't know what you're talking about. BS. Stop.
But your Trump is deporting even U.S. citizens. I will not be surprised. Even you. Am I surprised? Even some of the Cubanos that voted for him.
Hold on. Even me what?
All the Latinos.
Let's go personal a little bit. Even me what?
Yeah, a lot of them are regretting now. Even the farmers in your red states, they're all regretting now. I mean, recently one of them,
forget about this. Outliers. Listen, because some people are regretting. It's a handful of people are regretting. All of a sudden, all the farmers in the freaking America, all the immigrant like myself, now hate Trump. It's all garbage. It's the media is got you on their fingers. They can twirl you and twist you at any time to bend to that fake news. Not me. Now, at this point in time, we're dealing with advanced politics, man. We're not doing all this politics you're talking about.
Prince Daddy, you see, there's nothing wrong in supporting anyone and saying, you support Trump or you support Kamala or whoever else, the Green Party. But one cannot be disingenuous and say that what this guy is doing, even if you came from Mars, and they narrated what this person, for lack of a better word, is doing. You don't say because a fly landed on your thing, you take an hammer to kill the fly. There are ways and processes. Yes. Some of the things he's trying to get the European Union to do, spend 2% of your GDP. A lot of people, including Obama, have been advocating, trying to get them there. Is he able to get them to move to do things forcefully? Yes. But you do not throw away the kid with the bathwater just because the bathwater is dirty. There are ways to go about things. So, I'm not saying that you shouldn't support him the way that you do, but to say that what this guy is doing, there is nothing wrong. Come on now. Let's be honest.
When you synthesize a matter that has been dealing with for over 30 years and make it appear as if it's something that came up in the last 99 days, almost 100 days to his presidency, is a farce. Your submission right now is kind of deceptive. It's an issue we've been dealing with for a very, very long time. This trade imbalance. Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer, and many other these politicians, they've talked about it, but none of them have the balls to do anything.
No,
so,
it's not a, no,
but the issue here is that I don't like the argument because you do something and it's not going smoothly. It doesn't mean that
Nancy Pelosi issue. We had trade deficit during the time of Reagan. We had trade deficit during the time of George Bush 1, George Bush 2. I don't care.
If they had done something about it, it would not have accumulated to this juncture whereby things are about to crumble on itself.
You might
Please,
not have
can do. Listen,
you might not have
your
been
argument about Trump is doing things irrationally, like Kulata would say, and this is not the right way to do it. It's for the birds. It's for the birds. Why is it for the birds? Because to assume that there's this magic wand or this a straight way to get it done is, to me, I'm sorry, is delusional to the highest grandeur. I'm telling you.
Or whoever else, it's like bringing up Obi when Tinubu is the president. It doesn't matter Nancy Pelosi or Chuck Schumer.
No. I'm trying to delineate and tell you that the issue has been around for a long time.
It doesn't matter.
Just like I give Tinubu credit. Tinubu credit for tackling the what you call it, the subsidy issue. It was the one that actually did something about it. But
usually I don't give people credit for doing their job. That's your job. What do you want, a cookie?
No. Well, I know. Not when an issue has like been kicked down the road for over 30 years or a very
Yeah,
long
but
time.
you're being
And we have leaders
disingenuous.
that did nothing about it. No,
No,
you gotta
it
give
is
credit. It's not about doing your job. It's about giving credit to the
listen,
person that stood
the
up
reason
and
why
chose to do something about an
the
issue.
reason why we have grown from 100 and something billion trade deficit with China to over 500 billion is not because of Nancy Pelosi or Bill Clinton or George Bush too. It's because of America's business, the American business
Nah,
enterprise.
I don't
Hold
buy that.
on.
No.
I
Don't
don't
go there.
care what you like. This is not a this is not a
If you have
right
put policies in place, don't blame. See,
Let him
of
talk.
course, American business are responsible for it, but the
Who were the
government,
people?
the government,
Who were the people that shipped the jobs from America to China?
and if the government had put in policy, if the government had put in policy to punish businesses that did that, we wouldn't have that problem.
Can you answer that question first?
No, it's American business.
Who moved the
Business.
businesses? Yeah, who did?
Business. Wall Street. Because they could make more
I
money.
heard you can do. And I just told you that if they had put, if the government was paying attention and they were not bought by this corrupt or what you call lobbyists, and they actually did what they were supposed to do, all those offshoring, outsourcing that occurred in late 90s and 2000s would have been curtailed, and we wouldn't be having this large trade deficit in the first place. So when people drop the ball, we blame leaders if they don't do their job. At the same time, if they do the right thing, like Trump is doing, like Ashwaji is doing, you got to give them credit. It's not about just doing their job. They go beyond that.
Credit for doing their job. That's why he will pay you. You're a servant leader. I don't give. That's why I wouldn't. I don't.
No.
back
See,
down to
I think that's an African black man's mentality somewhat. Listen, even
No,
when
I'm
people
not.
do, if
Actually,
your servant,
I'm not an
if your servant
African. I'm
serves
not a
you,
black
if
person.
your servant
I am
serves you,
me.
you can
I
say
am not a
thank you to
black
your servant.
person. I am not a black person. I will repeat. I am me.
Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't know you're Caucasian, but
I'm
even
not
if your
Caucasian.
servant
I'm just
does
me.
something to you,
Well, no, you said black. You said African or black person mentality. I don't have any group's mentality. I look at things for what they are, not from an African or Chinese. It doesn't matter. The point is, I'm not. Look, like I said, I preference it by saying some of the things that this man wants to do, people have been trying to do, but the way you go about is just like even narrating something. The way you go about your narrative is almost as important as what you're trying to say. That's the point. The way he's going about it is
okay.
wrong.
So can do. Why don't you tell us what playbook should he have used, or what should he have done rather than his current approach to the matter? Because you
Actually,
seem
there
to
was
have the
nothing
you
wrong.
seem to
There
you
was
seem to have the perfect bullet to solve the problem.
no. It's above my pay grade. Trust me, it's above my pay grade. But you don't start fighting everybody to the degree that he has done in the last 90 days. You don't. That is not the approach. I
Well,
mean,
I disagree with you.
okay,
You and I
and
can
the and
agree
the
that there
and,
may be
and
some hardship on the horizon, but
unnecessary one,
unlike you and many other people, this is what I do. This is what I do. My approach to leadership, or what people do. If I've not done something, or if I don't really have a real solution to the problem, and somebody else does it, I don't think I have the right to be criticizing that person for doing the way they did it. Because if I knew how to do it, or other people did, they would have done it, and it was that easy. So the notion that things are not working out the way supposedly the way they should be working at this point in time doesn't mean I should blame him. I don't care. He's the one doing the job. See, hold on. He's the doer. See, you're now a talker, but he's a doer.
Just because I don't have the answer doesn't mean I cannot criticize someone that I can clearly see
No.
is
And
leading
I totally
everybody
agree with
wrong.
you. There's a way to criticize. There's a way to criticize by actually explaining things, but to criticize and condemning, I reject that, especially when you don't have the solution to the problem.
Sometimes you prefer solution by criticizing and then you giving solution.
No. You don't, Rashomon. You don't prefer solution. You insult. Insulting people doesn't mean you criticize them.
When I criticize, hold on, let me give you an example of what I did. When I was talking about e-processing I mean, he deporting illegals, aliens, as they call them, without due process. So I criticize that, right? That's a criticism. So in that same criticism, there is a solution there. Now, why don't you go through the due process? And I gave you an example of Biden and what's his name? Obama.
Obama,
They deported more people.
It's the first time.
They deported more people than any other president, and they went through the due process. They went them. They let them have the
you don't know that. You know why? Don't, because the media never talks about it. The media never talks about it. What about? Hold on. What about when they took the Hispanic or the immigrant children and put them in a cage? That's what done under Barack Obama's regime.
What difference?
What about that? What about the inhumane treatment they give illegal immigrants? The media is a friend of the Democrats and these people, so we never heard about it. Hold on. The only reason why we know now that Obama deported more people than Trump and Biden was because the other side is talking about it. But when it was going on, was a taboo. Was a taboo and a bad thing, and the media never talked about it. He never knew. He never knew about it.
Prince Daddy, I knew that in real time, not after the fact.
Well, I agree with you. I promise you, Rashomon never knew. I promise you, Rashomon and many other people never knew that.
Well,
you may know, but Rashomon did not know.
In real time.
What are you talking about? I knew.
Real time.
What are you talking about? This guy.
Because CNN never really talked about it. Because the media never really talked about it.
When you've lost an argument, that's what you do.
Prince Daddy, like I said, there's nothing wrong in supporting who you support. I wanted Hillary Clinton to win against Obama. I didn't know who Obama was. He was a governor from Illinois who had never done anything that nobody knew nothing about. I was
sorry, I don't want to be petty, but it was like a 2-year senator. It was never governor. He had no real long-term leadership.
Sorry. Budi whatever was the governor, the one that was trying to sell Obama's seats.
Blagojevich.
Right, but the point I'm trying to make is I did not support Obama because he's a black man. Clinton made more sense to me than Obama, because what I did, I've never known anything about this guy other than him speaking at a Democratic National Convention. So I don't support you because you are black. I would never do such a thing, ever. If my mama born you, if you're doing the wrong thing, don't expect me to support you.
And dude, you're a unique, one of a kind. I tell you this, between Barack Obama and Hillary, back then I didn't care for neither of those guys, neither of the two candidates. But this is what I said. I stayed away from the Democratic primaries, right? And I said whoever emerges, I will support. And at the end of the day, when Barack emerged, I was like, the only reason I'm supporting this guy is very simple, because he's black. It couldn't be anything. He had no accomplishment. He had nothing. No business, background, no real publication in academia. This guy was just a plain as vanilla. He had nothing to offer. And I only supported him because he was a Negro.
No. Prince Daddy, if you were really following what was going on, by the time he became the Democratic nominee, we were losing 900,000 jobs a month. By the time he became president in January, we lost 1.2 million jobs. So it was really
and what did he do? I mean, we're losing jobs, but guess what? Inflation was super low. We're losing jobs. Inflation was low.
Listen. The issue is not because Obama himself. The people, the economists that he surrounded himself, they got all the banks to sit down, to take loans. It might not have been the best option, but the entire world was holding its breath. And I tell you, Obama became president in January 2008. On exactly, I'll tell you the date, because I followed this thing back then like a hawk. On April 9 was the bottom of the market. April 9, a year and a few months later, Obama became president January 20, 2008. The next year, 2009, on April 9, we found the bottom, and we've been riding that wave since then, other than COVID and I think it's
Can do. Hold on. So you're a business guy. I think we've talked about this issue in different ways on this platform. There was nothing magical about what they did. Okay, we're not riding any damn wave at this point in time. At this point, since that time, can do, and I hope you know that up to now, the stock market has been inflated, especially coupled with the huge deficit with China and the rest of the world. The stock market overall is overinflated. We all know that the real factors of production or real economic activities did not bring us out of this damn 2008 economic debacle. We know that because they give freaking money to Wall Street and the banks. Hold on, they give money to Wall Street and the banks. Okay, so it wasn't because they came up with some great idea or some ingenious innovation.
Prince Daddy, anybody that's able to, you can Google how many jobs did the American economy lose in 2007.
No, let's
hold on.
Please focus on what I'm saying. That's not my contention.
Whether the market is inflated or not, from 2007 to January 2008, we were losing hundreds of thousands of jobs, and an untold number of jobs have been created since then, be they service jobs, or any other type of job you want to call them. So whether they did something or not,
so what you tell? Listen, Nigeria or many other countries can be great also if you just print money and give it to them. I mean, what kind of business? I mean, I don't know how many people on this platform go into business. They lost. You know.
Sometimes your argument just doesn't sound right.
I said we were losing over 1 million jobs. We have gained millions of jobs since then. You said it's because they printed money. If you and your Lagos boys know how to do it, go and print money.
Exactly. No, we can't print. That's the point here. We don't. That's why dollar is king. Let's not go to we can go deeper into the analysis, but that's the dollar is king. The reason why they could freaking the reason why they could print money is because of the convexity of the dollar. We talked about it before. When they print money, the dollar depreciates. But guess what? They externalize the weakness of the dollar, the depreciation of the dollar to the rest of the world. That's what usually happens. I mean, that's what happened. America is in a unique situation to do that. That's the point I'm trying to make. Okay.
As much as I understand your point, but we cannot say they didn't do anything.
Wall Street did not come up with any innovation that brought about them coming out of the economic debacle. They did nothing. They printed money. So I'm not sure why you want to be jumping up and down and give them freaking credit. The market is overinflated as we speak right now.
They stopped from losing 1 million jobs a month, not a year, a month.
Let me say this to you. You see, sometimes when you argue the way you argue, our friend Prince Daddy, sometimes it just baffles me. You can't compare America. You see, let's not do this comparison. You cannot do that. America has so many things that is backing their dollars on. They're using their military industrial complex. That in itself is $1 trillion industry of its own. They can back it on that. They supply the world. I mean, why is it that Europe? I mean, why is it that Zelensky and Europe, they can't just move on without Trump? Why is it that despite all the ill treatment that Zelensky has gotten from Trump, why is it that it's just, okay, screw it, I'm done with you? Yeah. Why is it the transatlantic group? Why did not all just say, okay, screw it, before you want to go? We'll just move on and then we'll create our own. Why is that everybody they will just need to depend on the United States? Because the United States has some certain things that they back their treasury on. Now we're talking about tech. We're talking about, just name it, everything. America back all of this. So you say, why can't Nigerian government print? You can't print money when you don't have anything to back it on. You don't have skilled labor force.
Rational mind. You're not an economist, and I can see your simplistic approach to the matter. What you just said.
There you go. There you go.
You don't have the background.
I'm giving.
You saying. Listen. You say the military backs the dollar, or what? I mean, tell me any real asset that's backing the dollar.
This is a concept.
Since we can tell you the history, but since we left the gold standard, tell me what is backing the freaking dollar that makes the dollar strong.
It's once upon a time thing.
Are you ready?
Foley, you want to say something? Foley, are you saying something? Can you meet Paul if he's not saying anything? I don't know, maybe he's just talking to somebody behind. Yeah, thank you. So, Prince Daddy, when I say you know, when it comes to high-tech here, we're talking about technology. US is backing their currency on that. It's a support for their to show to the world that yes, we are $1 trillion economy, because our tech industry here is just massive. Are you talking about Boeing? Are you talking about Lockheed Martins? Are you talking about the weaponry and all that they supply to the world? What are you talking about? So if they want to print, if they want to print their dollars, they can print it, because they can use that as a backup for that to show that yes, we have the economy. I'm not saying it's good. Do I mean that it's right for them back printing out money like that? Well, they can do that because they're the most powerful country on earth. They have the economy, they have the size, they have all of this we just mentioned. But what does your country, Nigeria, has? What does Nigeria has to back up whatever they have? You have a population, right? But the population are they skilled?
Well, I think we're making the same argument in that regard. No, you didn't listen to me. I said, hold on. I said what you can do is talking about what happened after 2008. I was making the point that the only way America survived that economic debacle was because we printed a bunch of money. And I say if Nigeria had that unique situation also, and we have a strong currency and we can print money, I said most economies or countries would do as well as America. That's my point. So it's not about trying to set.
You know why the naira was? You know why the naira was huge way back in this? I mean, while our currency was strong in the 70s.
Yes, like, I know. In the 80s was 1-on-1.
Can you tell us why? Do you know why? Because
why? I don't know. We had a strong economy. I guess we had a lot of.
I was strong economy. I was strong naira. Strong. Our naira was strong then.
Yeah, we had a strong. Listen, there are many factors that determine the strength of a currency. Back then, relatively, we had a good economy. We had a booming oil sector. Things were just working out very well. I guess the education state, as a country, we are much more balanced, of course, than we are today. Okay. I mean, it wasn't because the naira was backed by freaking gold in the vault. It wasn't that.
Actually, is because of all those are factors. But the primary thing is the good faith and trust. That's it.
Hold on. Say that again. Say that again.
Is the good faith and trust in the American system and the American economy. That's what it is.
To the rationalized question, why did the naira was strong back then?
No, I think it was partly because of the booming economy.
Let me tell you.
I can tell you why the economy, why naira was strong then. Let me give you.
Okay, why was naira strong?
It's because at the time we have thriving industries. We have massive industries that were thriving in Nigeria. We have Pan. We have Volkswagen at the time. They were manufacturing cars. Hold on. We have textile. Oh, come on, dude. Can you just say this? We have textile companies. Even though at the time our cocoa was almost dying at that time, but at least it was still thriving than what it is today. Then at the time, we're not heavily indebted at the time. We're not getting just
okay. Bingo. That's the key word right there. That's the key word right there.
Let me land. We're not getting just anyhow loans. We were looking inwardly. We were managing what we had. So that is why our naira was so strong. That our currency was so strong, was so powerful at the time. And then we have oil just to cap it up. We're massively churning out the oil. And we have
Okay.
a
To
huge
my
reserve.
point, we had a more balanced economy, just like I said, a more balanced economy. You just reiterated what I said. Essentially, we had all these industries. We had our debt was low. The oil industry was fine. So overall, we had a good economy. We didn't have a lot of debt, so it was fine.
Yes, it was fine. Well, I'm sorry, I'm trying to multitask here. So, but the point I'm trying to make here is this: you cannot say that of today. Not like the idiot that was in that one in Nassau Road. I say when Buhari was there, was telling Buhari when we were in COVID, was telling him to go and print more naira, go and print more naira. Under with what are you going to back your naira with? Even the oil that you are supplying, you're not able to even supply full oil to even Buhari was not even meeting the quotas there. What are you going to back it up? You don't have any industry that is even thriving like it used to be way back in the 70s and early 80s. And then the idiot was telling him, go and print more naira, print more naira. I bet that's what he himself is doing right now. That's why our economy is our naira is just like toilet paper. If printing naira, just printing. Do you know how much Tinubu has printed? When it get out of there, we're going to find out very soon. I say maybe they cover it up because that guy has just been doing.
I think
he's not printing my currency.
I think
he's not doing
the money that Emefiele, you see people like this Emefiele guy, with whoever his gang of people are, they need to go and find a special place for people like that. Because the effect of all that money, that at least some of the things I've read, I mean, this is unbelievable. Is the man
they were printing naira without it to back it up?
Is the man on the street by any chance? Does anybody know? Did they give him bail?
They just died on the case. I mean, that's what we're saying. That's the part of the quick.
I mean, and this is the thing. If people, you see, people.
No, Emefiele is still in prison up to today.
Okay.
They have not given any bail. So
he's still in prison. Where? What prison is he in? Who told you that?
It's not outside that. They didn't give him bail.
They have released him. The last time I saw he was released.
He has not been released. I think he's still under detention.
Whether you see people like
but can do. Sorry, when you're analyzing countries' economies,
Wally, what did you say?
It's always good to be cognizant of the situation.
He has been released.
So can do. Even though Emefiele may have printed a lot of money, that money did not circulate into the local economy or the Nigerian economy to the degree you would think. Okay, that money was stashed away in the banks, in the pockets of a handful of people. Okay, and many of them, those currencies were converted into hard currency, or what you call dollar, whatever. So that's what occurred. Now it's not like they printed money and they were giving loans, rampantly to consumers and investing in the country building industry. They didn't do none of that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That the effect, if they really understand the effect of what that man did, he should be killed, brought alive, killed like 52 million times. What he has done. Not just himself, whoever his gang of people were that did. I mean, they have incurred debts that will take generations to pay. And this is what we're talking about. Leadership. What were people looking? I mean, even from what former Emir of Kano said, that when he was at the central bank, they will produce 35 bill of lading. They will say 35 ships landed in Lagos in one day. And people will pay this money. What these people have done, if there is no hell, one will be created for them. So I don't know. I've said this before. This is not a Tinubu issue for me. Even the very first day he came in, or that they said he was the president, I asserted that what they should face is the primary food that Nigerians.
Hold on. Before you go to that diverge. So when you called it about 2 years ago, that when it now was 500 about to the dollar, what were the barometers? What were you looking? Or how did you forecast or predicted rather that it was going to get close to 2,000 naira to a dollar? What were you looking at?
I don't know how to post it on here, but I think I have your email. The one that I wrote originally was when Naira was, what was it? And it was the chart. I was looking at the Nigerian Naira chart compared to the US dollar. So then I'm trying to remember what the numbers were. Then it was $1 to $1 to, I think it was about 190. And that was when they were talking about this oil subsidy. I saw a video of the CBN governor, Sanusi, that they did in Lagos, I think it was. Otedola was there, Dangote, all these people, the two biggest female ministers. And he went through the numbers. He told them that they cannot continue to pay the subsidy. He said, if you continue to pay them, you will see the Naira will go from 1 to 200 or thereabout to 1 to 1,000. And that was what prompted me to go and look at the charts. I looked at the chart. I said, oh my God, this thing is going to go to 1,000. I think that was 2005 or whatever. I don't even know, whatever the year that was. So that was what prompted. That was the original one.
But can I ask you a question, please?
Yes, sir.
Although that time you projected that the dollar would go up to 2,000, but it's never up to 2,000. It's about 1,500 now. And when you mentioned Sanusi, I know that Sanusi was taken also politically that time. That in the information that the people of Ems of Affairs have, you don't have it. We all agree that Nigeria has been bastardized over the years. So all those things that you come here, you try to look for a morally sound leader. In politics, you cannot see a totally clean man because it's a dirty guy. So the question I want to ask you is this. Now that you know everything on the table in Nigeria, what would you suggest or what would you say should be the necessary solution for both short term and the long term? Because I know you are into trading and you are very versatile about that. So what kind of suggestion would you suggest to the Nigerian government for solution in terms of both short and long term? Thank you.
Yeah, the only solution I know is the same solution I had from Tinubu's day one. Agriculture. You have to get people, not giving people loans. I'm told there are millions of young people in Nigeria that don't have jobs. It's the same thing I said from day.
Do you force these people to agriculture, or do you force them by giving them incentive or benefit? Because
you force them you force them. No, hold on. You force them by giving them an offer they cannot refuse. I'm not talking about.
Can you give us an example of an offer an average Nigerian 18 to 25-year-old will be unable to reject? Just for something. Can you give us an example?
80,000 naira a month, $50.
80,000 naira per month.
A year, sorry. A month.
A month, 80,000 naira a month.
Yes.
Is that all? And then you push them to farming.
Those that want to come.
You don't know this Gen Z at all. You don't know them.
No, I don't care to know them. I'm only looking for the willing. This is the thing of the willing.
See, Remy, if you give them incentive, they will go. I'm not just saying it because I know at least someone that even rally ran, just got money from people just to start a small piggery and a small poultry. and all those things that is going to be.
We try to get to what can a sense. I think can you give us a number? Remy laughed at it. What is the incentive to
80,000
give
a
to
month
the
is
youth?
not a joke.
Huh?
80,000 a month is not a joke.
It's a lot. So you think that's sufficient? You think that's sufficient, right?
No, 80,000 because it depends on the way you do it. Because you propose, okay, where we are now, we have access to a lot. If you put a package, you can even access.
I can guarantee you go and buy more baby pampers. Go and buy more baby pampers.
It's not everybody in Nigeria that behave that way. Let's just some people on their own, they are doing something already. That 80,000 will go a very long way.
I know of
Thanksgiving.
Hold on. I know of a company.
I've been saying it. I think for a long period now. I think I've been saying it. The problem with agriculture in Nigeria is not the absence of players in the sector. You understand? Like me, and I know a lot of people. The problem that we have in agriculture in Nigeria is the availability of, let's say, in the one yes, is the availability of markets for agricultural produce. Okay, let me give you, for example, as it is now, and because Nigerians don't come here when price of things are coming down. Now, the price of, especially poultry, the price of egg is coming down in Nigeria as it is, though the farmers are not happy.
What price are you? What price do you have, sir?
Dr. Simba,
the reason why I said the farmers are not happy, the price is not coming down with because the price of input is still very high, so it's not profitable as to them.
Okay, we're trying to talk about the incentive for youth.
That's what I'm saying. That if you can say, okay, want to give, the incentive is not about giving people money. If you are looking about incentive, that's what I'm saying. If people, let me tell you this. Let me say
the incentive. Hold on, maybe you can add this to what you're about to say. I said the focus needs to be on the major food that Nigerians eat. And it is not, I'm talking about bringing these young people to farms where they will be working, not giving them money for doing nothing. God forbid. I know of a company.
You can do. You can do things that are practicable. Let me tell you, you cannot give people, say, this is a farm. Take it, this is where you'll be working every day like a factory. It can never work. You understand? That's what people are saying, that government will own a farm and we employ Nigerians as like laborers to be working there. And you think Nigerians will do that?
Sir, I don't care.
Let me give you. Let me give you why most people.
Hold on. I don't care about those that will not do it. I'm only interested in those that will do it.
You know one thing I don't like about you. Sorry, you always talk personally. I don't care. It's not about you.
I mean, you said you think Nigerians will do
let me tell you, it's not about you. Let me give you for example. I'm a player in this thing, and that's why I'm trying to let people know what is happening. You understand? You cannot be doing things that are not profitable. If you plant maize today in Nigeria and you harvest it, I can tell you that you might not even break even. Those are the issues. The problem that we have, I said it earlier, it's not absence of prayer. So asking more people to come in, I say, okay, you want more people to go into it, so that by the time they go into it, things will be is a business that you have to do and make profit.
I'm not interested in the business.
Simba,
the government can even lose money. I'm not.
No.
flood
Same
can do.
the
I
idea
have a
of government
suggestion.
run farms,
See,
and they employ
I have a
people.
suggestion. I have a suggestion like they will teach us during our Greek economics those days, right? You all know. See, when you want to encourage farmers, if you are not going to give them subsidy directly, you raise the price, the price floor for that.
Exactly, that's what I'm
Then,
saying.
so raising the price floor, we encourage the value chain of that business to grow.
Ola,
So if you
if I
build,
know that, Ola, just to support what you are saying, if I know that if I produce 1 ton of maize, and I know that this is price that I'm going, even before I go in, you understand? I can make my mathematics. I say, okay, if I spend this one on the seed, I use this one for tilling the land. I use this so amount of money to buy fertilizer. This is the cost of labor and all. And I can say, okay, if I produce, this is but there is a lot of uncertainty in farming in Nigeria to the extent that you're only doing it. Most people will go in here, there, and go out because by the time they are making, harvesting their produce, the price that they will sell, most people will run at loss. That's what is discouraging
Dr.
people.
Simba,
Okay, hold on. Hold on one
apples
second.
and
Let me
oranges.
chime in. So we've talked
I'm not
before.
interested in
Simba, we talked
farming.
before about intermediaries in this business of farming, in order to mitigate or minimize the risk involved in this farming business for the private enterprises, right? So
yes,
what the government? What role should the government play
that
in
is what
order
Ola
to
is
boost
talking about.
Eh,
agriculture?
but,
Let me
but
tell you
that's
this.
why I said
Even in
we're
US,
talking up. Hold
what?
on, I beg.
Okay.
That's why I said we're talking apples and oranges. You are interested. The line you are talking about is farmers. Me, I'm trying to kill as many birds with this stone that I have. This one stone. So I'm even willing as a government run things at a loss all over the world. I'm willing to even run at a loss for the next 3 years or 5 years plan to bring people that don't have a job, that have nothing doing. Whether the number is going to be 40,000 a month, where I'm going to take them to places, food basket, not in their backyard in Oshogbo and Lagos, wherever those places are, where they're going to grow these things, whereby we're going to have an abundance surplus of agbado and corn and or whatever the staples are.
Agbado and corn.
So,
What is that?
Can do. You are not factoring
Agbado
accommodation
cassava
costs.
again. That's
You
what
are
it
not
is.
factoring accommodation costs. You are not factoring
I know I
taking
am.
No,
people
no, 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 no.
three
See,
times
so,
in
so
a day.
I
guys,
You
am.
are not
hold on,
starting
hold on.
recreational activity for
I
them.
Remy, no, no,
am.
okay. See, what can do? Hold on. What can do is saying all those things you just mentioned. It didn't say it in complete terms. So, in other words, it's saying we should create a system that will provide all those amenities that you just mentioned, but nonetheless create employment for youth, for the young ones to go into farming, even though it may run at a
The
loss.
willing ones
Though it may
among them.
run at a loss, at least we flood the market
Now
with
you
all this
change it. You
produce.
force them. Now you are
No, I
saying the
said we
willing.
forced them. No, you didn't hear the whole thing. I said
We can't even say even
I
our
said you
government the
force
way it
them
is.
by giving them an offer they cannot refuse. I don't mean force them with a
Do you
gun or
think
a knife.
80,000 will be enough for them for a
For
month?
some,
And
only those. You will never get everything you want in life.
Let me tell you, Remy, if you go into farming, 80,000 with other
are you
incentives
sure
will be
I'm not
enough.
a farmer already? Are you sure I'm not a farmer already?
And we know
No,
you're a
now,
farmer
no,
already. We know
you
you're
don't
a
get.
farmer.
You want to engage the youth. 80,000 for someone that is earning nothing is enough, because you are not just going to give it to them now. You will find a way to
They're
monitor
going to be
them.
working.
Because if you don't monitor
The number,
Nigerians to give them money,
the
that
number
even
might not
here.
be. The number might not be 80.
So,
It might
so
be 50. I don't know.
the kinds of youth also matter. So, are you saying a lot that we're able to pull all this youth from the urban areas in the big cities
Prince Daddy,
into
farming.
farming?
Those
Those that we can.
Simba
You
Joe,
can't get
let me answer
everybody.
Prince Daddy. Can do just hold on. see, Simba, Prince Adi, it's not every youth that is in the urban area. We still have people in all those Ekiti, Ondo that
We do, but
are ready to
that's the
go to the
problem.
farm.
Most of those people in those rural areas, they already do one kind of farming or another. So the point here is to draw this youth out of the urban
No,
areas
Prince
and the
Daddy, even the
congested
people
cities.
that is talking about in Ekiti, in those villages, they are running away because it's not profitable to them. All of them are running to the city to go and do Okada.
No, Simba, I get you. You are correct on that. That is not profitable. That's why I'm
Allah is
saying.
a typical example now. Run away from the farm, become
I
a
become a
software
banker,
engineer,
they run
a
away
banker,
from
and the
banking
rest.
to
You are
go
taking
Canada.
them down.
Around the fence, you.
No, but on a serious note, this was the same thing I said the first day they said Mr. Tinubu.
Can do.
Yes,
Let
sir.
me tell you. You said government. I believe that government don't run things to make profit, but at the same time, if you want to solve a problem, you look at what are the problems where you want to solve. You must know the problem. The problem of agriculture in Nigeria is not it's not that we don't have enough player. We have more than enough people that are doing agriculture in Nigeria. One, the practice is very crude. It's not profitable, maybe because of the kind of practice that the kind of
That's why I can do is suggesting a more structured approach to farming. That's why he's talking about a
it's not. He
more
said they should
structured
just
approach to farming.
let me tell you. The way the approach is suggesting. It's not government that can don't do anything. Government in Nigeria that government is doing in Nigeria is not going to function at all. It's going to fail. Don't government should not even venture into say they are the one
Okay,
doing the
Simba,
agriculture.
what did Awolowo do? Can we revisit that
Awolowo did not
project
even
of
venture
Awolowo?
into agriculture. He encouraged farmers.
Well, that is true, but okay, let me tell you. When the last time I was,
but you know, Awolowo build our local industry that
It
consume
was.
all those
Let me tell
products.
you what he was doing. Let me tell you what Awolowo was doing that time. He was supplying them farm input and he was buying directly
equipment.
from them.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying now. So
Well,
the government can
also
be
the
buying and be
mentality
storing.
of those people back then were more into farming than today.
But in fairness, so if someone, even if Tinubu's government goes in and say to all the cocoa farmers that I will buy all your cocoa, it will not be profitable because the cost of inputs is so high, fertilizer, everything. So that is why my approach is not to try and help industry. This is Agbamilawai. We're in the middle of the ocean here. We got to swim or sink. So my approach is less. I'm not saying every single food, the staples. If you supply enough of it, a bag of gari can become 40,000 a bag. That's my interest.
I agree with you. Yeah,
That's the only.
Tell us
a
your
handful,
methods.
a basket of produce that's
Give us
common
the
to the
details of
Nigerian.
what you are going. So what you are saying, give us the detail. Oh, government will take the land. Then you say, okay, we
government
employ
has
you.
land. Government has land, or they can buy.
I'm just trying to understand what you are saying.
Instead of spending
okay.
10 billion, we can buy a few farmland with 10 billion instead of buying some solar panels. We need food.
Yeah, I agree. Say, Simba, I don't think if you listen to Kendu, I don't think he's telling us that we have the plan is hold on. He's not saying that this plan is all completely thought out to
said
perfection.
something earlier on. You said the mentality. You said the mentality of the farmers those days
Back
different
then.
from the mentality now.
Yeah.
Let me tell you now. How
because
do you think?
we're closer to the farms
If
back
you
then
look
than
at
now.
if you look at even what government is managing now, look at the way civil servants runs government parastatals. You understand? Let me tell you, people will not even work in that farm. You will not even see let me tell you, one, they will not go and work. Two, even whatever they produce, they are the one that will steal everything. You will not even see anything in the market.
Like your workers, huh?
The one that people are even managing privately.
They were killing the birds to steal.
The one people are managing, that people are supervising on their own, your business that you are doing, We know what we face. Talk less of the one that he will say, hey, these are our own share of the
But
cake.
Dr. Simba, you see, this is I know you hate me from here to eternity because you think I'm only talking. And when I said I don't care earlier, what I meant was I don't care about those who don't. You see, this is the way I believe life is. I don't care about those who are not interested. I'm only interested in those that are. That was my point. Not that I don't care. If you have 10 million youths in Nigeria that don't have jobs, I might not be able to employ all 10 million of them for this project. It might only be 600,000 out of the. That's what I mean by only the willing. This is not a by force. I mean, I was just reviewing a company in Lagos that manufacture what do they even speakers. The people there are employed by Chinese. They're paid 80,000 a month, and they go there every day and work.
Well, but that's the difference between a private enterprise and a government owned. So Sima is trying to point out the deficiencies and the challenges if a government runs the enterprise, right? And he's talking about the entitlement that workers have, for example, in the civil servants area. So he's making a great point also. As much as I agree with your submission as well. So between the two, we have to find a balance, a structure whereby, if you have government run the farms, it maybe can turn into private enterprise or owners to run the farm itself to make it more profitable than the government taking it like wholeheartedly.
Prince Daddy, based on the things that I know on the ground in Nigeria today, it will be very difficult for private enterprise to do it and do it profitably. My issue is I'm not worried about it.
It can do. It depends. It depends. Some private people, like I said it, and I want to repeat it again. I have a former colleague that is into cassava chain. He does this thing. Whenever he harvests his cassava, it goes to his processing facility, and he exports some. He sells some locally. So there are some like that the big capacity for
as much as that is wonderful. You see, right now, your patients that came into ICU, I'm not that worried about your bed mannerism right now. I'm trying to save your life. Right now, that friend of yours that does Gary processing, can he produce and sell a bag of Gary for 40,000?
How can he sell a bag of Gary? How can he sell a bag of Gary for 40,000?
Simba, what about this approach? What about government-owned farms and private run?
I'll give you an example.
You know what they used to do
as the government.
Hold on. Can do. Let me pass on information.
How can you even just put a price on something and say, okay, this is the price?
Let me pass on information. I bought one Ayola now. It's a plantain flour and net with 1.8 kg. I bought it today. So the thing was processed from Nigeria because these are the guys I want to believe because I don't know how this guy sourced his own. Because
how much did you buy it? How much did you buy it in Canada?
Baba, getting past information, He produced it from plot 7 to 9. Ayola. No, maybe our values he taught me. Ayola Street, near Ipaja, Lagos. That's where he produced, and he put his number there. So what I'm saying is this guy is possible because I know someone that went into plantain farming. I don't know whether this guy is doing it. Now, this guy look, I bought this thing. Okay, back to what this guy asked me, Baba Remy. I think I think I bought it close to $20. So,
Jesus.
More than $20.
Jesus, my God.
More than $20. More than $20. 1.8 kg.
One rip in here from there.
That's expensive. That's expensive.
Once you my rip up now, say because na no ma fi geru wa. Why they clear?
No. Are you in Canada? Are you in Canada?
Yes. No, I'm Angbelubo, but torí pé problem tí a ní báyìí ni pé èmi like variety. So èlùbọ́ iṣu ìyàwó mi máa ń ra yẹn wá. Èmi mo máa ń ra èlùbọ́ ọ̀gẹ̀dẹ̀. Pọ̀pọ̀ mo kò lè mi so
no, 1 point something kg cannot never be $20 here. in
One,
North Carolina.
or like surely 1.5 kg to run, non time because to 6 euro or 5 euro.
Yeah, that's expensive.
Yeah,
So, and the other thing, real quickly, Timofey Sonny, when I was in Nigeria,
$22. The
worst
sourcing
case.
that the one he built for himself, that one he said that one for 25. Then Ola 2 is producing, but that one is producing in the US. So for sure, I don't know. I didn't buy that one because I was skeptical. Pé irú àwọn ọ̀gẹ̀dẹ̀ wọn tó máa ń gbìn ní báyìí àwọn ọ̀gẹ̀dẹ̀ tó kì í gbó yẹn. So and ó dẹ̀ kọ́ wá dẹ̀ lọ fi ọ̀gẹ̀dẹ̀ tó ti ripe ṣe èlùbọ́ fún mi. So yeah, I bought this $22. Yeah, $22. Receipt there.
So the other thing I wanted to add is if for those you can get somebody to go to Moshi. If you go to Moshi, there's a government market near Moshi, right by Moshi.
Can do some people farm like that and they find a market outside the country.
Outside.
That's what I'm saying.
The solution that we're trying to look for right now is how to reduce the cost of food for people in Nigeria. Because look, if Nigerians have food, if they can relatively easily afford food, their complaints will not be too much. I know they will like electricity too. But if you can figure out a way, I mean, I don't know what the total cost of producing a bag of gari, but if a bag of gari is selling for 100,000 or 90,000, whoever is selling it, most likely that bag of gari has changed hands maybe at least twice from where they produce it. So if you take that profit margin,
I understand what you are
saying. If you take that profit margin out, the government, these are going to be government farms. I understand government inefficiencies.
Let me ask you this question. If a bag of gari is being, let's say, sold for 80,000 naira in Nigeria today, how much do you think will be the profit margin from your own calculation? Well, because you are saying maybe if you can remove the profit margin. So how much do you think is the profit
margin? Quick calculation. That part the manufacturer probably sold that for about 55,000.
The profit margin will be 55,000.
No. The
profit margin is like I say 2,000 naira.
You think that? Oh no! So I said 80,000. So that means your profit margin will be 25K. That's what you are saying.
Not mine. From
your own. That is what you believe now. That okay.
No,
they are selling
what I'm
it for
saying
80,000.
is the person that produced that thing that sold it the first time sold it for 55,000. However many times it has changed hands. Let me tell you something. I've said this here before. I used to work at a place called Radio Shack. Radio Shack, we buy battery, those round batteries from China, 29 cents.
Don't use that example. We are talking about farming in Nigeria. Because let me tell you this. Mm-hmm. I'm a player. I think I mentioned it several times.
Yeah, you're a farmer.
My last vacation, I harvest my cassava. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes,
I know how much I know how much I spent on this cassava. In fact, let me tell you one useless thing that happened to us last year. You know, at the middle of the rainy season last year in the southwestern part, I can't say of the north because I don't live there. Mm-hmm. For like 3 months, there was no rain.
Okay.
3 good months last year. I planted cassava 3 times. 3 good times. The first time, the whole thing dried up. Second time, the same thing. The last time was when I was about to leave, and then the one rain fell, and I asked the guy that used to plant, we have to go and buy the 3rd time. You understand what I'm saying? You know, let me tell you, it's very easy for us to come on the platform.
So what do you say the profit margin would be, Simba?
in fact, the profit margin, if people are making money like that in agriculture, everybody, Nigerians don't see money like this. Anything they know that they can make money, everybody will rush into it.
I supported Simba 100%.
They
The
will rush
cost
into
of
it. But
running
if you
a
have
lot,
not done it before, you think that they are making one big money from agriculture.
No, I
no, not
didn't
How
at
say.
many
all.
I didn't.
farmers do
The
you see
I
cost
that
will
are
didn't.
finish
millionaires?
you.
I didn't say the seller. What I'm saying
So
is
no,
the middle people, the middle men and women.
the middlemen, forget about
Who is
it.
playing game now? Who is
Let me
playing
tell you.
game
Let
now?
me tell you this. I will give you another example. In Ilorin, we are selling egg now. One crate of egg for 4,600. Now,
Okay.
if you are a middleman, you want to take it to Lagos to go and sell at the rate of, let's say, 700 naira. I mean 7,000. Maybe they are selling it for 7,000 in Lagos. And you will now look at it and say, hey, look at the margin. They are buying it for 4,600 and they are making 2,400.
Yeah. Four. Right.
First of all, because in fact, that was the time I bought a bus. And I said, no, I'm not selling in Ilorin. I want to be selling in Lagos. First thing, you can be going and you get to Lagos. Maybe you go with, let's say, 500 crates. You can end up with, no, it depends on the size of the bus now. Do you understand what I'm saying? There are some that can take 1,000. If you are using
No,
these 18
I'm
seaters.
just thinking for me to go from Ilorin to Lagos. I mean, I better be going with 5,000.
Okay,
No, what
Simba with the
which
example.
vehicle is going to take part? Are you going to use a truck?
No, I'm
Simba,
just saying.
Don't
finish
mind
the
that.
story,
Don't
Simba.
mind
No,
that.
let
Do
me just give
5,000
that
is
analogy
easy.
for you. Let me just give that analogy. So you get to Lagos, you discover that, let's say, out of that 1,000, 100 kits broken already.
Alaji.
Believe me.
No, but
It's
I mean, how
possible
does
now.
that happen to you? How does that happen
Do
to
you
you?
know what? Do you know
Anybody?
the way? Sometimes you know what is. You know, egg is very fragile.
I know.
With the road, with the state of our road.
You are not using specialized vehicle. I understand what can do.
You understand? What we will do, what we normally even do is that we don't even use plastic crate. We use this paper crate because it's softer. Then we will now buy cartons to pack it to make it softer. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, you see, now let's say even if you incur just one crate and you want to spread that one crate, on how many crates are you going to spend that one? That is already 4,600 loss. You understand? Before you had the cost of transportation, sometimes your vehicle can even break down on the road. So it's not so the way we normally, people, if you are not into something, we
So
make a lot of assumptions.
hold on, Simba. At the end of the day, how much would you sell one crate for
Believe
example, in
they
Lagos?
cannot even by the time you are selling it, they might not even make more than 300 naira or 400 naira on a crate.
Okay, times 400 crates. Based on my numbers, if you're selling, if you bought for 4,600 and you're going to sell for 7, and you have 400, that's close to 1,000,000. Let's say 940,000. But this is the thing. You made mention of something. You said 1 year the weather was somehow, there was no rain. You see,
No, I'm just giving you. I just use that one. Listen to
yeah,
me.
but this is the
As
thing.
one of the things that can happen. You
Yeah, but
understand? In
anybody that's
fact,
going into any
presently they
business,
have.
you have to factor
Let me tell
in
you what is happening now.
everything
They
humanly
have low
possible.
cost weight now. They have low cost investigation now. You know what they call low cost? All those things that
Yes,
you to eat.
yes.
You understand?
Yeah.
Issue is affecting them now. You
Yeah,
understand?
but
And there is no insurance for all these things that we are talking about.
anybody that's looking for a business
No,
idea, that's
we
one right
know
there.
that farming is a very
Create insurance.
high risky business. So high
Anybody
risky
that's
farming
looking for a business
is classified as
opportunity, you
high
Those
can
risk.
go
are the
ahead.
things that, let me tell you.
Excuse me. Let Mr. Kandu make that point. Let him make that point he wants to make.
You said that there is no insurance for the farm. There is no insurance, even transporting your goods from Lagos or Nnewi to Lagos or to wherever. That's another business. I know there are insurance companies in Nigeria, but that's a business opportunity somebody can go and tap into. It's going to take a lot of work. Anything that is hard worth doing is never easy. But at the end of the day, my position in life is this: whatever the problems are going to be, and that's one of the things we have to look into anything. Anything you're doing, there will be problems. It's baked in. So the fact that there's this problem, there's that problem, I don't. Okay, sorry. People shouldn't carry that on their head. Expect that there will be problem. Dangote, I'm sure he has been having problem for the last 40 something years. That he's been, or 50 years that he's been in that business. Elon Musk almost went broke when he started Tesla. He said it out of his own mouth. Bill Gates has been Bill Gates of Microsoft for more than 40 years. Life is not supposed to be easy. Anything that you're going to do, there's going to be problems. Life is about problems and finding solution. Nobody said it will be easy. And that's just my own position.
The what with the what I'm telling you can do. I'm not saying there are so many. Your intervention is what I'm saying that is wrong. What government need to do is what when Aola was talking, it was asking, okay, what did Aola do? If government can do that one, it's going to help. In fact, a lot of people will go there because you will be able to determine how much you are going to even make. But in a business that you are doing that is full of uncertainty, you by the time you are producing, you are harvesting, the price of the thing will be down there. You will not even be able to even recoup your capital, talk about saying that you are getting profit. The question we have to ask ourselves, those days,
if you can minimize the some external factors. Now you can't control maybe the weather, rain, and this and that. But if you can control, for example, hold on. If you have if you transport it from Wire to Lagos, if you have good roads, if you have good packaging for your product, for your produce or product, and some other advantages, the likelihood of making a higher profit margin will be much better. In other words, if you make it reduce the risk of doing business in your line of business, I think it's attract a lot of.
You are very right. That is where government to come in, provide good road access route for farmers to transport their goods. Even in America, what government used to do is that whenever they see that the price falls, the government will buy from the farmer.
Yes.
To mitigate, you understand? To mitigate their loss. You understand? But we don't do that. Those are the things that you can encourage. It's not by saying people should come and be paying 80,000 go to farm.
Dr. Simba, you see,
that would be a good way to actually subsidize the citizens. So if government can buy at a loss, for example, this farm produce and sell it at a reasonable price to the consumers, then people can have cheaper food, and they have a good standard of living somewhat without electricity, right?
Exactly. And that would be a better way than like the one that can do is suggesting that you should just put them on the farm. It will be a big loss. Nothing will come out of that farm. How will you monitor it? Who is going to monitor it?
Look at this Traore guy. Look at some of the things he's doing with farming in his own country.
I don't forget about all those social media things that you are getting. Forget about those things. Forget about those things.
Hold on.
Let me tell you something.
Yes, sir.
Sorry, I'm sorry to interject you. Let me tell you something. If it's government control, there will be a lot of corruption in it. And when there's a lot of corruption, the result you are yearning for, you will not get it. Like what he said, if you subsidize the farmers, or maybe when in time of glut, you bought a lot of things from them, and then you now sell a subsidized rate to the local populace. That is better, because pushing a lot of people. What I suggested before was that instead of an NYSC, that people go for NYSC, then you cannot push them into private, big private, or maybe private public farms. you can push them to do their NYC there. So every year they have constant pool of people working for them.
Yeah,
That'd be a great idea.
I'm not against
That'd be a
any
great
of the
idea.
Let
things.
me tell
If
you,
they
recently,
have the funds for them to work on, all those
Yeah,
thousands of students,
I
if they
am
have the
not
funds for them to
against
work
I
on.
am not against any of the things you all have said. Those are all very good ideas. My own situation is just that I just feel like the patient is in critical condition. When we are stable, when we've stabilized the patient, we can start looking at the bed manners and all of that. Right now, I need food and I need to get it at the cheapest possible price. I didn't say it will be easy. I didn't say there won't be corruption. It's all those are baked in. I don't look at
is
people should not look at things from a recognize the problem. But
you said
if you look at life based on all of the wilders that can be there, you won't do anything.
just wait. You said the patient is in critical condition.
Yes, sir.
And that is when you want to go and be employing nurses and doctors, and there is no equipment for them to work.
No,
What
we're
I
going to get the equipment. Then somebody imported like 1,000 flowers and
I don't know
whatever.
why you are
No,
so fixated. Let me tell you, we know our situation. Even there is nowhere that you see. It's only maybe in China where they are coercing them, and even here in Saudi Arabia where they have all these law that people they can even take you to prison. They can do a lot of things. They don't do such things.
what things?
You can't say
Wait. What things?
No. Simba, quickly correction. In China now, they don't coerce them to farming anymore. What they did for them was wonderful. They made sure that, like what you said, good road to interland, build small scale housing units for them, provide basic amenities like good schools, hospital for them. So all these peasants or immigrants, they always go to their big city to construct that high-rise building. They now stay back and tend to their land. Majority of them are with their farmers. So living in that side also give them better life. They now make all those places to be tourist attraction. So that if you can go there, live in a short-lived hotel, eat good beef, vegetable fresh. You can also help them to harvest. So that is the way to do. It's a very good example that we can copy. But unfortunately in Nigeria, that division is still there. That division is what is killing that country. Except we
Remy,
find a way.
let me give you another example. There was a time
So hold on, no.
fishing.
So Remy, they made farming more what do you call it? More interactive with the
Yeah, thank you.
community.
So they make the people who live in this farmland very comfortable. Their internet is the cheapest, 24-hour electricity supply, good roads, and because when I was working in Shanghai, we are like 30 in number, foreign teachers. We went to this farmland and we helped them pick a lot of their farm products, and they asked us to take as many as we want: cherries, apples, so many kind of stuff. We cannot even finish, and we were lodged in a very good place. It's not a big hotel, but at least it's comfortable. So they generate money from tourist attraction.
That was what they do in the 60s. Now they have farm settlements where they build houses for people.
Yeah. Thank
They
you.
stay. You
Exactly.
understand?
Farm settlement. That's what farm settlement. That's exactly what we need. Farm settlement for. I mean, yeah, actually they do. They have it in America also. I mean, you pay the people.
And you know what surprised me? The people there live a better life. No pollution, no noise. Everywhere is so organized.
Remy, it's not even only in farming. Those days, if you are working in a rural area, be it you are a teacher or any other thing, you have incentive. They pay you higher than people that are working in the city.
I know. I think we all agree. All of these things are wonderful, but we don't have money. We don't have. There are a lot of we don't have. So based on we're not
Can
China.
do now.
Hold on. China has enough money to be loaning countries money. We're not in that situation. Let's look at where we are, what we have, and what we can do under the circumstance that we have. Not the America that can print money. We can print money. We can't print any money right now. So this is where we're at. I'm not asking to go to the moon. I'm not asking to go under the sea. I just want people to be able to afford food. That's all I care
So
about.
the first you can do is to make the interland attractive for people to stay in their homeland, in their state or region. Predominantly, more than 50% of Nigerians are farmers. So you have to make that place conducive for them, not to come to big city looking for menial job
Remy,
or
say that
something like
again.
that.
What percentage of what?
I said about 50% of Nigerians are farmers.
Really?
Really? So
Of 100
where's
million
the food?
people?
Where's the food they're producing?
Remy,
Where's all
A
those
million,
produce?
100 million
Remy,
people?
Remy. If you say
Yes.
that, if you say 50% of Nigerians are farmers, so let's assume that working age. Let's assume Nigeria has a population of maybe 50, 100 million, which is way below what we have. And let's assume the working age of people in Nigeria is the people within the working age are about 20 or 30%. That means 30 million. If you say 50% of that are farmers, that means we have 50 million farmers in Nigeria.
Yeah.
Are you Peter? Are you Peter Obi?
Well, that's what I'm asking. Where's
In
the food?
fact,
Where's the
what Remy
produce?
said, Google it
So
now.
what Remy says
What
is
Remy
100
said
million
is even
farmers.
below. They said over
No, that
70% of
let's
Nigerians.
you see
You know,
everything
that is what you are saying. Whether
everything is not about
Are you
what they
Peter
say.
Obi?
Common sense. There's
Statistics.
something
it's not
called common
about
sense.
someone. Wait, let me tell
How
you.
can you say you have
Most
100
Go
million
and
people.
Google
people
it
as
right
a
away,
farmer?
Patoski.
I
Tell us the
said they're
answer.
wrong. I said they're wrong. I
You are
don't care
wrong now.
they're wrong. It doesn't matter who
I
said it.
don't care what
Of
you
course, it's
said.
wrong. That's what I'm
I don't
asking.
care if
Where are
I
the
don't care if
produce?
the
Where's the
UN
food?
I don't care if the UN told you it's
Let
wrong.
me give you
Prince
why I
Daddy,
said it's
Prince Daddy,
50%.
let me tell
Okay,
you this.
after
Let me tell you this. You are asking where is the food?
Hello,
A lot.
guys.
Oh, our chop don't come.
Is
Moderator, sorry.
That you never sleep.
is it my
Chairman, go sleep now.
is it my system? Is it my system that's cutting off, or can you hear each other well?
Yeah, we can hear.
Yeah, I can
Go
hear
and
you
I
sleep.
think
clearly.
when
Yeah.
you wake up, Chioma, that's whenever you wake up, that's what
Okay.
you
Women should not be
No.
awake.
I've
Women
been
should
awake. No,
women should not be awake
I've been
this time.
awake. No, I've been awake since. It's just I'm wondering something keeps cutting off. So
You should go and sleep now.
Oh.
no, it comes. No, I don't trust you all. I don't trust Ola or Potosky to moderate when
Go and
when
sleep.
I'm not
Go and
here.
sleep. Women, you are not
No,
as a
Okay.
woman, you are
no.
not supposed to
But they
you are
be
not
they
supposed
be
So
to be up in
moderators
continue.
when
this place.
you're on sabbatical
You
leave.
guys know. You guys continue. I'm listening. I'm gonna shut it down in 30 minutes. So continue.
Okay, so I don't know why people are disputing the statistics. Let me tell you this. Most farmers in Nigeria are being practiced farming are being practiced at subsistence level. Most people they don't produce commercially for people to for sale. Most of them are
Simba,
consuming it.
thanks for breaking down the data. That's what we're looking for: commercial farmers, not
No, it's
So
not
if you
even
are looking for
it's not even
commercial farmer,
commercial farmers.
that
It's
is
not even
a different thing. But
um
when you are talking about people that are engaging in one form of farming or the other, is about 70% of Nigeria working population.
Yeah, but
wait, are you talking
it's saying
about those that are
Nigerians are
selling
farmers. When you say somebody is a
selling
farmer,
well? It's not possible. It's not possible. I
Simba.
promise you, it's
Sorry,
not possible.
let me just explain something to Simba. When you say somebody is a doctor, for example, it's not as if he practice doctor medicine. It's not as if he practice medicine once in a while behind his house.
Yeah.
So when you say somebody is a farmer, it's not somebody who throws mango behind his house and waters it like
But
that.
you know that what you are
Farming is
saying
a
is not true.
exactly the
profession.
point.
Dr.
Farming is a
Olusola
profession.
Garaki is a politician, is a
Exactly.
doctor, and we still refer to him as a
That
doctor.
means there is not a doctor, he's a
The one
politician.
that died recently, what is his name? This your Guman.
He's a
What is
politician,
his
he's not a
name?
doctor.
He's a medical doctor.
No, the
So
question
when you say
is how
somebody
many
is a farmer, it's not somebody that just throw
what
mangoes
percentage of
behind his house.
what percentage of people that live in Mushi or Lekki are farmers?
What percentage of Nigerians are living in Lagos?
But that's what it's not possible for 70%
About
of people in
10%.
any
About
country.
10% of Nigerians are living in Lagos.
Any
About
country,
10%, if
any
not to
country, the
15% of
farmers.
Nigerians.
So that number, I don't. You see, this is one of those things where I don't care who says it.
That's Peter Obi
The
statistics.
logic doesn't add up.
It add up because most people that lives outside Lagos, they do. If you are looking at the definition, the way Patoski is putting it, like okay, they must be commercial farming. That's the only thing they do. But you have a lot of teachers, even bankers, a lot of people. Patoski himself, when you are working in law, don't you know some of your colleagues that have fish farm, that have other form of that do all form of farming? Am I lying?
No, we're not saying you're
Yeah,
lying,
yeah,
sir.
fam.
But logic doesn't matter.
So now, if I don't tell you that I engage in form of farming, you say, hey, Simba is a doctor now.
No. We're not. I'm not disputing.
No, you
Number
engage in
one,
farming, but you are not a farmer now.
it's not like these are not your statistics. You're just quoting what somebody said. So this is not personal. I'm just saying
But
logically.
you know that agriculture is the highest employer of labor in Nigeria. Do you agree to that?
Yes.
Okay.
So
Do you need? Let me tell you. Do you need that number? Let me tell you, if it's being practiced in a proper way, we don't need more than, let's say, even 10% of 10% is even too much to feed the whole of the
1% is
country.
okay. 1%.
Simba,
1%.
I
is
want to
enough.
ask a question.
Yeah.
All the people from the northern part of Nigeria, predominantly, most of them are farmers. When you start talking from Kwara upward to all the northwest, northeast, and north central, they are predominantly farmers. How many of them can you even see they are engineers in compared to the south? How many of them can you compare as medical doctors to the south? Like if you do not say you are raising a poultry, or maybe this, nobody will know you as a farmer. They all know you as a what? As a doctor. If I tell them I'm also into poultry, they will not believe me. They will say, no, you are lying. You are this, you are that. But that is the point. And when you Google search it, they will tell you that most Nigerians are farm, but they don't want to believe. There are even more than 50%.
It doesn't matter what we believe. If you have 50% of the country that are farmers, there should be nobody in that country that is hungry.
No, you cannot say that
Okay.
Yeah,
because
exactly
most
the
of
point.
most
The
of the
question you
food,
should ask that
most
how are
of the
they
food are being
practicing it?
taken to
How are
It
neighboring
doesn't
countries
matter.
too.
doing with it?
If those 50% are feeding just their own self,
No,
not
can
feeding
do
anybody else.
what you do not understand about
Even as
Nigerian
a
farmers is
farmer,
that
can you feed yourself? Can you feed
yes,
yourself?
No,
what
feed
you do not
yourself
understand
Is that
about
in the sense that what you produce, you eat some, you sell some for revenue to
no,
buy the
what
things
we
that
are
you don't
telling you
produce.
now is that most Nigerian farm output are being taken to rest of the world now. Some to West Africa, some to the rest of the
yeah,
world.
I agree
Before
No,
with
the
they don't
ones,
used to
let me tell you,
they don't used
Remy,
to sell like that.
the ones that are
If I
taken
tell you
out.
something that was, do you know that most of
what
your
can do what
Remy,
can reach
Remy,
it?
hold on. How many tubers of yam are they planting or
Exactly.
that they send it to the rest of the world? Is that
are
really
you
the
Yeah.
case?
kidding? Are you kidding? Do you know how many yams, how many container that is going to Netherlands every day from Nigeria through Ghana?
And no, that is fine.
Do you
Is
know
that
how
for
many
small
container?
small
Let me tell
small
you something
farmers
that will
or
shock you. Let
why
me
subsistence
are
tell you
farmers?
that will shock
why
you.
are 50 to 70% of
Day,
Nigerians not millionaires?
every day, more than 50 containers of cassava are leaving Nigeria to China every day. What are we saying here? And before, they don't used to eat our food like that in Western world because there are more Nigerians in the diaspora. Do you know how many containers go away every day? Do you think the farmers are also stupid? They want to
I
make
say
more
there are more
money on
Nigerians in
their produce.
diaspora than Nigerians in Nigeria. So how is it
No,
that
I
the
know,
demand
you
is
are
so
right.
high?
I'm not,
Wait
but
now, how is it that the demand is so high
the
that
population have
their
increased in
consumption?
Is
in the
it
last
that
5 years. The
How
population
is it
have
that?
increased in last 5 years.
Patuski?
Let me tell you. Sorry, Simba. Let me mention something. Let's understand that demography is changing, and mindset of people are changing. Simba, in those days, me and you, our children, they will be on the farm. Now, even if they are in the university, we won't send them abroad. Will be in Nigeria. You and I will have big farm now. But how many people even send their children to the farm again? How many people plan and say, this is my child. When you grow up, you become a
But
farmer and you become.
that is in the south. So what happened to the north? Is
The
it the
north
same
is also
thing?
changing. You have
Yeah,
more.
it's
They
not
are
changing
changing
as
too.
as in comparative to
They
this.
are changing. Wait now. They are now playing politics. They are lobbying at Abuja. They are doing. They know it's easy. They sell dollars now. They are selling. Wait now. They are
How
selling
many?
dollars. They are finding other things to do. Those who are not doing that are
They
doing
don't,
alumajeri. They are doing kidnapping. They are doing all those things.
is that job? Kidnapping and
That's what is
banditry.
happening now. The demography is
Okay.
changing, and beyond that, even the few ones that are doing kidnapping and banditry are preventing the farmers from going to the farm. They are preventing
Yeah,
the
you're
few
right.
that are farming from going to
You
the
you
farm.
uh, you
So
might say the percentage is not up to 70%, but that 50% I'm still sticking on
no,
it
what I'm saying is
because
that the demography has changed. People are not
yeah,
taking on farming as before. It is in recent time that they
you
started
know what?
encouraging people back
I
to
was
farm.
watching a documentary. I was watching a documentary at the north central of Nigeria, and behold, Plateau Jos, they have a big market for farm produce, fresh vegetable, fresh cabbage,
They
fresh
have always had
cucumber,
that now.
so many stuff like that. I was like, where did they get all this food? And it's extremely cheap there compared
Just
to,
has
to
always
the
been like
south.
that.
It's very cheap
But
there in the north, especially that Plateau market.
Ready?
And
Have you
yeah,
ever asked yourself? Have you ever asked yourself why can't they bring it to the south, or why can't they scale it up? They can't scale it up.
I
They can't bring it to south because of security, because of very high cost of transportation, and other
but
things like that.
no, I do
That thing
not
that
agree
looks
with that. Have you ever been to Bodija market in Ibadan?
that thing that looks cheap in the north, if by the time they bring
Yes.
it to the
Well,
south,
that was many centuries ago, but yes, Bodija.
by the
But
time they bring it to
if
the
you've been
south
to the
now,
Bodija market in Ibadan, you will
oh
see
yeah, go
truck and
Ibadan,
truck
mo
load.
dàgbà sí Ìbàdàn now.
Trucks and truckload of tomatoes, of
Ó
so
ti
many
wọ́n, nǹkan ti
every
wọ́n.
day.
You know
I
if
want, I
if you
want.
want let's say this, if you want the price of Patoski, look at do you watch that thing that I sent to you now? Look at what that man is saying.
I saw it. Very
What did
practical.
he say about that? Even neighboring countries, they are coming to buy
Yeah.
our farm produce.
Because of exchange rate, yeah.
Exchange rate. You understand? I know I've been saying it before, even on this platform, that
Yeah.
the people outside Nigeria can afford our food. They don't even see it as being expensive the way Nigerians see their own food as being expensive. You understand? The only way Nigerians can be able to afford is not the way Kadu is saying it, that you just bring it down to 40,000. You understand? Is government can come in, but not by producing that food. Is by maybe they can buy and sell to people at a cheaper price by way of subsidy, or by giving subsidy to farmers.
Simba, can you say a good
I
example of Lagos State collaborating with KB on that rice, and they are building a big market hub in Ikorodu in
Even
Lagos?
that one,
No,
how
I
many
told
tons
you
of rice can they produce?
there's a government market that is, I think they only open like 2 days in Mushi. Right there.
No. Kandu is not that one. Lagos State is building a very big market hub in Ikorodu, very big,
Yeah, but
including frozen
the
food.
point I'm
So
making is that
they
they can have
sign.
places like they can have those type of places
There's a
and only
limit to
sell
what government can
directly.
do in
Yeah,
that space. There's a
right.
limit. How many people does government want to sell to? We are looking at catering for 200 million people. They cannot do successfully without involving
I'm
private
just
sector.
talking about for Lagos environment alone. I'm not talking about because
Even in Lagos, you have 18 million to 20 million people. Trust
at
me,
least it will ease the food shortage
we
or
don't
whatever.
reach
There's no
It
food
anywhere.
cannot
shortage
ease
in Nigeria.
anything.
Remy,
Remy,
Even
we
if
forget about
cannot
that
get
one. It
even
any
cannot
even
ease
if
food.
you have
anything.
one, maybe we have like 700 and something local
Then maybe
governments.
half of it they will be selling it to Cotonou again. If you subsidize food,
Then
what
if
happens
we're
to
really
fuel?
They were
What happens to
exactly
fuel?
the
Will happen
Nigerians
to
will still export it. They go and buy and export
export and
it.
go and
we've had some of these conversations. At this point, the government needs to come in. You cannot be exporting. We're not, this is not democracy. We are critical mass right now. You cannot export. You are
No,
not.
you can't
I
stop
mean,
him from
consider
exporting. It's a
yes,
free
you can.
market.
So
No,
The
you
only
how
thing
can
can.
you can
you
You
if I
can.
produce
if I produce
maybe Gary from my own farm, and you are
With
telling
my
me
own
that I cannot
input,
export it.
I cannot export. But
At this point,
no
no,
wait,
if we're
if I
serious,
So I
produce
should
that's
wood,
sell
what
I
at the
cannot
loss.
that's what
export.
we have to.
But if I produce chair, I can export.
Go
If I
and tell
produce shoe,
Obasanjo not to export his chicken to them.
mm,
Whether he will listen to you. That
If we
Obasanjo with so many
no, if
farms.
we
Even
I
this
don't
what you
care, I
can
don't
do,
care, I
what you
don't
can
care
do,
I don't care any of Obasanjo or whoever.
you
We are
can't work
critical
now.
mass right now. Critical
You are not a
mass.
dictator.
I want to be a dictator. I'm not the
You
Democrat
can't ban
anymore.
exports.
That in
You have to
fact,
do
you know what
something.
he's going to do? He will kill everything
No, you,
completely.
you can't. You don't have to be a dictator to pass policy. If you
Yeah,
feel that
No.
critical mass.
Let me
it's
tell
going to
you this. Let
benefit
me tell
your
you,
citizens.
Prince Daddy, what is encouraging people to go into it because they want to sell and make profit. If you now say, okay, sell to Nigerians that cannot even afford,
they will stop producing it.
your
They will
produce.
stop.
So in fact, the number of people that will go into it will be reduced now because it's no
There's no
longer to
incentive now.
it will be
It's
attractive
going
to
to be
them.
at a loss at times, or even
Yeah, exactly.
Well, we have to find some sort of a solution.
I know. Let me tell you. I
Let me
know.
tell you the
I
solution.
know how much I'm
Then,
losing
then,
per
then you
day
put
now.
tariffs. You put tariffs on them. Put tariffs on
No,
them.
Yeah,
There you
tariff
we
go.
follows
export
some.
as
Beg
much
you,
as
stop
we
Let me
all
want.
tell
these
you
things now.
what you can do.
Mm.
What you can do is to strengthen your currency. Your export become more expensive, then they won't be able to buy. It will be
How long
cheaper
is it gonna
for
take?
them.
How long is it gonna take me to do that?
Or you can do it within short time. Instead of using that money to subsidize, use the money to strengthen your currency.
Are you
Okay,
talking
so you
in what
should now
way?
be
Wait.
subsidizing
Are you talking
currency
about
now.
the one
It
that
will now
Buhari did?
it will be more expensive,
In fact, you can
but
see now that how difficult is it to govern. It's very easy for us to condemn
No,
so
it's
government.
when you
not
do
Look at
one
how
easy.
people
No,
policy,
are
it's not
turning out
easy to
useless
that's the
policies
challenge
on
with
this
policy.
platform now.
When you do one
Please,
policy,
Daddy, can you see?
if they had started 2 years ago or 6 years ago, we'll have gotten to a place here.
when you do one policy, it affects the other. One of the ways
We
to
know.
work hard and strengthen your currency. If you strengthen your currency, maybe find another way of strengthening your currency by just reducing interest rate. If you reduce interest rates and your currency goes up, at that point, they are safer. They will need more safer to be able to buy the food. So they will stop buying.
But if this inflation that we have, Otoska, I know you are an economist and accountant. Do you think we should reduce interest rates now because they have been increasing in the last 2 years? So what can we do? Because you are talking about stretching the naira. If we reduce our interest rate, don't you think inflation will rise ugly again?
If you
So how do we balance?
if you reduce
It's actually
interest,
the other way around.
if you reduce interest
Oh,
rate, if you reduce interest rate, there might be inflation, but it will not be immediate. But there still be, because if you reduce interest rate, banks, if you reduce interest rates, yeah, you are going to inflation will go down. Just like that brother said.
Yeah,
Because if you
the other
reduce
way
interest rate, there
around.
are no incentive for bank to lend.
Right.
Whereas people want to borrow
But
more.
is
But
it not a means
you might
if
end
you
up with
increase your increasing
you might
interest
end up
rate?
with
Is it not
stagflation
a
though.
means of controlling inflation?
Yeah,
I
interest
don't
rate is
know.
an
They
instrument.
said they should reduce it.
Interest rate is an instrument for controlling inflation. If you increase interest rate, if you increase interest rate, money supply will go down, because the banks, if you
So it
increase
will reduce
interest rate,
inflation.
if you reduce interest rate, it will reduce inflation, because
No.
So why
I
are you
think
not?
it's the other way around.
this is what I'm saying.
It
Let me
is not
explain
the
the
It's the
other way
method.
other way
around.
around,
It's
please.
not the other way around.
If you reduce interest rate, banks, there are no incentives for bank to lend. You understand? Because the returns they will get will be less. You understand?
And
So if there are no incentive,
investors
that means
too.
money supply will reduce, then inflation will reduce.
Yeah.
So
If you the challenge is that
the interest rate that our
if you
CBN
increase
is
interest rate is what?
our CBN has been increasing our interest rate, and one of the reasons they gave was that they want to use to control inflation. So you are now saying what they are doing is
If
increasing it.
if
Is that what you are
CBN,
saying?
CBN is increasing interest rate, the policy is that they want to use to attract foreign investment
Investors, more
into
money.
money
Yeah.
market and this thing, because they know that
Right.
interest rate in Nigeria is high. If they invest money in Nigeria, they'll get higher
They will
return
get a higher
on their
return.
investment, so they bring in money. So in a
No, it's
way,
like you can't win for losing at this point. If you reject,
it's a very delicate balancing. Let me take
yes,
it. It's not like as straight like as people say. When Obi will just
yes.
talk, say, "You do this or do that one." It's I was
Yeah,
listening.
but
Let
but
me
but,
even
but
mention. Sorry, let me mention this. You see, I heard that Obi was going to John Hopkins and talking and talking. The question I was even asking is, when they invited him to speak, they must have given me a topic and must have given him what he has to speak to. I've not had the opportunity to speak in a school like that, but in my own small way, I've been invited to speak to postgraduate students in Pan African University, that school where you have to go business school now. And these were master students, they were almost done with their programs. When I was invited to speak to them, they gave me my topic. And these guys were already going out of school. They needed some leadership talk, and they needed somebody that would, because average age of postgraduate students is about 20 something years old. You understand? So they are not not as if they have very wide experience about life. So I needed to address that. I needed to kind of also prepare them for real life. You get somebody that is not in their faculty coming to talk to them about real life situation. And so that when these kids go out, they take those information and begin to run with it. You want to be able to create somebody from that opportunity to address them, steer somebody and motivate somebody. That is not the time when you start talking about Nigeria and this one and that one. It's not even an opportunity to sell Nigeria. It's an opportunity to impart those children. And if they consider you as somebody who has some leadership quality, and to impart them and to motivate them into action. Some of them have business ideas they've been trying to do. They need some talk to get them running. And all you just went to do is talk about Nigeria. I'm sure those children will just be laughing at him.
You know,
They will,
Patuski, I
they will
thought
be
that kind
disappointed.
of thing is to provide a kind of mentorship.
Yeah, that's what they told me now.
So
When I
for
gave
you,
that talk.
that's what I was saying
And
earlier.
that way
That
they are
this
wasting
guy is
time.
just so dumb, doesn't even know
How
what
many
to.
now? What's wrong with this?
Kilo kan pẹ̀lú Bangladesh
kí ló kọ́ pẹ̀lú ti
àti.
nàìjíríà bí nǹkan kan àwọn ọmọ tó wà
Those
lamẹ́ríkà
guys
tó lọ
are
ń
their
sọ̀rọ̀ third
parents
world
have spent
country
so much on them. They're about to graduate. They
I
need
think
something that
as a vast experienced person like Obi, from your governorship, from your field in business and the rest, you should have just talked to them about that instead of talking about
exactly
Nigeria is bad. It doesn't make any sense at
talk
all.
about
So,
talk about his business story, how he started.
mm-hmm,
All that would have motivated them. Some of them have
mm-hmm,
idea of startups. Some of those children, they have idea of
mm-hmm.
startups. They have
You
idea
know
of
what?
just tell
A
them.
person just came back. A person just came back from Nigeria, because and I asked him because he brought some Nigerian food, and I asked him how much is a kilo, 50 kg of rice, and he told me it's 63,000 now. That most of the food store their prices
How
are
much?
coming down. 63,000, 50
Yeah,
kg of rice,
I learned that. I learned that.
63,000. So, and
I
most
even
of
saw
the
it.
other.
I saw it on Google News now.
And other food like gari, while everything are coming down. But one thing I don't like Nigerians about is that when this thing are coming, they will not talk about it. They'll keep they will be
No, you know that's politics now. You should know that it's
That's
politics.
not peculiar to Nigeria. I mean,
It's
that's not.
politics.
Yeah, it's
so
not
like
even an issue of
hey, can I even ask
yes,
you how much is
yes.
one crate of egg in America now? Sorry. One
I don't know. I buy the
they
60.
say it's $29 or
No,
$30. That means
no.
one egg is $1.
How many pieces of eggs are we talking about?
Like 30 in one crate.
The
How
one
much
that
is
I,
They
it?
the
don't do
one that,
30s in America now.
the one that I buy is 60, and I buy it. I'm not Bill Gates. Me, I buy my eggs from Walmart, and that
In
30.
short,
The
that's not
last
good.
time that I bought it,
There's a bad news from Canada.
no, the last time I bought it was 24.99. But 2 weeks prior,
$24.99.
yeah, but 2 weeks prior to that, I bought them for 29.99.
For how many eggs? Can you give me just the
60,
number, please?
60 pieces.
60. So it's
Yes.
about 15 for about $15. That is about $1 for one egg. It's very expensive. That is no.
Yeah,
That is so-called America. Are you kidding me? So Nigeria are even enjoying better than
No,
when
they're
you
not
factor.
enjoying. You see, you
We
cannot
have
compare. You
I
cannot
know you are
hold
going to
on.
talk about their purchasing power, but the price of
Yeah,
egg
they're
for
not
$30 in
enjoying.
America is also expensive. How much did you buy before Trump?
Before I wasn't buying the 60. I was only buying the
So
218.
the price of maize in America is different from the price of maize in Nigeria. Abi?
Canadian just our election result just came out.
Yeah,
Yeah.
up us. We won.
Those
Who
Libra,
won? Is it the
We
candidate you won?
yeah.
the Libra want. No, I
No,
don't want
not
them.
Who?
it, no. The reason I support the guy is I don't care if he's liberal or
Is it the
what.
same party with the person that was ruling before?
With the one that
Yeah,
I
but the
mean,
thing is this:
Okay.
there should be a change now.
this guy has been the governor of the Central Bank of
Bank of
Canada
Canada.
and the UK as well. So
Did
he
you get the
comes with that.
feedback from UK? Did you get back? They said, when I was listening to interviews from UK, they say they were surprised that Canadian choose him. That I did a terrible job in Bank of England.
And those are people that don't understand what's going on. If they understood where the
The people
no,
in UK
if they
that live in
understood,
UK, it's like
yeah, the
telling
same
Nigerians they
people,
don't
the
know what's
same
going on.
people,
What if they say they don't want a
the same
Mayfield?
people that voted for Brexit in spite of their own self. You see, I mean, you have to.
Are
One
the
has to
people
look
living
at.
there now?
You just there are a lot of foolish people in the
Look at
world.
what
A lot of them.
he will follow the same thing that Trudeau was doing now. Anyway, it is done. So it's a
Well,
minority government. Let's see what's
of
happening.
course, we won. We're going to rule. We're not going to become another American state. Thank God, they're not going to take us over. Well, in any event, I mean, we have to be. I mean, I understand free market. I understand market economics, but we cannot be allowing people to export food out of Nigeria. I mean, we have to do something's got to be done. Whether it's incentive or whether it's I mean, we can't continue like this. I mean, I hear that some things are coming down gradually. I remember like 5 years ago when I was talking to somebody about opening a business selling rice. Rice, a bag of rice was 18,000 for a bag. And we've gone from there to 90 something to maybe now it's 80 or 70 something. I know things are expensive all over the world, but I mean, I don't know how we continue for the average man
But
and
you
woman.
know that the rice.
I
Let
think
me ask you, how much is
subsidizing.
the bag of rice? You know that we don't Nigerians don't eat Nigerian rice. We eat imported
Yeah,
rice.
yeah. So
Ban,
You
mostly
ban,
understand?
from
ban,
And
Thailand
ban,
and
ban,
Malaysia.
ban
you
all the
cannot
ban,
no,
ban.
you can't just wait now can do. So what do you think government can do? Because you have to buy at international price, and you know that our naira to
And
dollar
guys,
is
hold
what
on.
is actually accountable for that.
Do
I
you
know here,
know,
I don't like this
Simba?
US.
Do you know what they did in China when the Chinese people eat locally produced planted rice in China? It's more whiter and more nutritious. But you know the rice from Malaysia and the rest, these are more parboiled rice. They have stored them.
Mhm.
They make them expensive. Like you
Yeah,
can buy 50 kg of rice of China about 30 RMB, their local
yeah.
currency. For that
Put
one,
200%,
double 80 RMB.
200% tax.
Me that I
It,
always buy sometimes, me I just chicken out one day that I'm just wasting my money unnecessarily. And I discovered that the Chinese rice, although it does not taste like more delicious like parboiled, but it's more nutritious to the body than the
No,
parboiled
but
one that we
Remy,
are eating. Yes, sir.
that Chinese rice, Oman gum now.
Oh my
That
gum,
Chinese
yes,
rice always
only.
sticking
Oh my
together.
white buy, oh my gum.
Yeah,
Ìgbà tó
Oman
bá
white gum. It's
ṣe
always
gọ̀wárí
sticking together.
àwọn
Mama,
is the best rice.
mi ò kí lè mo kàn
Yeah.
máa fi ṣe túwó ni mo máa fi blend ẹ̀ máa fi ṣe túwó. Ó máa ń gum pọ̀. You
Eh,
can't easily use it to sauce, so I
later ni
use
mo
it as túwó.
get to know reason tó máa fi rí bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn àwọn Chinese kọ́ mi omi tó máa fi sórí ẹ̀ kò kí ń pọ̀ kò kí ń
I
pọ̀.
cannot even remember the last time I ate rice. I don't know.
wow.
I don't
Wow,
know why
tí
people are
wọ́n máa
Yeah,
ń jẹ
I've
ní
not
Saudi
been eating
Arabia
rice,
gbà ẹ̀.
but máa ń jẹ́ lẹ́kọ̀ọ̀kan now.
I have
Saudi
all my
Arabia.
foodstuff. I have my lubo for my amala. I have my gari. I have my semo. I have
From
my
his farm.
pando yam.
From his
So
farm.
what?
From his
Well,
Do you
farm.
know?
and I eat only once
Do
in
you
a
know
day.
I
So
ate
what
eba?
is it?
I ate eba for the first time in the last 5 years today.
Anyway, if you don't like it,
I ate,
but me not.
mi ò jẹ eba for the past 5 years. Òní ni mo jẹ alẹ́ òní mo jẹ for the first time in the last 5 years. I just looked
I
at
don't
it pé
think I've
Kílódé
I
kò
don't
sí
I don't
gàrí
I
ni?
don't think I've had a bar
gàrí wà ó
in
mo rí pọ́kàn àìdùn mo á ní and my lubo don dey I say let me even try this eba again now 5 years o. So by the time I
yeah.
tell my daughter tomorrow that I ate eba she will be like mo jẹ eba.
Yeah. It's been a
Gàrí
while for
adùn
me too. It's been quite a while.
carbohydrate I
Oh,
wish I
I'm on
can
cut
run
to
away
white
from
shell.
it.
Gbogbo àwọn mixture tó ń bí ní West Diaspora ń sìn, wọ́n wá like
Even
Nigerian food.
diabetic patient that are diabetes, when Patoski, we don't discourage them from taking carbohydrates. It's only the quantity that we said they should reduce. You
Yes.
cannot live
Without carbohydrates.
But you can supplement that from other things other than Gary
Yeah.
or
What can you supplement with it? Say with bread or rice again, or what?
I drink ogi. Mo máa ń mu
starch
ogi, mo máa ń jẹ mọ́ínmọ́ín àti ogi.
starch based, no
Ẹ̀wà
yeah,
àti
be
ogi.
Why not?
Ogi cocoa. I have cocoa.
You have cocoa
Then
again.
I make my ogi here.
Yeah, gbogbo oúnjẹ náà ń kó wá sí
I make
Canada
my
nígbà
ogi
yẹn
here.
o.
You know no, you know this Indians they sell this cornmeal. Ogi àgbàdo pupa wọ́n ti máa lọ. So what I do is I will just powder from buying. I will just soak it in water. Ó máa ferment, màá yọ mi, ó ti di ògì nìyẹn. Tí ò bá kan dáadáa, màá fi lemon díẹ̀ sí. Ó ti di ògì kíkan nìyẹn. Bí mo yẹn ń ṣògì nìyẹn. So that's alternative. Wàá dẹ̀ ra dín àkàrà sí. You know there's one thing they call lentil. Ó pink báyìí. Wọ́n á ti bò. Àwọn Indians ló máa ń tà. Ó ní wàá fi ṣe o lè mix ẹ̀mẹ́wà kó fi ṣàkàrà. O get it?
What is it called?
Lentil.
Lentil.
Wọ́n máa ń tà superstore or Independence. You have superstore in your place now, right?
Have a what?
You are in Canada, right?
No. I'm in North Carolina, US.
Okay, I thought you're in Canada.
No.
I thought I had somebody say he's from Canada here. They would.
No,
I
I
think they should
said
be selling
we
1 month.
won. I said we won though. I did say we won. I was referencing the Canadian election.
Yeah, I want. We didn't win. I want the Conservative to win, but it is what it is. They can just sell it in Walmart to lentil. If you go to that international section, you'll be able to see. You should see it.
Okay.
It's like a species of beans. One to peel and one to shell. So you just soak it in water. Only soak it, but I can't blend them. It's very good. You can make akara with it. You can make manman with it.
Oh, so it is the lentil thing that you just don't use. You just don't boil the to make the akara. You use this lentil as a
No, I'll
substitute.
just you can use lentil as akara, as beans for a while. You just blend the lentil like that, or you blend it with beans.
Oh, okay.
And make the akara. The challenge we have is my because you don't have the leaf. Because you don't have the leaf, you have to use foil or something.
Foil, can.
Yeah. I think can is even better. But aluminum foil, I'm sure it will have side effects.
Yeah.
So what we did was we bought leaves. So my wife will use the leaves like 2 or 3 times before
Actually,
because
the one that we use here, or that we've been using here. There are these pouches. I think somebody made them in Nigeria. So
pouches
they're
they
like
made from what?
Plastic.
That's the challenge. We don't want plastic. Yeah. That's the thing.
Yeah. So this
don't want
plastic,
plastic.
it has a seal. So when you put your
my mind there
inside it, you seal it. Just like you're using a Ziploc. Yeah.
Challenge
you use it over and over.
You don't want that. because
I
you don't
know.
want plastic in your food. Yeah, so we use the leaf, but once we use it, once we remove the mama, we'll clean it. We'll make sure we don't damage. We'll wash it again and
Yeah,
keep it. When next you want
recycling.
to use cook mama,
Yeah,
you recycle the leaf.
recycling.
By the time you use it 2 or 3 times, it will be bad. Then
Yeah,
you can replace. It's
mm,
not readily available to buy. That's the challenge.
yeah. Even if it
Some people
was,
just bring.
how many people only say more in Bay? I remember some years ago when I went to Nigeria, I sat down and I got them to go and buy those leaves, and people were looking at me like
Mm-hmm.
I was an alien.
Mo fẹ́ ra ewé, kí ló fẹ́ fi ṣe? You know
Yeah,
some people bring leaves from Nigeria to sell here.
yeah. I mean,
To
this was
sell
in
like all those
Nigeria.
leaves, like
You know,
ten
people were
dollar.
looking at me like, Mr. America, money, you don't know nothing. You know what you more in a way. What do you think this is?
Ewé ni. Then
Yeah,
some people use plantain leaves or banana leaves, which is
uh,
also still okay.
yeah.
And there's this small Chinese like baskets,
Okay.
small baskets, some Chinese machine that they use for
Uh,
their rice. So you can,
right.
if you have banana leaves, you cut it and put it inside and pour the mama inside. That one will
Yeah.
also work because that one is just bamboo baskets.
Okay.
We use that too because it makes small size. I even see in
Okay.
Walmart. Wà á kàn gé ewé kékeré sínú ẹ̀. So tó bá ti
Okay.
gé ewé sínú ẹ̀, you just put the mama inside. That's all. That's this place where we just have to keep
So
improvising
it's
and
better than use nylon.
yes,
Yeah.
plastic, nylon, all those
Nylon
things.
still has
Ó mọ̀,
chemicals.
bamboo yẹn ó dàbí apẹ̀rẹ̀ ni. Wọ́n á ṣe kékeré. So wà á kàn gé ewé sínú ẹ̀. Wà á rọ mama yẹn sínú ewé yẹn. Wà á gbé sómi, wà á síbẹ̀. Wà á kàn ra gbé kúrò ní. Àwọn Chinese ló máa ń fi
Ṣé
apẹ̀rẹ̀ yẹn small wọ́n máa fi ṣe rice.
bẹ́ẹ̀ kí lẹ fi ṣe mọ́ínmọ́ín yẹn gan? Kí lẹ fi ṣe mọ́ínmọ́ín yẹn gan?
Kí ló sọ?
Kí lẹ fi ṣe mọ́ínmọ́ín yẹn? Ṣé ẹ̀wà náà ni?
Ó yẹ kó ṣe mama. No, a máa ń lo ẹ̀wà. A dẹ̀ máa ń lo lentil. Kò yẹ. Ẹ máa ní ẹ̀yin ní lentil bẹ̀yà. Anyway, ẹ̀yin máa ní African food mẹ́ẹ̀ dáadáa náà.
Most of àwọn oúnjẹ tí màá ń jẹ comes from Nigeria.
Kí ló sọ?
Most of my food comes from Nigeria because
Okay.
there are so many people that are selling Nigerian food. Apart from that, you see colleagues that will travel that make some for you.
Mm-hmm.
Hi. Good morning, guys.
Good
So
morning.
Okay.
I'm going
Any nice
to,
time.
for Petowski, I have
Yeah.
sent the link in the comment section in case anyone wants to continue listening to your farmers market conversation. But I'm gonna shut
No,
down.
I'm even going to bed now.
Okay, that's
It's almost
awesome.
2:00 here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Take care.
Well, I
Yeah.
want to thank you guys for coming to the show, and I want to thank our viewers and the panelists. There's Man of Prestige, Mr. Wadele, Prince Daddy, Can Do, Patoski, Simba, Remy, Mr. Dewele, and many others. Prince Daddy. So, thank you all for joining me. We had a very nice session. I really enjoyed it. And of course, a lot to Troublemaker. So, I really enjoyed this session. So, hope to see you today. Have a very good morning and a great day. Ta-ta.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.